Chapter 1, The Strongest Acting System of the Heavens. Hiss. Wu Chen opened his eyes, only to feel a pain in the back of his head. He raised his hand to cover his head and sat up from the ground, and then he noticed the abnormal situation around him. Looking up, there are night streets lined with high-rise buildings on both sides. Looking down at his feet, he is sitting on the sidewalk. Where is this? Am I working overtime at the company? Wu Chen was startled and stood up abruptly. He remembered clearly that the project was about to be checked and accepted, but the final inspection had not yet been completed, so Wu Chen's team was working overtime overnight. Seems to fall asleep while working overtime, and then come to this place as soon as I wake up? Am I dreaming? Roar. A loud roar came not far away, as if a certain monster was going mad. Then he yelled very violently, "Hulk!" The huge roar produced a shock, the wound on the back of the head was affected, and the pain reappeared, reminding Wu Chen that all this is reality. An unfamiliar memory appeared in his mind. Wu Chen looked at the blood-stained stone around his fist, feeling a little bit of it. This is New York, USA. I am the owner of a Hokage restaurant in Manhattan. The name is still Wu Chen, and his appearance is still handsome, but the world is not the world it used to be. In memory, Wu Chen saw the headquarters building of Stark Industries, and saw Tony Stark saying at the press conference very sullenly, "I am Iron Man. This is Marvel world." According to the look of Tony Stark in his memory, this is the world of Marvel movies. Suddenly, Wu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fart. Compared with the world of Marvel comics, the world of Marvel movies is undoubtedly weaker by several levels. But no matter how weak it is not something ordinary people can resist. Now that Iron Man has appeared, will the follow-up Hulk, Thor, Hydra, and even Thanos be far away? Wu Chen felt bad luck. He didn't really want to bet on the 1/2 probability of snapping his fingers, because he felt that he would surely become ashes and fall to the ground. But what can you do as an ordinary person? He thought of the reason why he was lying on the ground at the moment. When he went out to buy things, there was a loud noise, and a stone flew over and hit the back of his head directly. I'm too unlucky. Bang. The wall not far away was violently smashed open, and another stone shot towards Wu Chen. He quickly avoided, and at the same time glared angrily at the source of the stone. But the next second, he was stunned, and then ran away. After the wall broke open, an ugly green giant more than 3 meters high appeared in Wu Chen's sight. It was the initiator of Wu Chen's pain. Read more at hotnovel.xyz, and Wu Chen also recognized its identity: hatred. The captain of the team formed by General Ross to capture the Hulk, Emil Brynski, in order to pursue greater power, injected the blood of the Hulk, Dr. Bruce Banner, and became this extremely ugly, but very vicious, and extremely powerful hatred. At this moment, it is the time when Brynski turned into hatred. Although he gained powerful power, he also lost all his sanity. He went crazy and destroyed everything around him, and wanted to fight Hulk. A strong body could have brought Brynski into the thrill of destruction. He overturned the cars around him one by one, and then flew away suddenly, hitting pedestrians and vehicles everywhere. Ah! Help! The cries of innocent people shook the sky, and the police arrived and shot at hatred, but to no avail. Wow! A car smashed on the head, several policemen could not dodge and died. When Wu Chen witnessed this scene, he only felt that there was a staleness in his heart that could not be volatilized. In order to attract Hulk over, hatred ruthlessly destroys everything, regardless of anything. This is a demon. Mom! I want my mother. Suddenly, the cry of the little girl appeared behind him, and Wu Chen stopped running away and turned his head to look over. I saw a 5 or 6-year-old blonde loli lying on the ground. In front of her was a blonde woman lying in a pool of blood. A few meters behind her was the menacing hatred carrying a car. Wu Chen's eyes were red, and he wanted to save this loli. but the distance is too far, and hatred has discovered that blonde loli is approaching her. Seeing that the tragedy was about to happen, an ethereal voice without emotion appeared in Wu Chen's mind. Ding, the detection host has a strong obsession, and the strongest acting system of the heavens is on. Host, Wu Chen. Current character, none. Current play progress, 0. Possess character, none. Number of times to play the character, 1. The feudal voice made Wu Chen's eyes condense slightly, and then his dark eyes burst into light. The golden finger appeared. There is no plan to study cheats, nor the intention to chat with the system, Feng Ailun directly roared inwardly, extract characters to play. The most important thing is to save the blonde loli. Wu Chen couldn't save himself, he could only rely on the power of the golden finger. And based on the name of the system, he could probably guess that the system could allow him to play any character in the heavens and 10,000 realms. It may be a big brother, or it may be a weak one. However, no matter who it is, he must be better than Wu Chen, who is an ordinary person. Sure enough, the ethereal voice in his mind sounded again. Please draw a prize pool for playing characters. The current prize pool options are Hokage, DC, Dragon Ball. Is it drawn right away? Draw. The draw is successful, and the prize pool is locked for the character, Hokage. After system testing, the character extraction this time is the first extraction, blessing buff things come true. Ding, the character is being drawn. Following the system's words, a series of figures flashed through Wu Chen's mind. In the end, the picture in my mind stayed on the figure of a figure wearing a red flame border and a white background imperial robe, wearing a Konoha forehead. The blonde hedgehog head and the handsome and soft face give people a warm feeling. Under the robe is a tactical costume that can only be worn by Konoha Nakanobu, and behind the robe is the 5 characters 4 generations of Hokage. The 4th generation of Hokage wave Feng Shuman, Konoha's golden glitter. Wu Chen was so excited, the blonde loli was saved. Speaking of Bo Feng Shuman, the first impression is of course fast. As soon as the Flying Thunder God's technique is released, where is the world so big that it can't go? Ding. Congratulations to the host who played the role in the draw, the 4th generation of the Hokage Hagami Feng Shuman of Konoha Hidden Village in the Hokage world. Do you start acting? Hint. All the characters who play, the host can become their appearance. Wu Chen was originally worried that he would have to dress up like a wave of feng shui men and dye his black hair into blonde hair before he could start acting, but he didn't expect to be able to transform directly. So, he did not hesitate, and directly replied to the system, start acting. Chapter 2, Take me a spiral pill, second more. After a breath, Wu Chen had disappeared, and instead appeared a blonde young man in his early 20s with a gentle and handsome face, wearing a white imperial robe and holding a trigeminal kunai. At the same moment, the system panel in my mind also changed. Host, Wu Chen. Currently acting character, the 4th generation of Naruto wave Feng Shuman. Current play progress, 15%. Owned character, 4 generations of Hokage wave Feng Shuman. Number of times to play the character, 0. Wait, is this 15% progress? Is it because I have something in common with Bo Feng Shui men, both of them are handsome and willing to help the weak? After only thinking about it in his mind, Wu Chen left it behind for the time being. The most important thing is to save the blonde loli. Reaching into the ninja bag on his back, Wu Chen took out the second trigeminal kunai. This trigeminal kunai was projected by him to a safe place far away. The speed is so fast that ordinary people can't see it clearly with the naked eye. This is an effect that can only be thrown by a real wave of water gate. Then, Wu Chen arched slightly and suddenly threw another trigeminal kunai towards the blonde loli's position. This time, under the full throw, the speed was a few points faster than the handle just now. Ding. The trigeminal kunai nailed to the blonde loli's side, which made the crying blonde loli stunned. She wiped her tears and she was about to reach out to touch the trigeminal kunai. Because the Huxia characters tied to the trigeminal kunai handle looked like tadpoles to her. Blonde loli likes this cute little animal. She seemed to have forgotten her current situation. Behind her, loathing to hold the vehicle high, he was about to smash it down on her. If this one falls, the blonde loli will definitely die. And the death meeting is extremely miserable. The child's body is not fully developed and the bone hardness is not high. This will definitely smash the blonde loli into flesh. If you hate your hands faster, the blonde loli may be able to walk less painfully. Looking at the blonde lolita's small and cute body, he hated the bloodthirsty excitement in Brinsky's eyes. His state at the moment has lost his reason, and he can perceive everything around him. The pleasure of this wanton destruction made him excited. Especially at this moment, the beautiful loli is about to be destroyed by him, this feeling makes him almost climax. In the distance, the helicopter in which General Ross was flying looked at frantic hatred from a distance. Bruce Banner was also in the helicopter. Both he and his girlfriend Betty were caught by General Rose. Because of the injection of the inhibitor, Dr. Banner failed to become the Hulk, so he could only get hold of it. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz, but at this moment, seeing these human tragedies, Banner took the initiative to say to General Ross, "Ordinary people can't deal with hatred, let me go." "No." Girlfriend Betty rushed over and hugged Banner, "You are not Hulk now, you can't go to die." However, Dr. Banner shook his head. He could feel that the inhibitor had only temporarily controlled Hulk, and if he was in danger, Hulk would appear again. Facing Dr. Banner's firm eyes, Betty wept bitterly, but finally nodded. After kissing Betty, Dr. Banner jumped directly out of the helicopter under General Ross's gaze. Bang! He smashed the ground out of a hole, but Hulk did not come out immediately. "Bruce!" Betty yelled, but when General Rose suddenly said, "Quick! Fly over there! Look there! What's the matter with that man?" Hearing this, Betty looked up. Roar! The blonde loli finally noticed the situation behind her as she roared and was about to smash the car in her hand. She opened her mouth wide in horror, but the next second, her sight was blocked. Suddenly, a handsome blonde man appeared beside the blonde loli. Entering the eyes is a handsome face, more handsome than her father. And, it was not only handsome, but also a warm breath came, like a little sun. The man gave her a gentle smile and reached out to hold the trigeminal kunai she had just grasped. "This is a dangerous thing, kids, don't touch it." Wow, bang. Disgusting that this blow was empty, it was so angry, Hulk. Blonde loli only felt a flower in front of her eyes, and she was held by this warm man to a safe place in the distance. "Big brother, can you fly?" Wu Chen smiled gently, "This is not flying, it's space ninjutsu." After the conversation, he put down the blonde loli and told her, "Run away, the farther the better." Then he turned his head, took out a few three-pointed kunai from the ninja bag again, and threw them towards the position of the other people who had no time to leave. Haha. 4 or 5 people appeared in front of blonde loli instantly. There are blonde women, Asians with black hair and black eyes, and blacks with black eyes. After taking away the innocent passers-by around him, Wu Chen narrowed his eyes to stare at the abomination, and the suffocation in his heart turned into anger. "Bullying the weak, crazy, and wanton," he said loudly, "I don't care what you are for, your behavior makes me hate. I will kill you." After all, he shot a few trigeminal kunai towards abomination, and disappeared in place at the same time. Disgust can't hear Wu Chen's words clearly. It only knows that Wu Chen is provoking himself, making it even more angry. But in the face of the trigeminal kunai from the lasing, it didn't even have the idea of avoiding it. If you can neutralize the bullets, how can such a thrown cold weapon injure yourself? I hate thinking so. Sure enough, trigeminal kunao could not pierce the skin of hatred. However, the three-pointed kunao that was originally thrown in the air was held by the sudden appearance of the water gate at the moment when it hit the hatred. Coming with one of them, there was also the blue spiral ball of light in the hands of Bofeng Shuman. Spiral pill. Ah! Bang! Facing the invincible hatred of ordinary people, at this moment, he was hit by a spiral pill from Bofeng Shuman, hitting the house behind, knocking it down and collapsing. I have to say that in front of the real strong, hatred is a dish. Oh my god! This man actually knocked his hatred away. General Ross on the helicopter exclaimed, and the few people saved by Wu Chen were equally stunned. This is the superhero. Don't panic, there is a superhero like Iron Man to save us. Someone yelled loudly, and more people saw this scene, and they stopped and watched. There is one thing to say, it is normal that there are few foreigners. The collapsed house stirred up dust, which soon filled the surroundings, completely concealing the abomination. Wu Chen glanced at the crowd's onlookers and ignored them. He didn't want to care about being a dead person. At this moment, he was squinting his eyes and looking coldly in the direction of disgust. Others only when the crisis disappears, but only Wu Chen knows that hatred is definitely not dead. Chapter 3, Kill the Abomination. Thirdmore. If hatred was killed by a simple singular helix pill, then it would be impossible for it to fight Hulk back and forth for so long. Sure enough, with a roar, disgust rushed out of the smoke and dust, and it rushed towards Wu Chen while beating the ground. It wanted to pinch the person in front of him to death, and even dared to attack the great Brinsky. It was unforgivable. It seemed that because of the huge damage he had just received, the bloody loathing of the body had regained his sanity at this moment. He used tactics in the process of rushing over. Cars were lifted up by abhorrence and smashed at Wu Chen, but Wu Chen easily dodged them. But in the process of the car's impact, a giant fist slammed into Wu Chen's face. Disgust took the opportunity to attack. But Wu Chen didn't panic at all. I saw that he disappeared into the same place at the moment before his disgusting fist touched his body, and appeared on the far-reaching trigeminal karma. Bang! Disgust hit the ground again, and he became even more angry. Bug! Don't hide! Wu Chen frowned, thinking that this guy should be resolved. Although you can continue to fight with it, if you fight again, this block will be completely turned into rubble. So he closed his eyes and prepared to enter the fairy mode. Yes, Bofeng Shuman has also learned the fairy mode, and it is exactly the same as Naruto's perfect fairy mode. Seeing Wu Chen closing his eyes in disgust, he only felt that this guy was looking down on himself, and suddenly became angry and rushed towards Wu Chen. Oh! My god! Why is he standing still? That monster rushed over. Flash! Big brother, run away! The people around looked anxiously, but no one dared to rush forward. The hatred of the tyrannical behavior just now has made everyone tremble. However, at this time, there was a loud noise. Hulk! Bang! The ground was pierced, and Hulk finally appeared. As soon as Hulk came out, he saw Abomination rushing towards the innocent passers-by, and immediately set off to rush towards Abomination. Slap! The two collided in the air. Two powerful bodies measuring 2 to 3 meters high and more than 500 kilograms collided with each other. They deviated from the original direction and rolled aside. Seeing this, Wu Chen put away the fingers of Fei Lei Shen. Of course he wouldn't stand still and let Abomination fight. Although he can't move when he enters the fairy mode, it is also possible to activate the Thunder God. But this will interrupt the progress, and you have to start again if you want to enter the fairy mode. Now that Hulk helped him, Wu Chen would naturally not move. However, despite helping Wu Chen, the open and close battle between the two monsters caused more serious consequences than before. A strong sense of oppression hit his face, and houses around him collapsed like dominoes. The concrete cast walls are as fragile as white paper. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Hulk and Abomination are roaring and fighting. They vent their inner anger and tyranny, and use everything around them to kill each other. Every impact will break the ground, and the street light poles and fire hydrants have become their own weapons, slamming their opponents frantically. Soon, there was a ruin all around them. After seeing such a devastating scene by the surrounding people eating melons, some people were even more excited, shouting, "Kill him! The big green guy, hit that ugly monster!" But more people sensed the danger and ran away hurriedly. Blonde Lolita's father found him. This was a middle-aged man in a police uniform. He picked up Lolita and his unconscious wife, and got into the police car. "Dad! That big brother saved me." The blonde Loli pointed to Wu Chen in the car, who was still in the fairy mode. After taking a look, the middle-aged man ignored him and drove away. Bang! Hulk was not angry enough and was not an opponent he hated. He was disgusted and hit all the way to the light pole. It just so happened that the direction he flew over was where Wu Chen was standing. Wu Chen opened his eyes, and there were 2 more orange eyeshadows on his handsome face. In addition, they became lateral pupils like toads. Huh! He disappeared in place, causing Hulk to hit the ground directly. In the next second, Wu Chen appeared on the top of Hateful Head. He raised his right hand and condensed the helix pill, which is bigger than human, on it, Xianfadeo helix pill. Bang! He was too late to react, and he was directly hit on the head by the Deo helix pill, and then lay on the ground, completely eating up the damage of a Xianfadeo helix pill. Suddenly, blood was splashed, and half of his body was crushed by the big jade spiral pill. Perceiving the increasingly faint breath of hatred, Wu Chen retracted his palm. Even if it is hatred, it can't resist Xianchu. After all, it is a means that can hurt the 6th-level powerhouse. General Rose on the helicopter opened his eyes wide, and roared, "Is that ball of light and the oversized ball of light any new energy weapons? Why can that man teleport? Quickly find out who he is." Originally, General Ross thought that the blonde young man was able to shoot hatred to be the limit, but he did not expect that he could kill hatred. Betty was also pleasantly surprised. This handsome blonde guy killed Abomination. Doesn't Banner need to fight Abomination? Bruce is safe. Betty cried with joy. The restless onlookers in the distance also exclaimed at this moment. Strong and handsome, he saves people from danger. Not to mention women, even men can hardly not feel good about them. Golden Glitter, we love you. Golden Glitter, come on. Hit the big green guy again. Combining Wu Chen's characteristics at the moment, these people who eat melon spontaneously nicknamed him Golden Glitter. Coincidentally, this nickname was also the former name of Bo Feng Shuman. Konoha's Golden Glitter. But the big green one? Wu Chen frowned, feeling the wind pressure behind him, and immediately jumped up to avoid the attack from behind. Hulk is very angry. After fighting hatred for a few minutes, he had already regarded hatred as his opponent and could not tolerate anyone intervening. This is the instinct of powerful beasts when hunting, and getting in the prey is a vengeance. Although Hulk did not reach this level, his hatred was dead. He failed to enjoy himself, and failed to release his anger, so he turned his attention to the person who killed the hatred. If you can get rid of the hatred, it will definitely make me happy, and let me release my anger to the fullest. Hulk got up from the ground and rushed towards Wu Chen with his fists. With a punch, Wu Chen drew away, but there was a trace of coldness between his eyebrows. Hulk helped him at first, so Wu Chen didn't intend to do anything with Hulk. But now this guy dared to attack him. Then, it is necessary for him to see how powerful the Golden Glitter is. Huh! A trigeminal Kyu was shot behind Hulk like a bullet, and then a golden light flashed. Wu Chen appeared behind Hulk, the spiral pill in his hand condensed. Chapter 4, Hanging on the Hulk, 4th more. Bang! Hulk smashed into the wall from a distance, but his body surface did not cause any damage, which was a departure from the abomination of fakes. After all, Wu Chen had a spiral pill before, but he directly blasted his hatred into blood. But BG on Hulk was like scraping goo shat. Only strong kinetic energy is left to play a role, allowing Hulk to take off. However, this is not over yet. The art of Flying Thunder God is activated. Wu Chen disappeared in place. When he appeared again, his position was behind Hulk. When Wu Chen attacked Hulk with the Helix Pill, he had already left the mark of the God of Flying Thunder on the back of his neck, the Sword of Forbearance. The imprint of the God of Thunder of the Waves of the Wind Gate is these 4 characters, and the mark of the God of Thunder of the God of Thunder, the creator of the art of the God of Thunder, the second generation of Hokage Thousands of Hands, is a somewhat strange pattern. The spiral pill was condensed in Wu Chen's palm, and he blasted out. Hulk was blasted off again. This time he suffered a little damage, his body surface was broken, green blood flowed out, and his whole body was blasted to another direction. With this force, Wu Chen flew to the wall, his feet attached to chakras stood upright to stabilize his figure, and then raised his eyes to look at Hulk. In the next second, he repeated the old trick, disappeared again, appeared behind Hulk, and then a spiral pill blasted out, boom boom boom. Hulk is like a sandbag that no one wants. Under the blow of the golden shining spiral pill, it repeatedly knocks into the field, but it can't fall. Dozens of times like this, Hulk was already bloody. He roared in the air, but he could only be beaten passively. This is the magical effect of Flying Thunder God's mark. This is also the usage that Wu Chen has only understood now. When he was fighting Abomination, he had not yet fully adapted to the power of the wave of wind and water. Therefore, the fighting technique used at that time was to use the Sword of Forbearance tied to the kunao to use the Thunder God technique. Obviously, leaving the mark of Thunder God on the target is a simpler, more convenient, and practical technique. Finally, Hulk fell into the road all over with green blood. And Wu Chen is the last point of Xianxia Chakra, once again used Xian Fa Dao's spiral pill. Wu Chen appeared above Hulk, holding a spiral pill that was bigger than a human, and slammed it straight on Hulk. No. Betty's mood is really ups and downs. She felt fortunate when she hated death, but when Hulk attacked Wu Chen, she began to worry. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. When Hulk was unilaterally beaten by Wu Chen, she was worried. Now that Wu Chen used the trick to kill Abomination again, she couldn't help it anymore. Stop. Don't kill Bruce. But Wu Chen was not affected in the slightest, and he pressed his hand down. Wow bang. The brilliance dissipated, and Hulk remained motionless, as if he was dead. But Wu Chen knew that Hulk was not dead, he would never die. As the Hulk of the Marvel world, the parasite that a certain big brother has deposited in the world, Hulk will never disappear like this, and this is why Wu Chen has not stopped. Then Hulk slowly shrank, and finally became Bruce Banner. Hulk was beaten back alive by Wu Chen. Only 2 people can achieve this level, one is Tony Stark wearing anti-Hulk armor, and the other is Thanos. Wu Chen slowly retracted his hand, he looked at the devastation around him, his eyes showed a trace of unbearableness. At this time, General Ross's army surrounded the place. They drove away the citizens. Then General Ross appeared not far away and shouted to Wu Chen, "Thank you very much for defeating Hulk and Abomination. I think we should be. There are some common topics." But Wu Chen just glanced at him coldly, not paying attention to him at all. His attitude was very cold. Wu Chen knew that the root of all this in front of him was General Ross. It was he who lied to Dr. Banner and asked him to study super soldier potions for the military without knowing it. After an accident happened in an experiment, Dr. Banner became the Hulk. Then General Ross saw the power of the Hulk and ordered his arrest, hoping to replicate the miracle of the Hulk. Only then did the series of broken things and hatred appear. It can be said that in the Hulk series, General Ross is the root of all evil. In the face of such a person, Wu Chen tried his best to endure it without immediately killing him, let alone showing him a good face. Moreover, he also understood the reason why General Rose had a good attitude at the moment. It's nothing more than wanting Banner in his own hands and a corpse that he hates. You want? I won't give it to you. Wu Chen made up his mind to take away the hated body and Banner, leaving nothing for General Rose. At this time, some agents dressed in black were late to arrive, led by a black bald head with a single eye patch. General, we will take over this place, please retreat. Where do you come from? Do you want to snatch the achievements of our military? General Ross stared at the black bald head, and then extended an invitation to Wu Chen. This unknown gentleman, I think the army will be very suitable for you. Yours. Power is simply a natural killing machine, come with me. Wu Chen did not expect that General Rose would hit him on his head. His eyes flashed coldly, and then disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared next to General Rose, because there was a trigeminal kunai stuck there. A palm was placed on the neck of General Ross, and at the same time he left the sword of forbearance, stunned him, and then repeated the old trick, knocking every soldier with a gun to the ground. Wu Chen didn't kill them, just stunned. But in the process, every soldier dared to shoot because they were worried about accidentally injuring their teammates. Happiness. From Nick Fury's perspective, he only saw golden light flashing, and then General Rose and his army fell to the ground. Seeing this, he immediately became alert and pointed his gun at Wu Chen. Don't be nervous, I just caused them to faint. Wu Chen explained, then he pulled up Dr. Banner and prepared to leave. He didn't take the trigeminal kunai on the ground, and he believed that shield would help him take it away. At that time, he can go directly to the shield headquarters as a guest. Wait, sir. Nick Fury saw Wu Chen's intentions and immediately shouted, thank you very much for calming down the disaster. Can I ask your name? And where are you from? Wu Chen knew that Nick Fury was also a good person, with a slightly better attitude, and answered his question, the fourth generation of Hokage in the village of Konoha in Bofeng Shuman. After the words, he took Dr. Banner to jump up the high wall, and directly formed the seal of Huo Dun. There is fire in the chakra attribute of Bofeng Shuman, and he is also good at fire escape. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. A big fireball with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters protruded from the entrance of Bofeng Shui and hit the abominable corpse straight away. Bang! The place where abomination is located exploded and burned at the same time. Chapter 5, well known, 5th. Konoha Hidden Village. 4 generations of Naruto? What are these? Why, I have lived for so long, never heard of it? Nick Fury is deeply puzzled. What kind of village is he in the strange Konoha Hidden Village? There is such a powerful person. Nick Fury knew the information about Hulk when he came. In his opinion, this is a stronger candidate than Iron Man and a more suitable candidate to join his Avengers. But now, such a powerful Hulk, and hatred not weaker than him, was actually defeated by this wave of Feng Shuman in front of him, and hatred was even killed by him. It's no wonder that Nick Fury is not shocked. But what shocked Nick Fury was still behind. Not only was this wave of wind water gate extremely fast, but it was also capable of creating flames. The huge fireball radiated vigorous heat, and the shock wave after the explosion made the agents step back. Seeing this scene, Wu Chen picked up Banner and left here a few jumps. The abominable corpse burned. Fight the fire! Fight the fire! But it was too late. By the time the fire extinguisher sprayed foam, the corpses were already cooked. This cannot be used for research at all. Looking up, Wu Chen and Banner had already disappeared, and Nick Fury felt frustrated for the first time. But soon, he recovered, wake up General Ross and them, and deal with follow-up matters. Click, click. There were people taking pictures around, and Nick Fury was too late to stop him. In this information age where the internet is spreading all over the world, everything here is destined to be impossible to keep secret. That night, someone on the tubing uploaded the whole process of Bofeng Schumann's beating Abomination and Hulk, which instantly became the top spot. The words left by Wu Chen when he left were not specifically concealed, so the names of Konoha Hidden Village and Hokage instantly rose. Countless netizens guessed where Konoha Hidden Village is and what is Hokage. However, Wu Chen's claim that he claimed to be the 4 generations of Hokage pointed out the direction for netizens. It seems that only Japan would call it that way. Is Konoha Hidden Village in Japan? This is a Japanese organization? As for Hokage, it looks like it should be the leader of Konoha Hidden Village. If everyone in Konoha Yin Village was so strong, then the world should have been ruled by Konoha long ago. This statement was officially accepted, so SHIELD and the United Nations jointly put pressure on Japan overnight and asked them for the location of Konoha Hidemura. The Japanese side naturally has some difficulties, but how does he know where Konoha Village is? If it weren't for the video on YouTube, they wouldn't know the existence of Konoha and Naruto at all. Do people in the Marvel world know Naruto? I don't know, because the creation period of Marvel Comics is much earlier than that of Naruto comics. Naturally it is impossible to know the existence of Naruto. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz, they don't know, other forces don't believe it at all. Seeing this, the Japanese side was also a bachelor, and a direct showdown. If you are willing to come and find it, come and find it. We will cooperate throughout the whole process. Then it is impossible to find a big village. If you really can't find it, then it means we are not in Japan. Then, of course it was not found. However, these are things to follow, Wu Chen didn't know. At this moment, Dr. Banner, who was carried on his shoulders, woke up quietly. The Hulk was really cowhide and was beaten like that, and now he can wake up unexpectedly. After waking up, Wu Chen put him down. He still maintains the appearance of the Wave Wind Water Gate. It seems that as long as he does not take the initiative to lift it, he can always become the Wave Wind Water Gate. You defeated Hulk. Bruce Banner had complicated eyes. Although he said interrogative sentences, his tone was very conclusive. The memories of Banner and Hulk are not in common, but when they transform into Hulk, Banner can also see some sporadic pictures. It feels like a fragment of a dream. Among them, there is a scene where Abomination is killed, and Hulk is defeated by Thunder God's combo. Wu Chen nodded. This is not something that needs to be concealed. Well, now that you have recovered, then I will leave. Is Banner a good person? Of course it counts. That's why Wu Chen has a good attitude. But Banner stopped Wu Chen and pleaded, Bofeng Shui Men, right? Can I follow you? Wu Chen frowned. Why? You can beat Hulk, you can limit it. I need your help. I don't want to hurt other people after being angry. Bruce Banner said sincerely. This is obviously his true thoughts. Wu Chen was silent. He was thinking about gains and losses. At the same time, his consciousness sinks into the system space. He was busy saving people and fighting before, and he didn't have time to explore the gold fingers. At this moment, he just thought about his gold fingers while understanding his own gold fingers. Host, Wu Chen. Currently acting character, the 4th generation of Naruto Wave Feng Schumann. Current play progress, 25%. Owned character, 4 generations of Hokage Wave Feng Schumann. Number of times to play the character, 0. If he remembers correctly, his performance was 15% before. At that time, he still wondered whether this 15% was caused by the fact that he and Bofeng Schumann had a lot in common. Could it be because I just killed Abomination, and at the same time defeated Hulk and General Rose, the culprit who made it all, and completed the obsession of the predecessor? If there was no arrival of Wu Chen, and the front and back of the head were shot and passed out, would die at the scene where hatred was raging. After all, there is no one to rescue, and there is no doubt that such a situation will die. At this time, the ethereal voice of the system sounded again. This system is the strongest acting system, which can extract any character from the heavens and all realms, and let the host transform into a role. The more the host plays, the higher the progress of the performance, the stronger the host gains. When the performance reaches the extreme, the host's strength even exceeds the strength of the character itself. Play the progress. Play the progress. That's it, I understand. There was a burst of light in Wu Chen's eyes. Ninja. What is a ninja? Receive missions, complete missions, and get rewards. This is the ninja of Naruto world. As large as Uchiha Madara, as small as Uzumaki Naruto, they all have the experience of taking on and completing tasks. This is an indispensable part of all ninjas. Just now Wu Chen killed Abomination, which was equivalent to completing the task given to him by his predecessor. Remuneration is everything about the predecessor. From then on, he is really Wu Chen of Marvel World. And Konoha's 4 generations of Eyes Hokage Wave Feng Shuman. Playing him, is there anything more straightforward and simpler than accepting tasks and completing each task? At this moment, Wu Chen understood how to play the role of the Wave Wind Water Gate in the future. Not only does things fit the personality characteristics of Bo Feng Shuman, but also can improve the progress of the performance through tasks. With this in mind, Wu Chen had an idea about Dr. Banner's request. Chapter 6, the second task, 1/4. You mean, let me ask you again in the form of a task. Bruce Banner had lived so long and had seen such a strange request for the first time. But because he wanted to ask each other, Banner had to do what Wu Chen said. Then, Wu Chen nodded, make sure that the content of the mission is to stop you after you transform, prevent you from harming other people, or prevent your transformation. This is a long-term mission, and each transformation is considered a mission completion. Yes, that's it? Banner nodded. Wu Chen also nodded. Then, it's time to talk about task compensation. Banner was taken aback and didn't seem to anticipate this. Wu Chen dissatisfied, don't you think I am doing charity? No, what kind of compensation do you want? Banner shook his head quickly. Let's do it. You work for me, this is the reward for the task. Wu Chen thought for a while and said, every time you stop you do something for me, how about? Do something for you. Banner hesitated, he was hesitant, worried that the boyfriend would ask him to continue his evil research. After all, besides being a Hulk, Bruce Banner's value is only scientific research ability. Wu Chen saw Banner's scruples and explained, I will not ask you to do things that violate your bottom line. You can rest assured of this. Immediately, Banner breathed a sigh of relief and nodded immediately, that's all there is to it, the deal. Seeing this, Wu Chen smiled, and he continued, however, I will not follow you, you will show up when you need it. Don't worry, I have left a mark on you. As long as you are still on the earth, I can reach you instantly. Now, I'm leaving now. After speaking, Wu Chen used the instantaneous technique to leave. Just leave Banner alone on the top of the building and stop talking, hey, you at least send me down the building. After leaving Banner, Wu Chen cancelled his role and changed back to his handsome appearance. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz, he raised his foot and walked towards home. Although he was not injured in the battle, he was under pressure inside. Now, Wu Chen needs to take some time to ease his mood. There is nothing more soothing than sleeping in your own home. However, on the way home, Wu Chen suddenly thought, how should he play other characters besides Feng Shuman? Communicating this question to the system's reply sounded in his mind. Every time the host plays a character's progress to 50%, he will be able to get a chance to play a character. Is it 50%? It doesn't seem to be difficult to achieve. After all, I have 15% initially, and I have completed the last wish of my predecessor, which has increased by 10%. Perhaps as long as you take a few more tasks later, you can smoothly increase to 50%. Wu Chen thinks this is not very difficult. Back home all the way, ignoring the digital gaze, opened the door of the restaurant. Wu Chen walked in and locked the doors and windows smoothly. The reason for being so cautious is naturally because of the environment here. Next to the street where Wu Chen's restaurant is located, is a block in Manhattan in the central city of New York. There are only 8 blocks in total, but in the underground world, everyone does not know a paradise of sin. There is an exclusive name here, Hell's Kitchen. If you are not impatient with your life, it's best to stay away from the hell place. Older New Yorkers have basically heard the sentence, and they also know that that hell place in this sentence is the Hell's Kitchen. A lot of ruthless people walked out from here, the most famous of which is the uncrowned king of the underground of New York, Golden Union. In addition, Hell's Kitchen has always been a 3-0 zone, and North American officials have turned a blind eye to it for various reasons. This is also one of the main reasons why this place will become a paradise of sin. Next to the restaurant is Hell's Kitchen. My predecessor has long developed a habit of closing and locking the door when it is not open. Wu Chen didn't want to expose his special features, so naturally it is better to do more than to do less. Back in the bedroom and lying on the bed, Wu Chen suddenly thought of something. When drawing the prize pool for playing characters before, there were 3 options: Naruto, DC, and Dragon Ball. I have drawn the Naruto prize pool, which means that the characters I will play afterwards will all be strong in the Naruto world. After inquiring about the system and getting an affirmative answer, Wu Chen frowned. Although the high-end power of Naruto world is very strong, it is obviously not enough for the Marvel world. Just being a Thanos is not something the ordinary powerhouse of Naruto can handle. Even the 6 immortals are probably choking. Moreover, he may not be able to draw 6 immortals. But if it was DC, or even Dragon Ball world, it would be much easier. There are many big bosses in the DC world, enough to match Marvel, and Dragon Ball is even more cowhide. Among other things, just being a universe overlord Frieza is enough to defeat Thanos. Therefore, Wu Chen asked expectantly, the system, can the prize pool for the role-playing character be changed or expanded? Chapter 7, Banner's Shock, 2/4. The current character prize pool will automatically expand the character prize pool after the playing progress reaches 100% with the strongest combat power. The systematic answer caused Wu Chen to fall into contemplation. So I have to draw 6 immortals or a full-body Daetang Muhui before I can draw characters other than Hokage. There is no doubt that the ceiling of Naruto world's combat power is these 2 bigwigs. Even the 2 Zoming, who were given the power from the 6 Dao Madara and the 6 Dao Immortals, were slightly inferior to these 2 in strength. And the plot of the entire Naruto world is derived from the family affairs of the Daetang Mu family. In this regard, Wu Chen felt like Ming Jing. But what can we do if we understand these conditions? Can this help me draw 6 immortals or Daetang Muhui? Wu Chen suddenly became annoyed. However, this trouble did not stay in Wu Chen's mind for too long. At present, he has only played the first character, raising the progress of playing the strongest character in Naruto world to 100%, which is too far away from him. Even if Wu Chen died of depression, it was of no use. Moreover, the most important thing at the moment is to increase the playing progress of Bofeng Shuman to 50%, get the chance to play characters, and unlock new characters. After thinking about this, Wu Chen stopped thinking about it, and went to sleep with empty thoughts. Early the next morning, Wu Chen woke up. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar environment around him, Wu Chen realized that everything that happened last night was real. He really crossed the Marvel world, and also played the 4th generation of Naruto Feng Shuman, killed Abomination, and beat Hulk violently. In other words, the story of Invincible Hulk is over. Next is the story of Iron Man 2 and Thor. Wu Chen began to think about how to use these big events to improve the progress of his character playing. He thought about a lot of possibilities, but without exception, it is not enough to rely on Wave Feng Shui Gate. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Therefore, the goal set last night is not wrong. You have to improve the playing progress of Bo Feng Shuman as soon as possible and get new characters to play. So, find someone to take the task from today. First, Wu Chen checked his belongings. This is something that can't be helped, even if it's Bo Feng Shui men, it's going to have to eat, let alone Wu Chen, who is an ordinary person. After the inventory was over, Wu Chen found that the family had a total of 50,000 or 60,000 US dollars. So much money, just enough for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. It will last a long time. That being the case, don't worry about money for the time being, then act now. There was no one in the restaurant, no waiter, and no chef. These were once served by a predecessor. Without family, without friends, he is like a ghost living in New York. But this is also convenient for Wu Chen, so that he does not waste time and energy for the communication of his predecessor. After eating the breakfast that he made, Wu Chen went out to a secluded corner, playing the role of a wave of Feng Shui again. Wow! The handsome and gentle fourth-generation Hokage appeared, and then he launched the Flying Thunder God technique. The next second, he appeared next to Bruce Banner. The reason for this is simple, he needs to give his contact information to Bruce Banner. Fei Lei Shen's mark exists, but there is no way to communicate between the two, and there must be a contact method. Wu Chen was negligent last night, so today he had no choice but to make up for it. As soon as he appeared next to Bruce Banner, Wu Chen frowned. Because he appeared on the top of the building where he left yesterday, and Dr. Banner was lying on the ground with a few pieces of newspaper covered on his body. Is it so miserable? Wu Chen smacked his lips, then relentlessly awakened Banner, who was in a sleeping. In fact, Banner woke up when Wu Chen arrived. This was the vigilance he accumulated from running away all the year round. The reason why he continued to pretend to sleep was because he wanted to see what Wu Chen planned to do. When I was awakened, I naturally couldn't continue to pretend to be asleep. Banner rubbed his dim sleepy eyes. When Wu Chen saw Wu Chen's first words, he complained, "Hey man, you should have taken me to another place last night. Here is the rooftop door. It's locked." Wu Chen was slightly embarrassed. "Then you can't break in? You have to stay here all night." "No, that might make Hulk come out." Dr. Banner got up and pushed his glasses. "Why, what can I do if I come here today?" When Wu Chen remembered what was going on, he gave Banner his phone number, and at the same time gave him some money, and took him all the way down the top floor. This is not going down the stairs, but the soles of the feet are attached to the chakra, standing on the wall vertically, carrying Banner down the stairs in a way that is maddeningly Newtonian. Omega! The foot stepped on the ground again, and Dr. Banner exclaimed, "What was that just now? Why can you walk on the wall like that?" Wu Chen glanced at him, spit out the 3 words chakra, and then disappeared in front of Banner. He has his own plan to implement, and he has no time to spend time with Banner. This made Banner a little disappointed, but he was still interested in chakra. Chakra? What is that? Chapter 8, Young Spider-Man, 3/4. Lifting his foot out of the alley, Wu Chen walked on the streets of the Hell's Kitchen, keeping the posture of a wave of wind and water, walking in a hurry. He is trying to come across a random mission. The so-called random task is to wait for someone to ask for help, and then take the other party's task for asking for help. He can't just pull someone out and say, "I want to help you accomplish things, you pay me," or something like that. That is too low and too deliberate. So Wu Chen thought about it all night and came up with a way to take random missions. As long as the place he is in is messy enough, someone will come to the door for help. However, there is one saying that when it comes to receiving tasks, It must belong to Konoha's task hall. There are just as many tasks as you want. Without Konoha's mission hall, it is really inconvenient to receive missions. Hey! That kid in fancy dress. However, instead of waiting for the random mission, he was troubled to find him. Wu Chen was stopped by a bald head. This is a white man. He is 2 meters tall, has a big waist and a round waist, and his face is full of flesh. He looks fierce and vicious. Is there anything wrong with you? Wu Chen and Yan Yueshan were stopped by someone. This time, he came out to ask for trouble. Isn't it just asking for trouble to find a task, accept it, and then complete it? Of course, if the process doesn't take any money, then it's all. Therefore, he was already prepared to be stopped by strangers. Wu Chen was very good at talking, but the man thought Wu Chen was bullying. He reached out and grabbed Wu Chen by the collar, and said in a vicious voice, "Are you looking for me when you are walking around here?" Huh. Wu Chen didn't know, so he looked at the bald hand holding his collar. "Can you let me go before you talk?" Ha ha. Bald John is about to do evil again. There is a good show. I bet for 5 seconds. 5 seconds? You look at this little white face too high. I guess he will beg for mercy before starting. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. I bet for 3 seconds. It's open. When the people around saw this scene, instead of calling the police or seeing uneven roads, they gloated. Obviously, these guys are all the same. Bald John grinned upon hearing Wu Chen's words. "Boy, it seems that you are indeed looking for me, and you are still giving me money, right?" Now Wu Chen understood. Robbery. No, how can it be said that it is robbery? Bald John sprayed Wu Chen's face, making Wu Chen frown. "Didn't I just say it? You are here to give me money. I think about it, you should give me $1,000, right?" As he said, his free hand was raised, and the big casserole fist shook in front of Wu Chen. "I don't want to hear a denial answer, or I might get angry, and then my fist falls on you uncontrollably." Seeing this, Wu Chen didn't answer, but turned his head and looked around at the people around him. "It turns out that you are all scumbags." Bald John furiously. "Boy, what are you talking about?" With that, his fist was about to fall on Wu Chen. At this moment, a little boy's voice suddenly rang beside him. "Don't bully people, I'm calling the police." Bald John stopped and turned his head to look over. Wu Chen also retracted his hand that was preparing to condense the spiral pill, and also looked at it. It was a teenage boy with brown hair. He was holding the phone in his hand. At this moment, he was plucking up the courage to yell, "Let go of him." Ha 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 ha. Everyone including Bald John laughed. Carrying Wu Chen, Bald John walked to the child, bent over and said, "Small, don't you know that the New York police will not go to this place at all?" Ah! The boy was obviously frightened, but the police uncle just said that he will be there soon. That's a lie to you. They will only come after the matter is over and wash the floor. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, everyone around was amused and laughed presumptuously. Seeing this, Peter Parker, who was only 11 years old, had an earthy face. Although he was young, he knew very well what he would face like this. Offending such a gangster, being beaten half to death and then robbed of his money, this is the best situation. If it was more serious, he couldn't imagine what would happen to him. Obviously he was only going out to buy things, and he just came to buy something that happened in the neighborhood, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Since he was a child, he has a sense of justice, and of course he will not sit idly by. But he was not stupid. Instead of rushing up directly, he called the police. Unexpectedly, the police didn't care about it. What can I do? Looking at the flustered boy, Wu Chen felt that he should act. Wu Chen likes such a brave and kind-hearted child who is in danger to help himself. In this case, of course we must protect him. So Wu Chen raised his hand to pinch Ball John's wrist, which was holding his collar, and began to slowly exert his force. Chapter 9, Teaching, 4/4. Kaha. The crisp sound of bone fracture sounded, and the hand holding Wu Chen's collar could not loosen it, allowing Wu Chen to return to freedom. Immediately afterwards, the Ball John began to wailing, "Ah! My hand! My wrist is broken! Ah ah ah!" Wu Chen still did not let go, and tightly squeezed Ball John's right hand, so that everyone including Peter Parker could see clearly. Suddenly, the faces of those onlookers around changed. Ball John would never act with such a handsome guy, so he really had his hand bone broken. Hiss! Who is this handsome blonde guy? How much strength is needed to crush the bones of Ball John's hand with bare hands? Quietly, the onlookers walked away. To be able to survive in the harsh Hell's Kitchen, in addition to having the necessary force, you must also have enough vision. You have to know who can and who can't. If you provoke someone you shouldn't provoke, you probably don't know how to die. Obviously, being able to smash a person's hand bones with bare hands, no matter who this handsome blonde guy is, he is not a bully. Some people who felt that the matter had nothing to do with them left. Of course, some people left because they were worried that this handsome blonde boy would settle accounts after the autumn and tidy up the people who had just laughed at him. This is not impossible. The gangsters in Hell's Kitchen have come to this conclusion. Of course, more people choose to stay and join in the fun. Their idea is very simple. No matter how strong a blonde boy, you can beat a group of people. Ignoring people's reaction, Wu Chen glanced at little Peter, and then continued to pinch Ball John's wrist forcefully. Click, read more at hotentillnovel.xyz, this time it was completely disconnected. The severed hand slumped weakly on the wrist, there was no wound, and the severed swelling was severe, which was enough to show the power of Bo Feng Shui men. Squeezing human bones without breaking the skin is not something that can be done with strength alone, it also requires some skill. This technique Wu Chen used was also used by Konoha during the interrogation of prisoners in the memory of the Bofeng Watergate he obtained. It now appears that this technique is not only for interrogating prisoners, but also useful for deterring ordinary people. Wu Chen stepped forward and held his head, and said gently, "Child, don't be afraid, can you tell me your name? Anyway, looking for someone to trigger the task, then it's better to find someone who will please you. The child in front of him is quite pleasing to the eye, even if he doesn't have something to pay him for the task, it is better than doing things for those souls. Therefore, Wu Chen wants this child to be his employer and release tasks to himself. I'm Peter Parker." Although he was a little horrified by the scene before him, little Peter still said his name. This big brother does not seem to be a completely good person. Wu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He took a close look at little Peter's face and made sure that this was the little spider in the future. I really didn't expect that I could meet a superhero by just finding a random mission. Despite being the superhero of the future. However, little spider is really likable, and Wu Chen didn't mean to change his decision because of Peter Parker's future status. Seeing Peter Parker's expression, Wu Chen guessed his thoughts and explained, "Little Peter, how do you think you should treat bad guys?" The bad guys, in the eyes of the teenage Peter Parker, are those who bully others. So based on his own experience, he thought of answering, "Convince them and stop them from bullying others." But what if you can't persuade? Wu Chen pointed to the bald-headed John who fell on the ground and howled, "There are always some people you can't persuade with words. What will you do then?" Little Peter fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "I will run away and run far away, so that he won't find me." Evasion is shameful, but useful. Most people face bad guys with this mentality, and there is nothing wrong with it. But Wu Chen said, "Escape can't solve the problem. You can run. What about other people? If you run away and your friend is bullied by bad guys, what should you do? This is another tricky question. The young spider is still thinking about it seriously. I want to come back and fight the bad guys, but I may not have the ability to do that. Assuming you have that ability, then I must come back to fight the bad guys. Peter Parker said firmly. Very good. Great. Wu Chen gently touched little spider's head. When dealing with bad people, if you don't want to kill them, you must be afraid of them, so that they will never dare to do bad things again in the future. And different bad guys can endure differently. Like this bald head, he is the kind of person who bullies the soft and fears the tough. Even if he verbally educates him today, he will continue to bully other people the next day. So, I chose to confiscate his tools of crime directly, so that he will never be able to bully others in the future. Chapter 10, The Commission Task of the Spider, 1/4. Little Peter, do you understand? Wu Chen looked at Peter Parker expectantly. To be honest, the feeling of educating people is really great, and Wu Chen is a little addicted. Especially the educated people will shine in the future, which makes Wu Chen feel refreshed. Of course, if the education is successful, his sense of refreshment will be upgraded to another level. So, under Wu Chen's expectant eyes, the little spider Peter Parker cautiously said, "Big brother, although you will prevent him from bullying people in the future, his own life has become a problem. With one hand missing, there is no way to do a lot of work. He might starve to death." It's so kind. Feng Ailun couldn't help sighing. Even young spiders already possess the qualities of a true superhero in their hearts, that is kindness, or empathy. However, sometimes, kindness and empathy are not rewarded as they should. Just like at this moment, Bald John, howling on the ground, heard the little spider pity him, and suddenly became angry. Even the pain in the right hand was also suppressed. He struggled to get up, half-kneeled on the ground, took out a pistol from his arms with his left hand intact, and pointed the muzzle at Peter Parker. "Go to hell. You BD. You dare to say that to me?" Bang. Bald John shot. This is the real evil party, not the kind of street gangsters. Because the gangsters still have things to fear and scruples, and these evil parties, even without gangs, still exist lawlessly. They are not afraid of anything, do not care about anything, and only do what they want to do. The bullet glided across a trail in the air and shot at Peter Parker at a very fast speed. This speed is close to the speed of sound, and little Peter, who has not acquired the ability of Spider-Man, can't avoid it at all. When it was said that it was too late, Wu Chen turned his gaze slightly, then chakra exploded at his feet, and directly threw little Peter to the ground. This is the super responsiveness of Bofeng Shuman, which no one else can compare. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. Puff. The bullet flew over Wu Chen's body, past two people, and hit the audience behind. Ah! Damn! Bald guy, you actually shot me. The man was shot in the calf and fell to the ground immediately. Then, he took a pistol from his arms and fired at the position of Bald John. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic, and other unrelated people immediately hid behind the bunker skillfully, leaving only Bald John and the shot person in the street, plus Wu Chen and Little Spider. This is the daily situation in Hell's Kitchen. The shops on the street also closed their doors and windows very familiarly, waiting quietly for the end of the gunfight, and then they could continue doing business. Seeing this scene, Wu Chen took out a trigeminal kunai from the ninja bag and threw it to the distant building. Puff! Trigeminal Kiwuzui was on the top of the building, and Wu Chen and Little Spider disappeared into the street with a golden light. Huh? People! Bald John was astonished, but the guy who was shot reluctantly fired, so he didn't continue to think, and shot at him. On the top of the building, Wu Chen squatted down beside Peter Parker, with his hand on Little Spider's head, and asked, "Do you still think he will starve to death without a hand?" Peter Parker's face was dumbfounded. Hearing Wu Chen's question, he clenched his teeth and shook his head. So, the method I told you must be kept in mind, because it is really useful. Wu Chen consolidated his idea a bit. But the little spider looked down blankly, and Julianke said, "Big brother, you are so strong, can you stop them? Do you want me to stop them?" Wu Chen's eyes lit up, only to think that the little spider was very prosperous. "Yes. They are not good like this," the young Peter said. "Of course it can, but I have to ask, are you entrusting me with a task?" Wu Chen said a little more formally. "Delegated task." The little spider thought for a while, nodded, "I entrust you to stop them." "Very good. So what is the reward for the task?" This made the little spider stunned, then he found a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to Wu Chen. "Is this all right? I only have this now." "Of course, no problem." Wu Chen took the lollipop with a bright and gentle smile. "Just stay here and don't move, just watch my performance." Huh. The golden light flashed by, Wu Chen disappeared from the roof and appeared on the right-hand side of John Bald. He just left the imprint of the sword of forbearance on the right hand of Bald John. "No nonsense," he kicked the gun in John's hand with a kick. Raising his hand to throw a trigeminal kunao in the direction of the person who was shot, Wu Chen appeared beside the person with the golden light, and also raised his foot. Suddenly, the firefighting on the street stopped. Raising his head and showing a smile to little Peter, Wu Chen opened the lollipop and put it in his mouth, and at the same time, his consciousness sank into the system space in his mind. Host, Wu Chen. Currently acting character, the 4th generation of Naruto Wave Feng Shuman. Current play progress, 28%. Owned character, 4 generations of Hokage Wave Feng Shuman. Number of times to play the character, 0. Chapter 11, The Black Widow arrives, 2/4. The progress of the performance has increased from the previous 25% to the current 28%, an increase of 3% of the progress of the performance. Sure enough, getting paid for completing the client's tasks can increase the playing progress. Although only 3% of the progress has been added, this shows that there is no error in my thinking. Wu Chen was very happy, only that the strawberry-flavored lollipop in his mouth was sweeter. Then, he looked up at little Peter's surprised face, and decided to perform well in front of the future Spider-Man. Having tasted the sweetness, I naturally want to continue. Wu Chen also wanted to receive a task from Peter Parker, so he had to let little Peter realize his own strength. Otherwise, little Peter himself doesn't believe that Wu Chen has great power. How could he entrust Wu Chen with a task that can increase the progress of the character? But having said that, the difficulty of completing the task seems to directly affect the final play progress. After completing the obsession of the predecessor, he finally got 10% of the performance progress, but the character who completed the little spider only gave 3%. The difference between the two is that one has to fight a very powerful hate and the Hulk, and the other fights an ordinary person. The difficulty of the task content varies greatly, which leads to a large gap in the degree of performance of task promotion. If this is the case, do you have to take on more difficult tasks afterwards? Wu Chen thought in his mind, but his subordinates did not stop. He took out a few handles of 3-pointed kunao from the ninja bag and shot it towards the spot where the crowd was hiding nearby. Wu Chen intends to use these guys to stand up and show power to the little spider. Anyway, these people are not good people, and they dare to watch their excitement. If they don't tidy up, Wu Chen feels bad. Life is alive, but I ask for a clear conscience. Can deceive others, but it is impossible to deceive yourself. So, just follow your own heart and be happy. Of course, if you can help others in this process and make yourself stronger, that would be better. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Haha. The technique of the Thunder God was launched one after another, and Wu Chen, who was like a wave of wind and water gate, appeared next to the onlookers, subdued him with one punch and one kick, and then threw him to the center of the street. Bang bang bang. At this moment, these scumbags finally felt the feelings of the weak when they had done too much to the weak, and they choked silently for a while. Little Peter was even more surprised to see Wu Chen so powerful. At this time, someone in the surrounding shop suddenly thought of Wu Chen's identity. Oh, this is not the superhero in the #1 video on the tubing. Ah, how come? When the others heard the man's words, they took out their phones to check. My goodness! It's really the 4th generation of Hokage Haifengmaizu from Konoha village. How can such a powerful superhero come to Hell's Kitchen? Is he going to clean this side? Wu Chen suddenly lit up, cleaning the Hell's Kitchen. If this was a task, the difficulty would definitely not be low. He cast a thankful look at the person who said this, and then began to think about the feasibility of this matter. The few people lying on the ground, even when John with the bald head heard the words of the people around him, they quickly took out their mobile phones to check. Then, they saw the image of Wu Chen using the image of Bo Feng Shuman, killing Abomination and blasting the Hulk. That kind of power, that kind of technique, this is too powerful. Then they looked at each other a few times, and they all saw regret in each other's eyes. Why not use mobile phones more? If we knew that this wave of Feng Shui Gate was so powerful, how could we still do it? Also, you are so strong in Bo Feng Shuman, why do you come out for a private visit on WeChat? People kneel and lick without revealing their identity immediately, but they hide their name and pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. This is 0202. Tuko returned to Tuko, and the few people who knew Wu Chen's deeds and identities lay tightly on the ground, not even daring to do the action of getting up. The same goes for Bald John. Although his wrist was severed by Wu Chen, he kept cursing Wu Chen in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it at all. I was afraid that Wu Chen would be annoyed and then killed. The fear of death is more effective than all persuasion. At this time, a sports car stopped outside the Hell's Kitchen, and a female agent wearing a black tights got out of the car. Her face is exquisite, her front is convex and the back is warped, her figure is concave and convex, and she looks very charming. The brown wavy hair swayed as he walked, giving people a sexy breath. She is the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. An agent of SHIELD, but also an Avenger in the future reunion. As Natasha walked, she raised her hand and moved her headset. I know all the information, and I will be careful to contact him. But, really don't let other agents follow. Natasha couldn't help but suggest. But the one-eyed black bald head on the headset rejected this proposal. Natasha, for such a strong person, the number of people doesn't make any sense. Chapter 12, The decision is yours, 3/4. After a few seconds of serious thinking in his mind, Wu Chen knew what he was doing. Hell's Kitchen is a disease that is attached to New York and cannot be eliminated all year round. There are many reasons for this. Gangs, governments, people, etc. Of course, the most important reason is that there is only one gang in Hell's Kitchen. That's Jinbin's gang. Jinbin's full name is Wilson Grant Fisk. He is a super strong man with a height of 2 meters and a weight of 200 kilograms. Jin is the largest triad leader in New York and even the entire United States. He is thoughtful and wiser than ordinary people. He looks like a big fat man on the outside, but he is not fat inside, all muscles. According to Jinbin's personal physician, over 90% of Jinbin's body is composed of muscles. His strength is amazing, he can punch through a wall with his bare hands, and he is also a world-class fighter. There is no doubt that Jin is not a hero. With his hands and eyes widening, he has strength and means. This can be seen from the fact that he is about to become the mayor of New York City. With such power, he could have been washed white, but Jin did not have the slightest intention of whitewashing. He still scrupulously abides by his own duty and is the emperor of the dark world. Such him will naturally protect his territory. With him, Hell's Kitchen will never disappear. However, as long as Jinben is killed or conquered, then the Hell's Kitchen will naturally be easier to clear. In this way, as long as you have the strength, it is not impossible to clean the Hell's Kitchen. If the conditions and timing are right, it can be cleaned up anyway. There is no doubt that Wu Chen has the strength. After all, the fourth generation of Naruto wave Feng Shuman, even in the world of Naruto, is also one of the strong. Wu Chen, who can play the role of the water gate of the wave, naturally has the possibility of cleaning up the Hell's Kitchen. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. However, the question is, who does Wu Chen want to serve as the delegate of this task? For Wu Chen, the task of Little Spider just now was a simple task, and a lollipop was considered equivalent. However, to clean up the Hell's Kitchen, there are more things involved, and similar situations can't happen again. If after Wu Chen finishes his work, he finally cleans the Hell's Kitchen, but he doesn't make any progress in the performance, then he will definitely explode. Besides, things related to cleaning up the Hell's Kitchen are a bit premature for Little Spider. If it's a 16 or 17-year-old Little Spider, Wu Chen will definitely not say anything, and immediately guide the Little Spider to issue a commission task, and then the two will clean the Hell's Kitchen together. But now, Peter Parker is still just a teenage boy. Let him come into contact with these things, and he may even be in danger. Although Wu Chen is there, he will definitely not be in any danger, but it is still somewhat inappropriate. Wu Chen can't do this kind of thing. Therefore, it is necessary to change the task delegate, preferably the kind of big dog, and there will be no scruples when slaughtered. With a decision in his mind, Wu Chen planned to send Little Spider out of the Hell's Kitchen. He returned to the roof, picked up the Little Spider, and said, "Well, Peter Parker, where is your home? I'll take you back. This is not where you should be." After telling Wu Chen his home address, little Peter still wanted to say something, but Wu Chen didn't give him a chance to speak, and directly prepared to launch the instantaneous technique to leave. But at this moment, Wu Chen saw from a distance a woman in black lifted her foot into the Hell's Kitchen. He recognized that face, Black Widow. After a slight pause, Wu Chen's mind turned quickly. The appearance of the Black Widow means that S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to contact itself. In this case, wouldn't there be a big dog family? Being able to take responsibility for cleaning up the Hell's Kitchen, and being able to provide equivalent mission rewards, is completely in line with Wu Chen's requirements. Moreover, now that S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau appears to be S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, it is actually Nine Snake Bureau. Wu Chen will never hesitate to ask for rewards for the mission. The decision is yours. Wu Chen left a trigeminal kunao on the spot, and then activated the instantaneous technique to leave the roof. Natasha felt that she was being watched, and immediately looked back, but she saw nothing. She raised her hand to flip the headset, and said, "I feel that the target may not be in the Hell's Kitchen. Chief, can you mobilize the surrounding surveillance?" While looking for Wu Chen's trace on Natasha's side, Wu Chen came to Queens with little Peter, and Peter Parker's current home is here. After finding the specific house number, Wu Chen immediately dropped the Little Spider and prepared to leave. His move was like avoiding the plague god, it was really helpless. The reason is very simple, even young spiders are very talkative. After confirming that Wu Chen would not hurt himself, little Peter's mouth was like a machine gun that pulled the trigger and started shooting. "Big brother, what's your name?" "Bofen Watergate." "Big brother, are you the superhero on the tubing? I remember you defeated the Green Ugly Man and the Hulk. "Yes, that's right." Chapter 13, Standing on the Shoulders of Giants, 4/4. At the beginning, Wu Chen was able to answer every question well. They don't have strong skin? Why can they resist bullets? Big brother, what is the blue ball of light you used to defeat them? Is that magic? And why can you move instantaneously? Can you run as fast as you do now? Generally strong, okay. Those are not magic, they are ninjutsu. I am a ninja. Ninjutsu. Ninja. Big brother, I want to be a ninja, do you think I can? Also, I have played games before, and there are ninjas there, but they are not amazing. Big brother, why are you so amazing? Big brother, do ninjas have to be patient? Why do you still make those gestures when you shoot a fireball? You. But when little Peter talked about it, Wu Chen no longer wanted to answer. In just 1 or 2 minutes, he was able to ask dozens of questions, and each question had a lot of words. Wu Chen thinks he doesn't hate children, let alone little spiders, but he is almost annoying to death now. I can do better than all the ninjas you know because I have chakra. After answering the last question, Wu Chen directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left the place, leaving the little spider alone in excitement. The ninja is amazing. When Wu Chen returned, his figure appeared on the roof accompanied by golden light, which was clearly seen by the Black Widow who happened to look at the roof from a distance. This is naturally because Wu Chen did not evade, his original intention was to let the Black Widow discover himself. Only in this way can things develop as he thought. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Otherwise, if Wu Chen plays the role of Bofeng Shuman who masters space ninjutsu, no one can find him if Wu Chen doesn't want to. After the Black Widow spotted him, Wu Chen noticed her prying sight and used the instantaneous technique directly from the roof to come to the Black Widow. Natasha, hello, ma'am, you seem to be looking for me? Do you need my help? It was originally tens of meters apart, but it was in front of her in an instant. Even if she knew from the intelligence that this was the ability of the other party, Natasha couldn't help being a little surprised at this moment. Did you teleport just now? Transportation. Wu Chen paused. This is a momentary movement technique, and it is not wrong to say that it is teleportation. Blinking technique. So when you stopped Hulk and Hatred last night, did you use the blinking technique too? Natasha seemed to think that Bofeng Shuman was very easy to talk, so she pretended to chat, searching for intelligence, and getting closer. That's not it? Wu Chen shook his head. He naturally saw Natasha's intention, but he didn't mean to expose it. Appropriate disclosure of some information is also a means of showing strength. It's not an instantaneous technique. What is it? Natasha lifted her face slightly. Her makeup is biased towards East Asian aesthetics, because SHIELD internally speculated that Bofeng Shuman should be from East Asia. Although blonde and blue-eyed, but the facial features are not European and American style, most likely to be mixed. At this moment, the Black Widow's posture looks slender, feminine, and affectionate, which will have a miraculous effect when she comes into contact with East Asian male subjects. However, Wu Chen knows the details of this Black Widow, and has no fascination with her. But he didn't become hostile to each other because of this. After all, this was an agent and her body was also her weapon. In addition, he did not intend to change his strategy, so he replied in a serious and modest way, "It is space ninjutsu, the technique of Thunder God? This is the ninjutsu created by our second generation Naruto from Konoha Hidemura. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants." It turned out to be space ninjutsu. Natasha thoughtfully and through the miniature microphone on Natasha's body, the think tank of S.H.I.E.L.D. also seized and extracted the keywords space, ninjutsu, Konoha Hidden Village, second generation Hokage. From these keywords, you can already see a lot of things. Space ninjutsu is the superpower used by Heifeng Mizuno ninjutsu or space-related, and he is not the only one who knows it. Konoha Hidden Village. It seems that we don't have to continue to search for it in vain. We are destined to find Konoha Village. This kind of superpowered organization can be seen from the word hidden in its name. The organization's resident or base is hidden with superpowers, and there is absolutely no way to find it without corresponding means. Heifeng Swimmon is the fourth generation of Hokage, and Konoha village also has the second generation of Hokage. That is to say, there are at least 4 people in the village like the powerful people of Heifeng's women. The first generation, the second generation, the third generation, and the fourth generation. After listening to the analysis of the think tank, SHIELD, Director's one-eyed bald-headed eggman Nick Fury immediately ordered Natasha, ask about the situation of Hokage in Konoha Hidden Village. Also, try to ask if their superpowers can be learned by others. Of course, and most importantly, ask Konoha Village what is the purpose of letting him, the 4th generation Hokage, come to New York. Chapter 14, Thinking Change, 1/4. Contact with a powerful figure like Bofeng Shuman, even if SHIELD Bureau believes in Natasha's abilities, it dare not place everything on Natasha. Remote control is a matter of course, and this is what Natasha understands and agrees to. So at this moment, after hearing the instructions given by Nick Fury, Natasha paused for a while, and then asked, "Mr. Bofeng, can you ask you like this?" Wu Chen smiled gently, "It doesn't matter what the title is." "That's good." Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Hokage, if it's convenient, can you tell me a little bit, the second generation of Hokage-sama in your village, have you created any other ninjutsu recently? This is a bit curious." This question is a bit far-fetched, and it is obviously an insincere question. Wu Chen immediately saw the meaning of the inside, and deliberately clicked on second generation Hokage and also recently. He wanted to ask whether the second generation Hokage was still alive, in order to infer the strength of Konoha village. He smiled at the corner of his mouth, his gaze shifted slightly, and he looked at the place where the group of evil parties he had hit just now lay, only to find that there was no one there. Everyone ran away while he sent little Peter off. In this regard, Wu Chen is not in a hurry. He left the mark of the God of Thunder on the Ball John's body, no matter where that guy fled, as long as Wu Chen was willing, he would be able to find him immediately. Now, let that guy relax a little bit. Give him a surprise after waiting. Withdrawing his gaze, Wu Chen looked calm, as if he hadn't noticed Natasha's intentions, and replied, "Recently, no. The second generation of adults has retired, and usually only practices chakra." "Is that so?" Natasha nodded. S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank heard this answer and immediately exploded. There is an 80% chance that the second generation of Hokage is still alive. If this is the case, the third generation must be alive, and the first generation cannot be sure. In other words, there are at least 3 strong people like Bofeng Shuman in Wuyin village. Are you only concerned about this? No one cares about chakra. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Director Fury, please ask Agent Romanov to ask what chakra is. After the order was given, Natasha paused, but instead of following the instructions, she introduced herself to Wu Chen very candidly. "Sorry. I just forgot to introduce myself. My name is Natasha Romanov, and I am a level 7 agent of SHIELD. Marvel Cinematic Universe is level 7, comics are level 10, and this book is Cinematic Universe. Ordered to come and contact you, Mr. Bofeng Shuman. Although you have prevented hatred and Hulk from raging on the streets of New York, as the protector of this world, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot completely rest assured of you. At least let us know your purpose. The Konoha village where you are, why did you send Hokage, one of the most powerful fighters, to New York for what? SHIELD is the protector of the earth? This self-proclaimed barely qualified, after all, they do contribute to earth peace. As a senior agent of SHIELD, Natasha has her own judgment. From the conversation to the present, she has clearly realized that if you want to gain the respect of a powerful person like Bofeng Shuman, you must give the same or even deeper respect. The analysis of those in the think tank is not wrong, but the two sides communicate on an equal footing, which is based on the conditions of equal strength and equal status. Obviously, only looking at high-end combat power, SHIELD. Bureau is not as good as Konoha Hidden Village. In this situation of unequal combat power, in order to achieve peaceful coexistence and equal exchanges, at least the positions of the two sides must first be determined. The so-called positions are their respective goals. Natasha has already said the purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. sending her to contact. Next, let's see how the fourth generation of Hokage Hamizuman of Konoha Village answers. SHIELD has a different attitude toward a powerful organization and a powerful lone traveler. If Bofeng Shuman were only him, then SHIELD would definitely not be as solemn as it is now. The politeness will surely be so polite, but there will never be a situation where one person can be frank in contact with a large group of people in the rear. Obviously, the Muiyan village that Wu Chen pretended to talk about at the beginning has become one of his important reliances now. Next, it depends on whether Wu Chen intends to explain the lie or to enrich the lie. If it's just a lie, it is absolutely impossible to hide it forever, there will always be a day when it will be exposed. So a decision must be made on this. But after Wu Chen heard these words, his heart suddenly moved, and he lowered his head to think silently about the gains and losses. Soon, he had a decision. That is to enrich the lie and make the lie true. In this case, the cleaning up of the Hell's Kitchen would have to be moved back a bit. If it is just to kill the big family, it is indeed possible to put SHIELD. Bureau together here, and SHIELD. Bureau in order to appease the powerhouse Bofeng Shuman, most likely will not refuse. Chapter 15, Flick the World from Now On, 2/4. But in this case, it is a wave. After slaughtering this wave, there will be no follow-up directly. After all, you have slaughtered others, and others are not fools, so naturally you will not be allowed to slaughter a second time. If Wu Chen can only play the role of the wave of wind and water, then he will withdraw after a wave, which is fine. Anyway, it is only 100% performance, and there will be opportunities to achieve it in the future. But Wu Chen can play not only a wave of wind and water, he also has countless Naruto powerhouses waiting for him to play, and even powerhouses in the DC world and the Dragon Ball world. This kind of him is completely capable and qualified to play the role of Konoha alone. And, just being Konoha's powerhouse is not enough. There are so many charming villains in Naruto world, and Wu Chen would not refuse if he could play them. And in Naruto world, what is the most famous villain organization? Without even thinking about it, the name Akatsuki came to mind. Throughout the story of Naruto, the Akatsuki organization runs through, and many Naruto fans like the villains in Akatsuki more than the protagonist Zoming. Wu Chen naturally likes Xiao organization, and if he can reproduce it in Marvel, he will definitely do that. These are his ambitions. So a wave is definitely not good. The long flow of water is the last word. And how does the water flow? What Wu Chen thought of was to strengthen the trust of the people in the Marvel world in the characters he played. Once they have their trust, there will definitely be a steady stream of commission tasks in the follow-up. Isn't this a long stream? And let people trust. At present, it seems that Konoha village releases goodwill to this world. This is a good way. Although the Konoha village in Hokage is not completely decent, but here in Wu Chen, his Konoha village is a truly decent organization. However, after serious consideration, Wu Chen felt that it was not enough just to release kindness from Konoha village. To be precise, this is too slow. Now the Hulk plot has appeared, and it is only 5 or 6 years or 6 or 7 years from the start of the purple sweet potato essence. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz, just to release kind words. This time is enough, but Wu Chen wants more than just let the people of Marvel Earth believe in Konoha village. He also wants to become strong enough during this time, so he must speed up the progress. After thinking about how to speed up the progress, Wu Chen got the answer. That is a crisis. To speed up the progress of trust, there must be a crisis. When the people of the Marvel world were in crisis, Wu Chen played the role of the character of Konoha Village and saved them. Doesn't this achieve trust? In the case of a crisis, Marvel world already has it, and it is not difficult to deal with. Moreover, even if it is difficult, you can let your villain playing Akatsuki come out to do things and create crises. It just so happens to clean up the Hell's Kitchen. This is a good opportunity to make trouble. But now he can only play the role of Bo Feng Shuman, and can't play other characters, so the cleaning up of Hell's Kitchen has to be delayed for a while. Let's pray for a while, and the second character has to be a villain. Wu Chen became more excited as he thought about it. This wave is completely a way of making a fortune with the left hand and the right hand, making great profits. As for whether this will harm innocent people, Wu Chen said that if you beat yourself anyway, you will definitely be able to master the intensity. There is no need to worry about this at all. Thinking about this, Wu Chen finally realized it. He completely gave up the idea of looking for a big dog that he had just contemplated not long ago, and asked him to take over the task of cleaning the Hell's Kitchen, harvesting a wave of ideas. Instead, I decided to fool S.H.I.E.L.D. from this moment. Not only S.H.I.E.L.D., but also the entire Marvel world. Looking up at Natasha, Wu Chen is ready and intends to rant. Agent Romanoff, right. I just linked to the village through ninjutsu and asked about your situation with S.H.I.E.L.D. As far as our intelligence system knows, the current situation of your S.H.I.E.L.D. does not seem to be very optimistic. However, it is barely credible. Moreover, you are also the first official organization willing to contact us in good faith in the dunya. Then, let me tell you the purpose of my coming to New York. Wu Chen's words shocked Natasha, the think tank in S.H.I.E.L.D., and even Nick Fury. They just saw Wu Chen lower his head, his expression did not change, and they thought he was thinking. But I didn't expect it to be a ninjutsu capable of long-distance communication. If Wu Chen hadn't said anything, they would have never thought of it. As for whether Wu Chen lied, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. said it was impossible. The strong have dignity and tolerance. S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank gave Bo Feng Shuman an evaluation of the most powerful ninja in history. The strength level at least crushes all the superheroes currently appearing in 2 grades of power. Bo Feng Shuman with such strength does not even bother to lie. And he doesn't need to lie. Although it is a modern society, it is powerful to a certain degree, but it will escape all legal boundaries. As long as they don't want to destroy the world and rule the world, the government agencies will not pursue those who are truly strong, superheroes, or ordinary people. Hulk is an example. Chapter 16, Myths and Legends, 3/4. Dr. Banner slowly accepted the Hulk before becoming one of the most important combat forces in the reunion. In this process, he has transformed into Hulk many times, and there are not a few when Hulk goes mad. Especially at the very beginning, Dr. Banner turned into Hulk, completely losing his mind and killing innocent people. But does this affect him to become an Avenger? It doesn't affect at all. Then there is Iron Man. When Tony Stark just created Mark II, he learned that terrorists in the Middle East used weapons he designed and manufactured to endanger civilians, and then he flew directly to the Middle East to wipe out all those terrorists. But, if according to the law, does Tony Stark have the right to kill like this? Even if terrorists deserve to die, legally, Tony Stark shouldn't use lynching to kill them. But what happened to Tony Stark in the end? He has become an Iron Man admired by thousands of people, and he is famous and famous. Therefore, with such default privileges, in the eyes of the S.H.I.E.L.D. think tank, there is no need for Bo Feng Shuman to lie at all. In this case, the words of that wave of Feng Shuman are naturally very credible. It's just that, the current situation of S.H.I.E.L.D. does not seem to be very optimistic. What does it mean? Nick Fury began to think. Obviously, the current business of S.H.I.E.L.D. is thriving, and superheroes have appeared on the earth one after another. It is the time for them to show off their skills. Why did the intelligence system of Konoha village come to the conclusion that S.H.I.E.L.D's situation is not optimistic? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Nick Fury couldn't understand it, but his instinct told him that this may be true, and this situation is very important to him and to SHIELD. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury thinks more than others, which is normal. But the others didn't care so much. They all stared at Wu Chen intensively, wanting to hear what he said next. After all, what such a strong person does when they come to New York is what really needs attention. Nick Fury also condensed his thoughts and turned to listen carefully. Let's do it. Tell you a story. A long time ago, the world stood a sacred tree supporting the sky. One day, the sacred tree bears fruit, and the person who takes care of the sacred tree ate the fruit and became the only god and the incarnation of the sacred tree. This is the goddess of Mao. Although the goddess of Mao has become a god, she is devoted to mortals and gave birth to 2 children with a certain emperor. But because of the achievement of the gods, the goddess Mao became more and more indifferent, and eventually became a cruel evil god. And at this time, the 2 children of the Uyuni goddess have also grown up, and have gained power not weaker than the Uyuni goddess. In order to protect the people and the world, they fought against the goddess of Yu, and finally sealed their mother on the moon. The eldest son is honored as the 6 Dao immortals by later generations because of his outstanding achievements. However, the story is not over here, because the sacred tree rioted. In the process of sealing the goddess of Yu, the tree of gods became a terrifying behemoth with 10 tails in order to protect and save the goddess of Yu. That giant beast is extremely powerful, and only the 6 immortals can stop it. In order to prevent the mighty 10-tailed beast from bringing disaster to the world, the 6 Dao Xianren divided the 10-tailed power into 9 parts and created the 9-tailed beast to weaken their power and cultivate the 9-tailed beast to help mankind. However, things are counterproductive. Human desires are ruthless and endless. The tail beasts have been trapped more than once. Slowly, the tail beasts become hostile to humans and become fierce and brutal. Being forced to be helpless, the 6 immortals sealed the 9-tailed beasts around the world before dying, so as to bring world peace. After saying so much in one breath, Wu Chen paused, giving Natasha and SHIELD everybody time to digest. Time is pressing and the situation is urgent. Wu Chen has no time to fabricate a new myth and legend, so he has to adapt the historical facts of the Hokage world he is familiar with and instill them in the Marvel world. The reason for doing this and revealing so much information is naturally to complement the worldview and make the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. believe what they are about to say. Seeing that the shocked look on Natasha's face had recovered a bit, Wu Chen continued, originally, all 9 seals were intact. But recently, the seal on New York has loosened a bit. The strength of the 6 Dao immortals is far beyond me and other mortals. Even if thousands of years have passed, his seal will not loosen. Therefore, we suspect that someone secretly broke the seal and wants to release the tail beast to reappear. Therefore, the village sent me, the most active person, to investigate this matter. Now, you, and the shield behind you, should understand why I came to New York. Wu Chen raised his eyes and stared into Natasha's eyes, as if he was looking at her, but it seemed that through her, he saw the one-eyed bald-headed Eggman of SHIELD. Nick Fury stared at Wu Chen's serious eyes, his expression also became solemn. Chapter 17, Flicker, then Flicker, 4/4. This is a fairy tale. When Nick Fury heard Wu Chen's story, his first reaction was like this. This is a mythical story that only their ninja knows. After S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank searched the global mythology and found no matches, Nick Fury made this judgment. But the goddess of Mao? This method of naming seems to be from Japan. It seems that we still cannot relax our exploration of Japan. However, as Wu Chen, who was on the outside of Bo Feng Shui men, still spoke seriously, Nick Fury's inner opinion began to change. The 6 immortals sealed the goddess of Mao on the moon. How can that be? 10-tail? A behemoth with 10 tails? Why does it sound so empty? Lu Dao Immortal divided the 10 tails into 9-tailed beasts. From this point of view, wouldn't that 6 Dao Immortal be equivalent to the creation god, able to create life out of thin air? But how can God die of old age? In this way, Nick Fury was thinking one by one in his heart. After Wu Chen said the purpose of Bo Feng Shui men's coming to New York, his eyelids jumped. Don't believe it all, or don't believe it? This is the conclusion reached by Nick Fury. According to this Bo Feng Watergate, the 10-tailed beasts after the 9 big-tailed beasts are unified are the beasts that can destroy the world. If this is true, and I don't care or believe it, so the gang took the opportunity to unblock the 9 big-tailed beasts, and then merged into the 10 tails that ruined the world, wouldn't he have become an accomplice in destroying the world? Whether it is an accomplice or not is not an important matter, and it is what Nick Fury worries about, putting the world into a major crisis. After thinking again and again, Nick Fury said to Natasha through his headset, "Natasha, give him the communicator." Obviously, they already know that they and others are remotely controlling them behind Natasha. If they continue to remotely control them, wouldn't they not put them in their eyes? Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Although this Bo Feng Shuman seems to have a calm personality, he is not a violent person, but what if? Nick Fury didn't want to bet. He would rather choose a slightly more troublesome way to kill the crisis in the cradle. You are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The slightly gentle voice made Nick Fury a little relieved. Such a gentle person shouldn't mess up casually. Moreover, with such a gentle character, maybe SHIELD has the possibility of cooperating with him. Thinking of this possibility, Nick Fury's pupils were enlarged unconsciously, and his breathing became a little bit quicker. However, this unusual situation was quickly covered up by the experienced Nick Fury. Even Agent Maria Hill, who was standing next to Nick Fury, didn't notice. But Wu Chen noticed. After all, the senses of a ninja are quite sharp. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and Wu Chen was a little happy. Just get upset. This shows that the story he told before was not in vain. Mr. Bo Feng, I want to confirm, is there really a tail beast in this world? Perhaps it was Wu Chen's good temper, which made Nick Fury a little bolder, and he directly asked one of the key questions. Of course there are tail beasts. Our first generation of Konoha, Hokage, once fought with the strongest 9-tailed monster among the 9 big-tailed beasts, and then suppressed the 9-tailed monster. Wu Chen spoke in a respectful tone. 9-tailed demon fox? Isn't that a mythical figure in the East? Nick Fury, who had just checked the mythology data, frowned and said, and, when did the first Momo Hokage of Konoha village fight with the tail beast? Why don't we know anything about it? Also, didn't you say that the seal of the 6 Dao Immortals is still strong even in the past many years? Why did Kyuubi come out to fight your first generation meme Hokage? Wu Chen had a countermeasure to these questions. He answered one by one, it's not one thing. Please don't confuse it. Although they are all foxes with 9 tails, the 9-tailed monster foxes are huge in size and cannot be transformed into them. Human form, don't confuse it. As for when did the first generation of adults fight the tail beast, it was a day 5 years ago. There should have been a natural disaster such as a severe earthquake. Why don't you know? Of course we concealed it. If people all over the world know this, even if most people hear it, they will regard it as a myth, but there will always be people who can't help but experiment. What if someone accidentally found the location where the tail beast was sealed, and then successfully released the tail beast? No one wants to bear this kind of consequence. Sometimes, the more you know, the more dangerous it is. As for why Kyuubi will be released, this involves a traitor in Konoha village. No details can be given. The first generation of adults defeated the traitor, then suppressed the nine-tailed demon fox, and then resealed it here in New York based on the seal of the 6 Dao Immortals. Probably that's the case. Do you have any questions? Wu Chen paused, expecting Nick Fury's answer slightly in his heart. Chapter 18, Wu Chen showed his sharp teeth, 1/4. Wu Chen has revealed all the information that can be said. The next step is to see how S.H.I.E.L.D. responds to this. However, no matter how S.H.I.E.L.D. reacted, Wu Chen didn't have the slightest worry. Space ability is so powerful, come and go as you want. This is where Wu Chen's confidence lies. Even if he accidentally reveals his true identity, people like S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra will still use him. There is confidence and no confidence, you can tell at a glance. Through the images transmitted by the miniature camera on the Black Widow, the think tank of S.H.I.E.L.D. has been analyzing the person Bo Feng Shui Man from the very beginning. This is to use high-tech means to identify whether a person is credible, or whether there is lying or not. If it is aimed at ordinary people, it is naturally very effective. But for the Bo Feng Shui Man with chakras, the effect of this method is almost nothing. Of course, that can't be said, at least this method made the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. a little relieved. Director Fury, based on our analysis and speculation, Bo Feng Shui Man should have not lied. Nick Fury's black cheeks looked at the speaking inspector, his eyes solemn. Don't define it so quickly, continue the inspection. He still stands firm in his opinion. However, his heart has begun to be biased towards believing what Wu Chen said. That kind of reassuring posture, this is impossible to perform. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After thinking about it for about a minute, Nick Fury finally picked up the communicator again. Mr. Bo Feng, I want to confirm first that the original Hokage resealed the tail beast in New York. It is the strongest among the 9 big tail beasts. Tailed beast, 9-tailed demon fox. That's right. Wu Chen didn't stop and replied directly. So, Mr. Bo Feng, should you know the data such as the size and ability of the 9-tailed demon fox? Nick Fury asked again. Yes, I know. Before Nick Fury could say anything, Wu Chen took the lead and said, 9-tailed demon fox, about 40 to 50 meters in height, over 100 meters in length, including the tail. The whole body is hot, chakras are almost endless, and they can release extremely dangerous ninjutsu such as the tail beast Jade. I checked the size of the 9 tails for a long time, but there is no specific data, so I checked it visually based on the comics. So big. Nick Fury's face became a little ugly. By the way, Mr. Bo Feng, what exactly is chakra? Chakra is the unique power of our ninja, you can understand it as a special kind of energy. Wu Chen replied, simply put, 9 tails will not be tired, because his energy is almost endless. Nick Fury's face darkened a bit. So, where is the seal of the seal? Times Square in downtown Manhattan. Wu Chen said this place without stopping. Times Square in New York is the most central location in New York. Wu Chen chose this location to increase his bargaining chips. The impact of a huge behemoth that is tens of meters or hundreds of meters there is no less than that of detonating a large-scale C4 bomb there, and it is even worse. Under such circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to handle this matter properly. In that case, it's time for Wu Chen to play. S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau asked for help, and then agreed to collect payment. In the process, getting the progress of the role was simply beautiful. Sure enough, the follow-up development was just as Wu Chen had imagined. Nick Fury said solemnly, Mr. Bo Feng, can you beat Kuwabai? Wu Chen said with a trace of determination, although I can't compare to the first-generation adults, but I should be able to cope with 9 tails. If you pay a little price, it is very possible to seal it. If this is the case, can you ask you for help? If Kuwabai really breaks the seal, Can you seal the QABI? Nick Fury finally asked. Wu Chen nodded naturally. I'm here for this. It's really great. Konoha Village deserves to be an organization that maintains world peace. Nick Fury said with compliments without expression. However, before he finished speaking, Wu Chen said, then, let's talk about the rewards for the series of tasks. A series of tasks? Remuneration. Nick Fury said badly. He had a hunch that SHIELD funding might shrink. Although I came for this, you can understand the profession of ninja as a mercenary. We have a mission in every action. Wu Chen showed his sharp teeth. Save the city, even I will pay the energy and the price. In this case, it shouldn't be too much to ask for a moderate amount of remuneration. It's really not too much. Nick Fury grasped the point. What series of tasks did you just talk about? Tracing the Black Hand behind the scenes, preventing Ninetales from breaking out of the seal, and sealing it after Ninetales breaking out of the seal. The combination of these three tasks is the series of tasks. Wu Chen explained, then you Aegis will the Bureau be willing to pay and entrust me to complete the series of tasks. Chapter 19, Dedicated Intelligence Officer, 2/4. Of course SHIELD is willing. Without the ability to prevent possible crises alone, it is a matter of course to rely on external forces. What else? Can you sit back and watch the crisis happen? SHIELD, which claims to be the protector of the world, cannot do such a move. After some discussions, the task was paid $10 million, and SHIELD will fully assist Wu Chen to complete the task. There is no shortage of money now. Returning to his bedroom with the technique of Flying Thunder God, Wu Chen couldn't help smiling as he looked at the large box of dollars in his hand. He has carefully checked the box and the money, and there are no disgusting things such as trackers. SHIELD. Bureau pays remuneration first, which is a sign of sincerity. Moreover, with the help of SHIELD. Bureau, it will not be difficult to improve the progress of Bofeng Shuman's performance. Locking the money in the safe, Wu Chen once again activated the Thunder God technique and returned to the position where Black Widow Natasha was. It was a running sports car, and Wu Chen appeared directly in the position of the co-pilot because there was a three-pronged kunao there. No matter how men and women are different, Wu Chen did not leave Natasha's sword of forbearance with the mark of Flying Thunder God, but gave her a trigeminal kiwu with the mark of Flying Thunder God tied to her. When she noticed Wu Chen's arrival, Natasha's mouth twitched, and other people suddenly appeared in her own car, and she couldn't drive him away, which made her feel complicated. Even if she knew the situation might happen often in the future, Natasha couldn't abandon this trigeminal kunao. Because this is the order of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. From this moment on, SHIELD. Agent Natasha Romanoff has been appointed as the exclusive intelligence docking agent, and the exclusive target, Bofeng Shuman. This appointment means that no matter what Bofeng Shuimen wants later, he can pass the message to SHIELD through the Black Widow. Humanoid microphone get square root. Because it was an order, no matter what Natasha thought in her heart, she could only obey the arrangement. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. This is the drawback of the system. In fact, Natasha's role is not only a human-shaped microphone, she is also the main body of SHI. There is reason to believe that if there are some sparks between Bofeng Shuman and Natasha, SHIELD will be very willing to see this happen. After all, nothing can tie a person better than feelings. Wu Chen didn't know S.H.I.E.L.D's plan in this regard. If he knew about it, he would definitely curl his lips in disdain. It's true that the Black Widow is a big beauty, but the other party's private life is really a bit chaotic, and Wu Chen, who is a bit mentally clean, said, "That's not my food." Moreover, the most important thing at the moment is to increase the degree of performance and strengthen one's own strength. If you have a love for your children or something, let's stand back. Of course, if there is a nightstand, running and friends, Wu Chen will not refuse. It's just that you can't use the appearance of the wave feng shui gate, you have to look like yourself. If he used the appearance of Bo Feng Shui men to have a relationship with a certain woman, would it be that Wu Chen himself had a relationship with that woman, or did Bo Feng Shui men have a relationship with that woman? This is not clear at all, and it may even achieve the achievement of I green myself. Coupled with a little mental cleanliness, Wu Chen will avoid this from happening. Buzzing. The sports car engine roared, and when Natasha saw that Wu Chen was just sitting in the co-pilot position, she asked, "Mr. Bofeng, what are you going to do now?" "The order I received is to follow you all the way until the end of this mission. If you have any needs, please let me know." Wu Chen raised his eyebrows. "Is it all right?" He deliberately showed some lustful eyes. This made Natasha feel uncomfortable and was silent for a long time before she answered, "Yes." Speaking of this, all Natasha's confidence was exhausted. She knows her role. "Well, I've been short of money recently, do you have any tasks that Shield can entrust me with?" Wu Chen seemed to say this unintentionally. Suddenly, Natasha was taken aback. Natasha was not surprised by the performance of Bo Feng Schumann just now, and then he proposed to shake his car. And she also made preparations for dedication. Unexpectedly, it was such a strange request. Are the ninjas all mission maddeners even if they take the initiative to accept commissions to complete tasks? Are you uncomfortable star people not doing tasks for a day? Natasha transmitted this weird request to Shield through the voice transmitter on her body. Nick Fury and others looked at each other, and they were also a little strange about Wu Chen's behavior. Under Nick Fury's instructions, Natasha asked, "Mr. Bofeng, didn't we just paid you $10 million? Why are you still short of money?" Wu Chen sighed helplessly, "I already took the $10 million back to the village just now. That is the funds handed over to the village, and the money I make next is my own. Although we have great power, Konoha's ninjas are also good citizens who abide by laws and regulations." Chapter 20, Rapidly Rising Play Progress, 3/4. Wu Chen's words made Natasha, Nick Fury, and the others black lines. Street fight, beating Hulk, street killing, killing abomination, street attacking police, falling down a crowd of General Ross, street fighting, one person blasting a group of evil parties in Hell's Kitchen. Such you, if you are a good citizen who abides by laws and regulations, aren't all the law-abiding people in this world all among the top 10 citizens? Tuko returns to Tuko, business still has to be done. Wu Chen's request was granted after discussion by the Shield think tank. This is a free and powerful helper who takes the initiative to come to the door, so you don't need it for nothing. In terms of the strength shown by Bo Feng Schumann, that little task reward is really nothing. After all, the big money of 10 million has been given, and Shield doesn't care about this little money. However, S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank also has some concerns. The seal of New York's Times Square may be destroyed by people at any time, and then the extremely powerful nine-tailed monster fox will be released. You, the only person who can prevent this from happening, don't immediately look for clues or try to become stronger, but instead want to make money for yourself. Brother, do you have a problem? This question was euphemistically conveyed to Wu Chen by Natasha. Hurt, is this what you are worried about? Wu Chen disdainfully, do you think that you can become stronger if you are at my level? Since it's hard to become strong, why do you practice? Why don't you make money to support your family? Also, those who want to break the seal hide so deeply, if they didn't take the initiative to jump out, they wouldn't be able to find it. In this case, you can only follow the clues to find out, and you have to act in secret, not to alert them. In this case, on the surface, I was helping you with Shield, but in fact I was investigating it secretly. I thought you could think of this, so I didn't say it, but I didn't expect. Read more at hotentillenovel.xyz. Suddenly, the members of the think tank in S.H.I.E.L.D. were blushing, and only a few old fritters had their faces unchanged. Those who are ashamed are complaining in their hearts. It is true that this theory is correct, but we are not clear about your specific situation. How could this be thought of? But, to feed the family? Has Bo Feng Shui men married? In the end, Natasha got another position, dedicated to the quest G of Bo Feng Shui men. Mainly responsible for helping Bo Feng Shui men select, find tasks, confirm the completion of tasks, and issue task rewards. As for the implementation of the beauty plan, it must be done from the beginning, and it has become a case-by-case basis. Obviously, even with a small probability, S.H.I.E.L.D. does not want to annoy Bo Feng Shui. The humble S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't run away. In the next week, Wu Chen smoothly brushed the play progress of Bo Feng Shui to 50%. He did it this way. First of all, this week Wu Chen completed the tasks entrusted to him by S.H.I.E.L.D. just like commuting. At 8 o'clock every morning, he appeared next to Natasha on time and left at 6 o'clock in the evening to return to his residence. Of course, what he claimed to Natasha was that he recognized the bed a little, so he went back to sleep at home in Konoha village. Anyway, there is a bug-level spatial ninjutsu such as the Flying Thunder God technique. How can Wu Chen say that the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. can only believe it, otherwise it can be broken through? During the time he was with Natasha, Wu Chen also rushed into acting, pretending to be serious about the task, and secretly exploring the situation, but in fact he was really only doing the task seriously. This wave of direct three-layer cake operation has greatly improved Wu Chen's acting skills. During this process, Wu Chen got 12% of the progress of the acting. Completed 10 missions of S.H.I.E.L.D. that were not difficult, received a reward of $100,000, and still had 10% progress in the performance. For the remaining 2%, let Wu Chen know that superheroes or well-known characters in the Marvel world and ordinary people, the tasks they entrusted, and the increased play progress are different. The increased performance progress of ordinary people is far less than the increased performance progress of the missions commissioned by famous characters in the Marvel world. This famous character does not mean the fame of people in the Marvel world, not a star, but a superhero and a supervillain. Ordinary people, Wu Chen helped him teach a bad guy who bullied him, and was rewarded with a newspaper. This process actually gave him only 0.1% progress in the performance. As a Black Widow in contrast, Wu Chen helped the Black Widow teach a bad guy and get paid for a dinner. This process actually gave 1.9% of the performance progress. It is directly 19 times the gap. That's why S.H.I.E.L.D. gave 10% of the 10 missions, because those people are not superheroes or supervillains, but unknown agents or spies. Wu Chen immediately decided to complete the tasks entrusted by the superhero or supervillain as much as possible in the future. At this point, plus the 28% he had before, he has already made 40% of the performance progress. The remaining 10% of the performance progress was also gathered in this week. From Dr. Bruce Banner. Chapter 21, Ability Selection of Wave Wind Water Gate, 4/4. During this week, Wu Chen has been paying attention to the help messages sent by Dr. Banner on his mobile phone. Helping Dr. Banner to restrain and stop Hulk, Wu Chen has not forgotten this task. In 7 days a week, he stopped Hulk twice. The first time was the next day. Banner ran to Philadelphia next to New York, trying to avoid trouble. But his patience made the local bastards feel that he was weak and deceptive. The final result is self-evident. Banner quarreled with others, and then couldn't help transforming into Hulk, and beat those gangsters to the ground. Fortunately, before transforming, he pressed Wu Chen's phone number. Then Wu Chen realized that Banner was calling for help, and immediately mobilized Fei Lei Shen to arrive. Seeing Hulk, he didn't say a word, and directly beat Hulk to the fat and beat him back. This wave gave 6% of the performance progress. The second time was the 4th day. Dr. Banner ran back to New York again. Anyway, Bo Feng Shui Men was watching. No matter where he ran, Bo Feng Shui Men could be there. It would be better to stay in a place he knew well. Then, Dr. Banner went to see his girlfriend Betty secretly, only to find that his girlfriend Betty was already talking and laughing with other men. Suddenly, his green fire attacked his heart, and he couldn't hold back his anger and transformed. This time, Wu Chen arrived in time. However, when he arrived, before he could fight Hulk back, Hulk went back by himself. This situation made Dr. Banner and Wu Chen look at each other. Wu Chen was quite worried. He was worried that this would not give progress to the performance. After all, there was no battle, and the whole process took a very short time. But I didn't expect to still give the performance progress, a full 4%. After all, it was Wu Chen's image of Bo Feng Shui Men who frightened Hulk back. Without him, Hulk would still run away. So his role is still not small. Ever since, the fourth generation of Naruto Wave Feng Shui Gate, 50% of the play progress has been successfully completed. Saying goodbye to Natasha, Wu Chen got off work early, returned to his room, and resumed his appearance. An ethereal voice sounded in his mind. 4 generations of Hokage Wave Feng Shuiman play progress reaches 50%, get the number of times to play characters once. 4 generations of Naruto Wave Feng Shui Gate play progress reaches 50%, get 1 chance to choose Wave Feng Shui Gate ability. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Wu Chen quickly plunged his consciousness into his mind and saw his current system panel. Host, Wu Chen. Currently acting character, the 4th generation of Naruto Wave Feng Shuiman. Current play progress, 50%. Owned character, 4 generations of Hokage Wave Feng Shuiman. Number of times to play the character, 1. Character selection ability, 4 generations of Naruto Wave Feng Shuiman, 1. Suddenly, he breathed a sigh of relief, finally reached 50%. In the past week, Wu Chen has done his best to complete the tasks entrusted by SHIELD Bureau without any slack. Now, the effort has finally paid off. Moreover, there is an extra display frame on the system panel. System, explain the ability of selecting characters. Playing a character has extraordinary powers. When the playing progress reaches 50%, the host can choose one of the ability to play the character. When the performance of the character has reached 50%, for every 10% increase, the number of times the ability of the character is selected will be rewarded once. This. Wu Chen was surprised. In other words, the performance progress starts at 50%, and if it increases again, he himself can become as powerful as Bo Feng Shuiman. I have to say, this is really good news. Although playing a strong character, Wu Chen will have no worries, but if he becomes strong himself, this will make Wu Chen more at ease. However, after the joy, Wu Chen realized the problem. If you don't guess wrong, if you want to increase the performance after 50% of the progress, the difficulty should increase. This question was not answered by the system, and Wu Chen could only verify it later. Now, the most important thing is of course to choose the abilities of Bo Feng Shuiman, and then draw new characters to play. Therefore, Wu Chen said silently in his heart, choose the Wave Feng Shui Gate ability. 4 generations of Naruto Wave Feng Shui Gate capabilities are as follows. Chakra, Space Ninjutsu, Spiral Pill Series, Perfect Fairy Mode, Vortex Family Seal Art. Please make a choice by the host since it is a half-Yumi gate in the 4th generation of Naruto period. Is there no Kyuubi Chakra pattern? Looking at the situation with only 5 ability options, Wu Chen guessed. He remembered very clearly that during the 4th Ninja World War in Naruto World, the 9-tailed chakra pattern was able to be used in the Po-Fen Water Gate reincarnated from the dirty soil. At that time, half of the 9 tails were sealed in Bo Feng Shuiman's body. In the current wave of Water Gate, there is nothing in his body, and Wu Chen can feel it. However, if there is no, there will be no. Obviously, the cool nine-tailed chakra mode is what Wu Chen wants most. Can attack and defend, move fast enough to fly, very versatile. Who doesn't want it? Slightly curtailing his thoughts, Wu Chen began to chew seriously. After a moment, he frowned. Because Wu Chen discovered that he really had only one choice. Chapter 22, Mysterious Masked Man, 1/4. That is, chakra. The reason is simple. The remaining 4 items, no matter which one they are, undoubtedly need chakras to be effective. Without chakra, space ninjutsu won't be used for you. After all, the energy of ninjutsu is chakra, and chakra is the unique energy of Naruto world. People from other people's world can't extract chakra at all. Cheating. Wu Chen was helpless and could only choose chakra. Selected successfully, start to infuse chakras. The ethereal voice of the system sounded, and Wu Chen felt a heat flow in his body. It's warm, not irritating at all, and even somewhat comfortable. Then the heat flow rotated in the lower abdomen, then slowly extended and expanded, and finally his whole body was filled with chakras. This amount. Wu Chen was surprised. It's actually as much as the amount of chakra in Bofeng Shuman. In this regard, Wu Chen, who has played the role of Wave Feng Shui Gate, has the most say. As Hokage, Bofeng Shuman has many chakras in his body, and at least it exceeds the amount of chakras in the ordinary ninja. It doesn't seem to be a loss. I thought it was only for me to extract chakras. Wu Chen's emotions rose from worry to joy. Then he noticed what he hadn't noticed just now. Since I can feel the chakra volume of the Heifeng Water Gate, can I directly use the ninjutsu of the Heifeng Water Gate? This conjecture appeared in Wu Chen's mind, and then it intensified. With all the memories of Bofeng Shuman, Wu Chen should know all the ninjutsu of Bofeng Shuman, at least the theoretical knowledge is absolutely clear, and he knows how to release ninjutsu. If you think about it this way, wouldn't Wu Chen be able to master all the other abilities of the Bofeng Shuman categorized by the system through practice? So he immediately tried the 3-body technique, shadow clone technique, helix pill, immortal mode, flying thunder god technique and so on. In the end, it was discovered that both the 3-body technique and the shadow clone technique could be used successfully, but the others were not used. To sum it up, Wu Chen thinks there are 2 reasons. First, chakra lacks control ability, and second, he has no talent for cultivating immortality and flying thunder god. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Helix Maru, Muji, is a test of chakra's control ability, and the 3-body technique and shadow clone technique also require chakra's control ability. To be precise, all ninjutsu requires chakra control. As for the control ability of chakra, Wu Chen is a bit talented, but not high enough. However, this does not matter. Chakra's control ability can be improved through training, and Wu Chen knows the training method. Sooner or later, he can use helix pill and other ninjutsu. So this ability does not need to be selected. But Xianchu and Flying Thunder God's technique can't help it. These 2 techniques are very talented. There is no way to do it without talent. Therefore, when choosing abilities later, Xianju and Space Ninjutsu should be selected first. At this point, the selection ability is over, and Wu Chen has gained a lot. Not only has chakra, but also found a way to become stronger. After sorting out the excitement, Wu Chen said silently in his heart, pick new characters. After system testing, the buff on the host has expired, and the extraction will be normal after that. Special reminder, this system is activated by the host's strong obsession. The host can silently extract the range of the characters in the mind when extracting the characters to play, and there is a chance that the characters in the corresponding range will be drawn. Okay. Wu Chen really did not expect that there would still be such an operation when the characters were drawn normally. Although the buff that has been fulfilled by one's wishes has disappeared, isn't the normal extraction that the weakened version has become a buff? If it weren't for the system reminder, Wu Chen might have used this extraction opportunity a few times. Immediately said thank you to the system, and then Wu Chen began to extract, while silently saying in his heart, Xiao organization, Xiao organization. At present, Wu Chen desperately needs a villain to cooperate with him and complete his plan. The strong is not necessarily suitable, it must be the villain. Ding, the character is being drawn. Following the system's words, a series of figures flashed through Wu Chen's mind. In the end, the picture in my mind stayed on a figure in a black robe. Black robe, short black hedgehog hair type, and a single eye mask with goose yellow and black stripes on his face. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being selected to play the character, Uchiha, who is behind the scenes of Naruto Akasaka, the Black Hand mysterious masked man who brought the soil. Mysterious masked man. The Uchiha belt soil who calls himself Uchiha Madara. It turned out to be him. Wu Chen was a little surprised. He thought of his plan, and then thought of Uchiha's deeds of taking soil, and suddenly said with emotion, this really wants me to stage a Nine Tails rebellion in New York. However, it is also just right. Uchiha brought the soil at the right time, so that there is no need to fight a fake match for Bofeng Shuman. One thing to say is that in Akatsuki's organization, in addition to the 6 ways of pen, the only one who can compete with Heifeng Mizuman is the Uchiha belt soil. After all, whether there is space capability or not, the difference is big. Heifeng Mizuman and Uchiha belt soil are 2 very clear examples. Chapter 23, Powerful Space Capability, 2/4. In the Third Ninja World War, why was Bofeng Shuman able to break through such a powerful reputation? Without him, it is because he has mastered the space ninjutsu created by the 2nd generation of Naruto, the art of Flying Thunder God. The speed of space movement is faster than that of any other method, so Heifeng Watergate has become the fastest in the ninja world. The enemy he wanted to attack could never run away, and even in the face of a siege, he could easily retreat. Other shinins and even shadows can't beat opponents of the same level in 1 minute. But Bofeng Shuman can use the convenience of Flying Thunder God to directly slaughter opponents of the same level. When 1 or 2 were very easy, and even better, Bofeng Shuman killed dozens of enemy Shangren in a single battle. It is this sturdy record that made the village that is hostile to Konoha give this order: any task that encounters Konoha's golden glitter, you can directly give up the task without being punished. This treatment really has nothing to say. Perhaps the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara had similar treatment, but after their death, this was the first time they appeared. It can be said that Bofeng Shuman without the art of Thunder God only possesses the strength of the elite to endure the quasi-shadow level, and after the operation of Thunder God, his strength soars to the strong in the shadow level in one fell swoop. Practice again, creating a more powerful ninjutsu, and becoming a super shadow powerhouse is no problem. Before the Naruto world's combat power collapsed, the super shadow class powerhouse had only 1 vortex Nagato that controlled 6 penins. It can be said that if the 4th generation of Hokage did not die in the Kyuubi rebellion, he would definitely grow into a super shadow class powerhouse. This is actually proved. During the 4th Ninja World War, the Bofeng Watergate of the unholy reincarnation body reached a reconciliation with half of the 9 tails in the body, and then used the 9-tailed chakra mode. At that time, his strength was already a super shadow level. And the important turning point of Bofeng Shuman's life is definitely not running away from learning the art of Flying Thunder God. Only after mastering the space ninjutsu, can the Watergate of Heifeng achieve its later glory, and squeeze the Ashimaru, one of the disciples of the 3 generations of Naruto, the 3 ninjas. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz, even if there is a little shady, but it is more because of the strength of Bofeng Shuman. Bofeng Mizuman is like this, has already explained how big the gap is in space ninjutsu. The Uchiha belt soil is even more so. Uchiha's spatial ability to take soil comes from his kaleidoscope writing wheel. His kaleidoscope writing round eyes, the left eye is the aggressive pupil technique Shinwei given to Kakashi Hajime writing round eyes, and the right eye is the kaleidoscope writing round eyes he has been using, containing pupil technique Shinwei space. The abilities of the divine power space are very rich. It can not only move in space like the flying thunder god technique, but also can draw one's body into the divine power space to achieve the effect of blurring. The principle of space movement in Shinwei space is very simple. It is to open the exit and entrance of Shinwei space in different places, and use Shinwei space as a transit point to realize spatial movement. Although space movement is possible, the space movement of Shinwei space actually has some drawbacks. The first is that the space movement steps are cumbersome, and it is not as convenient and fast as the Flying Thunder God technique. The second is that the range of movement must be within the perception range of the chakra with soil, and it is impossible to move in space anywhere in the world like the Thunder God. This is where the space movement of the Shinwei space is weaker than that of the Flying Thunder God, and it is also the reason why the soil is rarely used to fight in this way. However, Shinwei space also has a place that surpasses Flying Thunder God. That is another application ability of Shinwei space blur. This is a complete magical skill. Because Void is immune to all attacks. The body enters the divine power space that can only be entered with soil, naturally it will not be hurt by any other attacks. With this magical skill, when the Kyuubi rebellion entered Konoha like no one's land, he could easily take the Uzumaki Kushina and Xiao Naruto who were in production under the protection of layers of people abducted. This only then did the subsequent Kyuubi rebellion occur. Not only that, even if he was defeated one-on-one by Bofeng Shuman because of his strength, he could easily escape. Even at the Five Shadows conference, he directly regarded the Five Shadows as nothing, and spoke harsh words and helped him. No one could stop him. You know, at that time the concept of 6 levels had not yet come out, and the 5 people in the Five Shadows conference were the strongest in the world, but still being brought to play with, there is absolutely no way. This is the usage of Shinwei space, the power of blur. It can be said that if the pupil technique of writing round eyes awakening with the earth kaleidoscope is not a magical space but a pupil technique similar to moon reading and Amaterasu, then he will definitely not achieve his later achievements. Only in the Kyuubi rebellion, he would be killed by Bofeng Shuman. This is beyond doubt. So, the space capability is really very, very powerful. With and without, there are totally 2 levels. That's why Wu Chen's side at this moment, Bofeng Shuman doesn't have to fight fake matches. It is because Wu Chen knows this very well. Chapter 24, The Magical Effect of Shadow Avatar, 3/4. The other people who changed to Akatsuki's organization, even Uzumaki Nagato, might not be able to defeat Nagato. The Uzumaki Nagato, who holds the eyes of reincarnation, is undoubtedly powerful. His abilities are very comprehensive, both offensive and defensive, and he also masters the skill of one blow. In terms of hard power, Bofeng Shuman may not be able to beat Nagato, but Nagato definitely does not want to defeat him. Because Nagato can't hit Bofeng Shuman at all. Only those with space ability can fight against those with space ability. This is the same as only magic can fight magic. At this time, Wu Chen suddenly thought of a question: with 2 characters, can I play 2 characters at the same time? According to Wu Chen's plan, Mizuno Nami and Uchiha will definitely fight each other. Even if the left hand hits the right hand, it has to be seen by the audience. This is equivalent to a gloved doll. The acting system gave Wu Chen the gloved doll, and then he should stretch out his hand and use the doll to act. The stage has also been selected. The one-handed glove doll's one-man show has been completed. Next, you need 2 hands to use the 2 glove dolls together to create a diagonal show. Otherwise, the audience of SHIELDELD and others might doubt Wu Chen's image of a wave of Feng Shui gate that Wu Chen has finally established. So at this time, 2 hands are needed. So does Wu Chen have 2 hands? This hand is not a real hand, but whether Wu Chen can play 2 people at the same time. If you can't play at the same time, should you use illusion? Wu Chen couldn't help thinking. Uchiha's illusion skills with the soil are not low. He has used illusions to control the 4 generations of Water Shadow Yakura, Mountain Wind, Oil Girl Roots, and Xionin. So it shouldn't be difficult to impose group illusions on the ordinary people of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, there are bound to be many people in the big scene that Wu Chen wants. Do you want to play the role of the soil to perform illusions on the entire city? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz, let alone whether it can be done with soil. In this information age, illusion is effective for humans, but it is not effective for machines. Even if Wu Chen played the role of bringing the soil, he couldn't deceive the machine. When the time comes, people in other cities will find something unusual in New York, and they will definitely send someone to check it out. Then the illusion will be useless. Therefore, both hands must be present at the same time. Not only that, but the 9 tails also have to come true. It can't be an illusion. What a headache. Wu Chen raised his hand and patted his head, looking sad. Then, he suddenly thought of the situation where he had just used the shadow clone technique, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Shadow clone is to create a physical clone technique. Is it possible to cast the shadow clone on the body and then play it? When he thought of it, Wu Chen immediately closed his seal and performed the shadow clone technique. Bang! A puff of white smoke passed, and an identical Wu Chen appeared in Wu Chen's room. The hairstyle is the same, the voice is the same, and the face and body are the same. This is the feeling of the shadow avatar technique. It's a bit weird. Just now Wu Chen also experimented with the shadow clone technique, but at that time, he was anxious to extract new characters, so he didn't feel it carefully. After successfully separating the entity clone, he immediately released the shadow clone technique. Now, when I feel it carefully, Wu Chen has a sense of seeing that there is an extra twin brother. Because of Chakra's control ability, Wu Chen can only separate one shadow clone now, and when his chakra control ability becomes stronger in the future, he can separate many clones. Even mastering the technique of multiple shadow clones like Naruto does not matter. Bofeng Shuman actually does this ninjutsu. After all, the multiple shadow clone technique is only an advanced version of the shadow clone technique. It is not difficult to master, but it has some side effects. Bofeng Shui chakra is not as much as his own son, and coupled with other attack methods, he does not use it often. Wu Chen exhaled deeply, and then it's time to see if this shadow clone can act as a character. Wu Chen glanced at the clone and nodded. Knowing the mission he was created, he muttered in his heart, "System, play the role of Wave Feng Shui Gate." Wow! For the first time, Wu Chen saw with his own eyes the whole process of playing Chengbo Feng Shui Men. Along with the soft light, Wu Chen's body surface changed, and it seemed that there were faint water waves floating. This process only lasted for less than a second, and then the Bofeng Shuman, wearing a red flame robes on a white background, appeared in front of Wu Chen. Really? This is awesome! Wu Chen came to Bofeng Shui Gate excitedly, raised his hand and squeezed Bofeng Shui Gate's arm, and found that he felt exactly the same as when he played Bofeng Shui Gate. At this time, the Bofeng Shui Gate in front of him suddenly opened. Don't pinch, it's not like you haven't played it. Wu Chen was a little surprised before realizing that this was actually himself, so he raised his hand and patted Bofeng Shui Men's shoulder. Brother, you will play Bofeng Shui Men temporarily in the future. Oh, Bofeng Shuman nodded, and then curled his lips. Don't call me brother, I am you. This name sounds weird. Chapter 25, New Playing Method, 4/4. Well, it's a bit weird indeed. I'll just call you Bofeng Shui Men. Anyway, you are playing him now. As Wu Chen can understand the feeling the clone Wu Chen said. That's fine. Hey, Fengmizuman nodded. By the way, don't you try Uchiha Belt's oil? I want to see when this Belt's oil is. It's still worth looking at? Mysterious Mask Man. Obviously it is the Nine Tails Rebellion and the soil that controls Akatsuki's organization and the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura. Wu Chen disdainfully complained about the wave of Feng Shumen, and then quickly converged. This is me. Tuko yourself, I have a problem. Don't pay attention to these details, transform yourself and take a look. Bo Feng Shumen urged. Obviously, he understood Wu Chen's embarrassment at the moment. It feels strange enough to let yourself help out. Converge emotions, Wu Chen said silently. System, play the mysterious masked man. Wow. After a breath, Wu Chen disappeared. Standing in the field was a mysterious masked man with black hair and a black robe. He was 1.75 meters tall and wore a one-eyed mask decorated with goose yellow background and black stripes. Wu Chen looked at everything with his right eye a little uncomfortable, but he could feel that his left eye also had eyeballs. Raising his hand to take off the mask, Wu Chen looked into the mirror and saw the familiar face of Dai Tu. His left eye was a three-hook jade riding wheel eye, which was obviously transplanted from other Uchiha. Obviously you can see with both eyes, why do you have to show one eye? Wu Chen couldn't help but complain. At this time, Heifeng Mizuno also came over, and he looked at Uchiha soil like Wu Chen with some feeling. Although there are scars on his face, I think it's handsome. Yeah. I think it's handsome too. Wu Chen looked at himself, but handsome, or something with earthy thoughts, we can't be infected by him. Too extreme, and unrealistic. If you don't want to be tainted by his thoughts, then how are you going to play the role of Dai Tu? Bo Feng Shumen asked. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. After Wu Chen pondered for a few seconds, he decided to say, forget it, let's use the experience and goal of bringing the earth. It's better to act like this. Hey, should I say really scented? Bo Feng Shumen couldn't help but vomit. You just said that you don't want to be infested by thoughts with soil. It's really scented in an instant. Ahem, you are me, is it suitable for me to spit out like this? Wu Chen stared at Feng Shui Men, and then said, gather the 9 big-tailed beasts and implement the Moon Eye plan to create a world where Lin exists. As long as these rules of action are followed, it is not difficult to play with the soil. At this point, Wu Chen was taken aback. Perhaps Hokage's character role is not only a task, but also a way to reproduce the goal of playing the character. What did that Bo Feng Shui Men say? Bo Feng Shui Men looked at Wu Chen. What is his goal? Wu Chen shook his head. Bo Feng Shumen cannot follow this guideline for the time being. Because his goal is to protect Konoha, but now Konoha doesn't even have a hair, so he still collects rewards for completing tasks by taking over tasks, and using this method to get rewards. Play the progress. In other words, Uchiha brought the soil just to test the main body of your conjecture. Heifeng Mizuman said. Wu Chen nodded, that's right. After that, I will act according to the rules of action with soil. If the progress in the process improves, it means that this conjecture is correct. Okay, I will continue to complete the task with Natasha, the main body. Please act as soon as possible. Bo Feng Shumen nodded, and then activated the Thunder God technique and left Wu Chen's room. Although he left work early, Wu Chen actually took a task, but he told Natasha that there was something and gave up the task. Now Bo Feng Shumen goes back, just continue to complete the task to get the progress of the play. Ugh. Wouldn't it be possible for the clone to gain progress in the role, and catch fish on its own? Wu Chen's eyes lit up, but then he thought of the effect of the shadow clone technique. Everything experienced by the shadow clone will be fed back to the body after the clone is lifted. Injuries, memories, experience, and tiredness will all be fed back. Thinking of this, Wu Chen knew that there was no point in being lazy. Because there will be benefits that should be there, and the disadvantages that should be some will not run away. Forget it, let the clone and body act together for the time being. After getting rid of the lazy mind, Wu Chen sank into his mind and checked the system panel. He wanted to see how well he fits with the soil. Host, Wu Chen. Current character, Uchiha, a mysterious masked man with soil. Current play progress, 10%. Characters, 4 generations of Naruto Fengshuman, 50%, mysterious masked male Uchiha Ototo, 10%. Number of times to play the character, 0. Character selection ability, 4 generations of Hokage wave Fengshuman, 0. Mall is to be opened, please click to open. Sure enough, there is no high progress in the initial roll of Bo Fengshuman. The 10% of Uchiha's playing progress with soil was expected by Wu Chen. After all, he did not particularly agree with the concept of soil. However, what is the situation with this extra mall? Chapter 26, Ready, 1/4. Out of curiosity, Wu Chen raised his hand and clicked on the mall bar, and an introduction text popped up. After testing, the number of characters currently played by the host is 2, so new features are unlocked mall. There are items for sale in the mall, and each item is only sold once a week, and the number of sales is automatically refreshed every week, or it can be refreshed manually. The mall is currently being opened, please wait. So this is encouraging me to draw more characters? Wu Chen thoughtfully. After waiting for a few minutes, the mall opened successfully. After Wu Chen clicked on it, a panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. The word mall is written at the top of the panel, and the products are on the bottom. There are 4 items in total. They are a red card, a wooden treasure chest, a blue card, and a hammer pattern. There is a refresh button below each item. Before he could see what these 4 commodities were, Wu Chen was attracted by the numbers in the lower right corner of the mall page. What is displayed there is the amount of money currently held, 10.15 million yuan. 1,150,000, why is this number so familiar? Wu Chen thought carefully and suddenly realized that this is the amount of money he currently holds. SHIELD government paid 10 million in advance for the task, plus Wu Chen's 100,000 for the task, and all the deposits of the original body. These add up to 10.15 million US dollars. Raising his hand and tentatively touched the refresh button under the product, the prompt text appeared. This product has not been purchased yet. Do you want to refresh it manually? Reminder, automatic refresh at midnight every Sunday, manual refresh requires money, one time 100,000 yuan. Wu Chen immediately clicked no, and then determined the nature of the small system in his mind. This is a Krypton gold system. Is your system made by Goose Factory, Tengsuan? Get into the eyes of money. Swearing on his lips, but still honest under his hands, Wu Chen clicked on the 4 products one by one and got the corresponding information. Red wish card, input the wish, the mall will evaluate the price, and pay the money to realize the wish. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz, random treasure box of 10,000 realms, it costs 100,000 yuan to open it, and you will get a random item. Blue summoning card, it costs 1 million yuan to redeem, and can only be used in the state of playing a character, and the effect is to summon a person who is currently playing a close relationship with the character. Weapon forging/repair, input the shape and effect of the weapon, the system forges the weapon, you can also put the weapon into it, and consume money to repair the weapon damage. This is the introduction of the 4 items in the mall. I have to say that each one is very useful. But at the same time, each is very expensive. Wu Chen had a hunch that the money he finally got, it seemed that he would not be able to keep it. After thinking about it, he clicked on the wish card and typed in "Let me return to my world, everything will return to what it used to be. I would rather be a peaceful dog than a chaotic world person." Life in the Marvel world is indeed rich and colorful, and he can also play the role in his favorite anime. Wu Chen is very satisfied. However, if he could return to the peaceful world of his previous life and his motherland, Wu Chen would never hesitate. Wishes beyond the capacity of the system, please re-output the wish. Alas, Wu Chen sighed. Even if he had expected it, he was still a little bit disappointed when this happened. However, his advantage is that he adjusts his emotions quickly. Since there is no way to go back, try to survive in this world. I want to become strong, become enough to protect myself. Also, money is something outside of the body, enough to spend. Money can be earned again, but the improvement of strength cannot be delayed. Although he felt a little sad for his money, Wu Chen, who had understood him, clicked the wish card again and typed in the word summon tail beast nine-tailed monster fox. Before, he thought about whether to play Uchiha Dado and simulate Kyuubi through illusion. Now it seems that with this wish stuck, most of the problems can be easily solved. The first use of the wish card will trigger a discount, and the current discount is 10%. Summon the tail beast, the nine-tailed nine llama, come to the Marvel world. It will cost 10 million yuan, after a discount. This. Wu Chen's expression is complicated. How much I earn, I have to go out? Moreover, there is still a discount. If there is no discount, wouldn't it cost 100 million US dollars? But fortunately, it can be realized. Wu Chen immediately clicked the exchange, and his holding amount immediately became 150,000 yuan. He was still in Uchiha's soiled state, with a light card in his hand. On the front of the card is the arrogant image of 9 tails and 9 llama, and on the back is the card introduction. How to use: just smash the card. Effect: permanently summon the 9-tailed 9 llama to come to the Marvel world, times 1/1. In this way, all the actors in the final stage of my plan have been gathered. Hafong Watergate, Uchiha Belt's Oil, 9-tail 9 llamas. The audience is the citizens of New York, SHIELD, the government of the United States and the governments of the world. Next, we can officially start the prologue. Chapter 27, Jinbin's Anger, 2/4. As the sun sets, the afterglow of the sun shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office on the top floor of the Fisker building, illuminating the figure like Roshan sitting on a special luxurious office chair. Under the faint golden light of the skin reflecting the sunlight, the majestic face of this character appeared. Not presumptuous, and this face alone can scare many children into tears. He is bald and has no hair, is wearing a white suit, is more than 2 meters tall and weighs more than 200 kilograms. But it seems that he is not the kind of big fat man who is full of fat and puffy. Under the white special suit, there seems to be a huge amount of astonishing muscles hidden, like a long dragon entrenched all over the body, implying this powerful and unmatched power. He is the Golden Union, Wilson Grant Fisk, the Emperor of the New York Gang and the entire North American Gang. Fisk Tower is the home of the Golden Union, located on the border of the Hell's Kitchen and bordering Brooklyn. Even Kinham doesn't like that his residence is completely located in the chaotic Hell's Kitchen. At this moment, Jinbin was sitting there, looking down at the video playing on the computer in front of him. The content of the video is a scene of a blonde young man beating a villain. The young man has long blonde hair and a white imperial robe dancing. He is holding a weird weapon named kunao in his hand. Although the villains who were beaten up were far from being the opponents of the blonde youth, they were very arrogant. While being beaten, they yelled, "Smelly boy, we are bosses of Jinhui. Don't be too arrogant." However, the blonde young man ignored him, and even his eyes did not change. He didn't speak, but directly turned into golden light, and instantly knocked down the villains, beat them to the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face. There is no doubt that this is exactly what Wu Chen played as a wave of wind and water. This video was taken 2 days ago. At that time, Wu Chen was still trying to get the progress of Bofeng Shuman's performance. For this reason, he took over the task of S.H.I.E.L.D. and was working hard. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. At that time, he met these villains after he separated from Natasha. Wu Chen didn't make any provocations or other actions. He just walked past the people and wanted to buy a cone. Unexpectedly, the other party saw that Bo Feng Shui's door was not pleasing to the eye, so he directly stopped him and provoked. As a result, Wu Chen didn't talk nonsense and beat them backhand violently. Even if they reported the name of Jin Bin, he didn't plan to stop. After all, Wu Chen was planning to clean up the entire Hell's Kitchen at the beginning, and Jin He and his forces were also within the scope of the cleanup. It's like, would you be afraid that one of your chickens will explode the name of another rooster? However, others who are not clear about this situation do not think so. There were several other people in the office on the top floor of the Fisker building, but without exception, no one dared to bother Jin Bin at this moment. The long silence did not bring quietness, but rather like a deeper darkness eroding the sunlight and enveloping everyone in the office. I wonder if I dormant in the dark for too long, causing people to forget the meaning of the name Jin Bin. After Ko Liang, the huge figure of Jin Hui uttered these words in a low voice. No. Your name has always been circulating in the dark, and everyone has surrendered to your shadow. The man in black tights quickly responded. Then why is there such a guy who ignores and provokes my reputation? Jin Bin's voice became fierce. Although the videos of Bo Feng Shuman violently beating the Hulk and Hulk have already been uploaded to YouTube, under the intervention of SHIELD, such videos have been partially blocked. At that time, after Wu Chen knew about this situation, he also held SHIELD accountable, but after the explanation by SHIELD, he did not continue to struggle. Without him, SHIELD gave too much money. A trivial matter that didn't affect Wu Chen at all. When SHIELD Bureau apologized, it directly gave a check for 500,000 yuan. It was really rich. However, this check can only be used after it has been exchanged for money, so it has not been approved by the system mall. The reason SHIELD did this was not because they didn't want to see Bo Feng Shuman famous, but because they felt that this was too public, and it would be more effective to secretly use Bo Feng Shuman as a killer. Moreover, they also asked the special effects company to come forward, saying that the circulated images are movie special effects, and let everyone look forward to the special effects blockbuster Ninja vs. Giant that might be released next year. Therefore, many people who did not know believed this explanation. After all, the official testimony came forward. The same is true for Jin Binji and others. Although he is about to become the mayor of the market, Jin has not yet been able to access the real secrets. While speaking, Jin stood up, his huge body cast down like a huge shadow. The huge size far beyond ordinary people and the distinct muscle lines under the white suit made him look dark and destructive. The person who had just spoken to Jin He got up immediately, and said at the same time, although I don't know how that guy can flash around, but I think he is just an insignificant little guy. Chapter 28, Man with Mask of Laughter, 3/4. No, Lester. That guy still has some ability. Jin He shook his head, and he spoke to the bullseye in the black tights in his deep voice without any haste, but that's all. Even the most insignificant guy, as long as he dares to show his minions to us, he should be destroyed. It must be clear to them what they can do and what they cannot do. This world needs order, and gold is not order. This was very arrogant, and it was obvious that even if he guessed that Bo Feng Shuman had some special abilities, Jin didn't take him seriously. This mentality is very normal. After all, Jin is already the ultimate combat power that ordinary people can achieve, not to mention the kind of people with some special abilities. There are several under him. For example, these people standing in the office at this moment, the Bullseye, Dr. Octopus, the Green Devil, and the Scorpion King. Bullseye Lester is a professional killer and assassin. He is born with a strong throwing ability and can make any object in his hand throw at the target with incredible precision. In addition to the precise projection ability, the Bullseye is also a professional martial artist and a marksman with conventional weapons or cold weapons. And he has superior physical fitness and agility, endurance, speed, and responsiveness. It can be said that the Bullseye is quite comprehensive. As for the Green Devil and Dr. Octopus, they are all well-known old friends, so I don't need to introduce them too much. The Scorpion King Mike Gargan is a mercenary. He wears a scorpion-like exoskeleton armor with extraordinary strength. It's just that this armor will affect people's temperament, making people become violent and bloodthirsty like a scorpion. However, such a group of people with terrible personalities had to look at Jin and communicate with the bullseye at this moment. Are they law-abiding people? No, it's just that they succumb to Jinbin's lewdness. It can be seen that the Golden Union is powerful. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. As for why Bullseye Lester can communicate with Jinbin normally, it is because Bullseye is the first person to merge with Jinbin, and it is considered a confidant, and naturally has some privileges. After speaking, Jin picked up a special cane, raised his feet and stepped to stand on the edge of the huge French window behind him, then lowered his head and silently looked down at New York that was about to enter the night. He was enjoying this feeling, as if the whole of New York was under his control. Of course, the premise is that there are no nosy police officers, such as Daredevil, Punisher. Spider-Man has not yet appeared, and the main force in the dark world against Jinbin is these heroes who are not as well known as the Avengers Alliance. After all, one side is to save the world, and the other is to fight the gang. Daredevil is indeed a bit low here. Now, maybe we need to add another golden glitter. Bullseye, find that guy, then recruit him. If you join, everything before is written off. What? If he refuses? The bullseye asked. Jin he turned around, his eyes flashed through the haze, he stroked his cane, and then said slowly but rampantly in his low voice, "Does this still need me to teach you? Lester? Only death can wash away the offense of the ignorant against the king." "Yes." The bullseye immediately replied, and when he was about to act, laughter resounded through the office. Ha 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 ha. The bullseye and the others were suddenly shocked. They saw that each other did not laugh, and Jin did not laugh, and the voices of everyone in the office were not like this. Because that laughter is very young and also very rampant at the same time. So, who on earth would dare to be so rude and offensive in front of the Emperor in the dark world of Jinbin? Following the sound of laughter, everyone looked towards the corner of the room and found that a black-haired man wearing a black robe and a one-eyed mask with a black stripe and a yellow background appeared there, who was sitting bored against the wall, holding his stomach and laughing wildly. Although covered by a mask, everyone present knew that he was laughing wildly from the look and actions. "Where is the clown? You are looking for death." The bullseye was the most loyal, and immediately took out the darts to throw, but Jin did not speak. "Lester, wait a minute." Stopping the bullseye, Jin took a step forward. "Who is your excellency? What are you doing here? Why do you laugh for no reason? If you don't give an explanation, I will let you know the punishment for your offense." Jinbin's position was opposite to the masked man. Others in the office did not notice the masked man who appeared silently. Only Jinbin saw clearly how the masked man appeared. There was a twisted whirlpool. After the whirlpool, the masked man sat in the corner of the wall and watched them speak quietly. Seeing is believing. Such a cool way of playing like this has never been seen before. I have to say that even Jin did not dare to directly show hostility. Although he didn't think that the masked man would be better than him and his subordinates, but setting up enemies for no reason is not the demeanor of the king. However, the masked man ignored them and was still laughing, as if he had heard a joke that he couldn't help but. Chapter 29, Fools, Try to Live. 4/4. Bullseye Lester couldn't help it anymore. Even if he wasn't to show his loyalty, he was a man of madness by nature, and he couldn't see other people being so mad in front of him. Except for Jinbin. Huh. With the full strength of the bullseye, the dart shot out and went straight to the face of the masked man. At the same time, the green devil in armor, the Dr. Octopus dancing with 4 mechanical arms behind his back, the lower body has been replaced by the mechanical 8 legs, the right hand is a large pliers, and a metal scorpion tail stab extends out of the back of the Scorpion King. They all rushed towards the masked man. Birds of a feather flock together. The three of them can get along well with Jinhee and the Bullseye, so naturally they are all arrogant and domineering people. In addition, in order to show Jin's loyalty, he attacked like a bullseye at this moment. This time, Jin did not stop. As the emperor of the underworld in New York and even the United States, Jin is also temperamental. He speaks so nicely. This masked man who appeared inexplicably is so presumptuous and rude. Then, let the bullseye teach this guy a lesson. As for the masked man, will he be killed? Jin also said that this is not in his consideration. Moreover, people are always responsible for what they do. If you do something that makes you angry, you have to bear the corresponding consequences. Whether this masked man can survive it depends on his own strength. People without strength are not even worthy of standing in front of me, Jinhee. The old god was there. Jinhee just watched his four generals pounce at the masked man, but the masked man didn't mean to evade in the slightest. Is he blind? No, it's not that you don't see the attack, but that the attacks of these four people are ignored. Don't we even have the qualifications to hurt you? Thinking of this, the four of them attacked again, as if they had exhausted all their strength. Scorpion King, Green Devil, and Dr. Octopus are like this, while the bullseye is gnashing their teeth and digging out a second dart, quickly shooting it out. At this time, the masked man finally spoke. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. He put away his laughter, raised one hand and stroked the mask. It's ignorant. Whoosh. Bang 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 bang. The building vibrated, the fire alarm bells were triggered, and the office on the top floor was full of smoke and dust. Jinchi frowned and pressed a button next to his desk. Hoo. The windows were ventilated, the smoke and dust were blown away immediately, and the situation in the field was revealed to everyone. The four generals are worthy of supervillains, and under their joint efforts, they cracked the walls of Jinhee's special office, exposing the steel plate inside. But Jin didn't mean to be happy at all, because the current situation is so weird. All the attacks of the four supervillains went through the body of the masked man and hit the wall behind. Is this projection technology? Jinhee's eyes flooded. If he could master such a technology, wouldn't his safety be greatly improved in the future? However, before he could reply, Jin did not see the masked man standing up. He went straight through the bodies of the four people, then turned around, and began to form seals generously. This is the four supervillains were also a little puzzled. They also heard Jinbin's words and knew that this was projection technology, and they couldn't fight it. So even if it feels dangerous, it doesn't mean to avoid it at all. Seeing this, the masked man's mouth covered by the mask smiled slightly. Idiots, try to live. Art fire escape ho fireball. Bang. The fireball was so fast that they had no time to evade, so they could only raise their hands to cover their faces. In an instant, the glass in the top floor office shattered, and a huge fireball engulfed the four villains and flew out of the window directly. Slap! The fireball with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters exploded like a splendid firework. The four supervillains were blown into confusion and fell straight down. However, in mid-air, they all regained their sobriety. Although the fireball is very powerful, it has not reached the point of killing people, and the masked man has left his hand. These four scum can die, but not now. They are still useful. As for pushing them downstairs, of course to test their abilities. The weak are dregs again, not worthy to live. Bang bang bang. The robotic arm behind Dr. Octopus plunged into the wall, slowing down the speed, and successfully surviving before falling. The Green Devil directly called his flying skateboard and floated in the air. King Scorpion used the metal tail spurs and metal 8 legs to stop on the wall like Dr. Octopus. Only the bullseye fell straight down. Under the life and death crisis, the bullseye took out a dart with a chain, and then shot directly at Dr. Octopus. While with the skillful use of darts, Dr. Octopus's robotic arm was entangled, allowing the bullseye to survive. All survived, but the faces of the 4 villains were very ugly. The opponent defeated all 4 of them with just one move, and nearly died. Although there are unexpected reasons, their failure to prevent a sneak attack is also their problem. Suddenly, the 4 of them began to worry. After this, will Kim continue to reuse them? Chapter 30, Illusion, 1/4. There is no doubt that Jin is not cruel. The weak will be crushed to death by him, those who are willing to surrender will be subdued by him, and those who are unwilling to surrender will end up with the weak. After being defeated by the mysterious masked man with a fireball, it is clear that the 4 of them are no longer strong. What to do then? Can't be abandoned by Jin. This is not how loyal they are to Jin-hee, but what a terrible situation they will face after knowing that they are abandoned by Jin-hee. They had the honor to meet, but they shudder just when they saw it. That kind of encounter is better than death. They are absolutely unwilling to experience it. So, the 4 supervillains glanced at them, and they all saw determination in the eyes of each other. Kill the masked man and regain his status. As a result, the 4 of them climbed up vigorously one after another. The green gob who was able to fly arrived first. He saw what was going on inside, he was stunned and almost fell off the aircraft. King Scorpion and Dr. Octopus followed closely, and their reactions were the same as those of the Green Devils. They were both frightened and unsteady. The bullseye came up last, he put away the chains, took out 6 darts, ready to let the masked man taste his power. Jingle bell. The dart slipped from the bullseye, his eyes widened, and his pupils were filled with disbelief. He saw that his incomparably powerful boss, New York, is the emperor of the dark world in the United States, and Lord Kim Nam, who was about to be elected mayor, was stepped on the ground by the masked man at this moment. Still step on the face? Not only is Jin unparalleled in power, but his own combat power is also amazing. Each of these 4 villains fought with Jin-hee, and then they were defeated one by Jin-hee. Otherwise, with their temperament, how could they be so cute? But now, the strongest Jinben was defeated. The cane fell to one side, and there was no sign of attack on the white suit. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Obviously, Kim didn't have been subdued by one blow. In the end, what happened? In fact, Kim didn't want to know what happened. After seeing his 4 subordinates being hit by fireballs, Jin did not know that his guess just now was wrong. This is not projection technology, but some kind of ability to avoid attacks. He immediately raised his cane, took advantage of the opportunity of the masked man with his back to him, and knocked it down fiercely. Sneak attack is not shameful, it is shameful to die in the hands of the enemy and lose to the enemy. However, without even a slight ripple, Jinben's cane passed through the masked man's body and slammed straight to the ground. Boom! Cracks were knocked out on the ground, and the cracks were bigger than those knocked out by the 4 villains. It can be seen from this that Jinben's power is above the 4 villains. However, this is not very useful. When the masked man slowly turned his head, and the right eye from the one-eyed mask glowed with red light, Jinben's defeat was already doomed. Among the red eyes, the strange triangle dart was slowly turning. Jin didn't consciously cast his gaze, and then the whole soul seemed to be sucked in. When he regained consciousness, he was already trampled under the foot of the masked man. What frightened him even more was that he couldn't even resist the slightest intention in his heart. "This is my master, I want to be loyal to him." These words kept floating in Jinben's heart, and then his restless heart gradually calmed down. Although he doesn't know the name of the masked man, what he looks like, or his purpose, Jin doesn't feel that this is his master and the object of his lifelong struggle and allegiance. At this moment, Wu Chen, who was playing the role of Soil, was shocked. He has thought about how powerful illusion is in the real world, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Strong as gold, a generation of heroes, not to mention the level of willpower of Captain America, but it is definitely not low, perhaps stronger than most of the Avengers superheroes. But this kind of golden union, under the illusion, there is no resistance. Looking up at the Jinbin who attacked him, Wu Chen thought, since he has achieved this level, can he control Jinbin like taking soil to control the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura? Just do it if you think about it, and then you succeed. Wu Chen ordered him to get down, and Jin he got down. He raised his foot and stepped on Jinbin's head, and Jin didn't mean to resist at all. This effect can be achieved even if it is not the art of other gods, but just the illusion of the kaleidoscope riding round eyes blessing. Sure enough, the blood of Daitongmu is cowhide. Originally, Wu Chen was planning to come in and make a fortune. After a blast, hammered him down, and then asked Jin to do things for himself. For example, revealing some of Akatsuki's reputation is a necessary process and part of the future plan. For another example, let Jin not help himself to collect money. After all, after the mall opened, money became important to Wu Chen all of a sudden. These are what Wu Chen needs, and Jin can't do it? But now it seems that there is no need to fight for it at all, an illusion can be done. If this is the case, can I take over Hydra? Chapter 31, Golden Union's Treatment Plan, 2/4. Inexplicably, this crazy idea appeared in Wu Chen's mind. He shook his head slightly, but instead of disappearing, the thought took root in his heart in a flash. Even Jin Bin, whose combat power reached the limit of ordinary people, could not withstand a single blow under the illusion cast by Kaleidoscope Rider's eye. What about the Hydra man? Surely it will be controlled by illusion. Thinking about it this way, this idea doesn't seem to be crazy, but it has full feasibility. It seems pretty good to control Hydra too. The only thing that needs to be considered is, when playing Uchiha, how many people can you plant the kind of illusion that controls your mind? This needs to be tested, so I will postpone it for now and try again later. However, there is a saying that illusion is really too bug in the Marvel world. The only thing that can be compared with it is the ability of the psychic scepter inlaid with psychic gems to control the human heart. Therefore, Wu Chen immediately decided that in the future, apart from controlling the person he wanted to control, he should not show illusion at will. This is not only to prevent yourself from becoming a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh that everyone must remove, but also because it may be used as a killer in a critical moment. There were many thoughts in his head, but only a second or two passed in reality. Wu Chen turned his head and saw the dumbfounded appearance of the four villains crawling back outside the window. After thinking for a while, he lifted his foot to loosen Jin Bin's head. Get up. Jin is not very useful, and Wu Chen is not a person who makes fun of teasing and humiliating others, so he is willing to give Jin a little bit of face. Although this face had fallen to the ground, he stepped on a few feet. Hearing Wu Chen's order, Jin he immediately got up, then he moved lightly to the side of the masked person played by Wu Chen and stood like a servant. This process is slow and has some respectful meaning. Jin didn't often see similar actions on the geniuses before, which represented their respect for themselves. Photographing cats and tigers, Kim Yong is now learning how to do it smoothly. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. As a result, the bullseye was even more shocked. It's already surprising enough that the boss Jin Bin was knocked down by someone in his uniform, but now it's clearly not defeated, but defeated. What the hell is going on with this special meow? The doubts of the bullseye are not only his doubts, but also the common doubts of the four villains. Then, this doubt was resolved. Jin Bien bowed his head to the masked man. After the masked man nodded his head, he stepped forward and said solemnly, "This is my master. Everything just now is just to test my strength. Don't worry, master." The four villains were so surprised that their jaws almost fell. They have heard this term, but they are all what other people call Jin Bin. Now Jin Bin actually calls a masked man master? Looking at the expressions of these four guys, Wu Chen knew that the hand he had just revealed could not make them succumb. Wu Chen saw surprises, shocks, horror and incredible looks on their faces, but did not see the expressions of surrender like Jin He. Disobedient subordinates, how can this work? So, he didn't mean to be too nonsense, and he was directly ready to attack the four villains. He didn't intend to control them with illusion. After all, Wu Chen still didn't know how many people he could control with illusion. If there were fewer people, wouldn't it be wasted on these scum? As for Jin Bin, illusion is not a waste of Jin Bin, his effect is not small. However, before Wu Chen could do anything, Jin Bin saw what he meant. He came to him and knelt down on one knee. Master, these four disobedient chickens don't need you to do it yourself. I didn't adjust them well, so let me make up a little bit. Wu Chen looked at Jin Bin with a little surprise. He remembered the introduction about Jin Bin he had seen. While the combat power reaches the limit of mankind, Jin Bin is also meticulous and smarter than ordinary people. At first glance, it is indeed the case. With the help of his subordinates, Wu Chen was also happy. He took a half step back, leaving room for Kim and the four villains. Jin Bing's pair of tigers stared completely round, and his very aggressive gaze swept across the bullseye and others, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Obviously, their fear of Jin Bin has become a subconscious behavior. Lester, come here. Jin did not speak slowly, his low voice seemed to suppress something. The bullseye was taken aback, and he subconsciously lifted his foot and walked over. Slap! Jin Bin grabbed the head of the bullseye and pressed it to the ground without moving. Boss! The bullseye was twisting frantically, trying to escape from Jin He's men, but he couldn't do it. Jin Bin squatted, his voice and eyes were still so mad. You just attacked the master twice, so if you take my 2 punches, I will forgive you. The bullseye was taken aback, and his expression was dull. When other people saw this scene, they were also very scared. Jin did not really recognize this masked man as his master. And while fearing, they also realized it. The Golden Union in front of us is still that terrifying Golden Union. Chapter 32, Chakra Seeds, 3/4. Although there has been a strange thing about Kim Ho recognizes the owner, Kim Ho's horror has not diminished in the slightest. Leaving aside the masked man of unknown strength, it is only Jin Bin, they can't resist. The bullseye is an example. He was not weak in strength, but he was knocked down by Jin He in one blow. Suddenly, the Green Devil, King Scorpion, and Dr. Octopus all started to move slowly. They walked to Jin He and slowly lowered their heads. You can't beat and beat, you can't escape and you still don't admit your mistakes, do you want to die? The bad guys can survive, and they are all winking. Don't worry, it will be your turn after I finish playing Lester. Jin Niao said lightly. These words made the 3 villains instantly froze. They all looked at Jin and pressed them under his hands, like a bullseye losing their dreams. This bullseye is gone. The reason is simple, Jin is so powerful that ordinary people simply cannot imagine. Although the physical fitness of the bullseye is good and comparable to that of athletes, he is still an ordinary person. In that way, he was hit by Jin and punched twice, and he could basically order the business of black man carrying coffin for the bullseye. In contrast, the 3 of them, who are all wearing mechanical parts, have more hope of survival. The bullseye also clearly knows this, so it looks like a salted fish that has lost its dream. Seeing this, Wu Chen immediately felt that this was a good opportunity to completely subdue these villains, so he said, Jin Bin, don't fight here, let's change place. Jin He turned around immediately, good host, there is a training room on the ground floor of the building. There is a lot of space there. No, the masked man shook his head, don't be so troublesome. As he spoke, a spatial vortex appeared, born from the right eye of the masked man, and then slowly expanded to absorb everyone in the office. Huh. The office on the top floor of the huge building was immediately empty. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, Shinwei Space. On a platform, the masked man stood quietly in a corner of the platform, looking at the villains on the stage. These 5 people were all quite shocked, suddenly coming from one place to another, still in this kind of space. There is nothingness all around, there is nothing, the whole space is grey, and there are only platforms standing in it. This is my supernatural power space. Here, no matter how you fight, it won't affect everything outside. Wu Chen suddenly became interested. Jin Bin, I won't let each of them bear your punches. You 4 fight a fair fight. Let me see how strong you guys are. Your wish. Jin He looked down, bowed his head to greet Wu Chen, then turned to look at the 3 standing and 1 lying on the ground. This is your honor, come on. 4 on 1? The Green Devil and the others looked at each other, and the bullseye quickly stood up. If this is the case, then they have a high chance of winning. If the 4 of them work together, they might really be able to defeat Jin Bin, and then gain the appreciation of this adult. These 4 villains are not stupid, they all thought of this. As for their current position changing so fast that they have no integrity. This is not uncommon, the villain does not have much discipline. Wu Chen's method of transferring the group to a different space has caused these 4 villains to put aside their extra careful thinking, and give birth to a thought of surrender towards Wu Chen. While the villains are treacherous, they are actually very simple. That is, as long as you are strong enough, you never have to worry about being betrayed. On the contrary, if your strength is not recognized by them, they may stab you back at any time. Just like now, Wu Chen's strength far exceeds Jin Bin, so the 4 villains gave birth to the idea of abandoning Jin Bin and switching to the masked man. As a result, under Wu Chen's gaze, the 4-on-1 battle officially kicked off. Because there is no extraordinary ability, everyone attacks physically, so the destructive power is not very large, but the viewing is quite good. Wu Chen saw it with gusto. The result of the battle did not surprise Wu Chen, and Jin won the final victory. After all, Jin Bin had already beaten these 4 people 1 by 1. Now even if the 4 attacked Jin Bin together, Jin Bin could find their weaknesses and target them. In addition, these 4 villains are used to fighting each other, and their own cooperation is extremely spicy. It has not reached the point where 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 4, at most 3.5. They dragged each other down. In this way, the advantage of Jin Bin is even greater. In the end, the 4 villains fell to the ground with a swollen nose and a swollen nose. Some parts of Jin Bin's body shed some blood, and his clothes were a little damaged. There was no other damage besides. Very good. Wu Chen came to Jin He, raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. Jin He immediately bent over to make Wu Chen slapping his shoulder better. To be honest, if Jin did not surrender to Wu Chen sincerely, Wu Chen would have given him chakra seeds. The so-called chakra seeds are the things that enable the human body to produce chakras. After all, Wu Chen has a wish card. As long as he is willing to spend money, he can produce this kind of thing. Chapter 33, Completely Conquer, 4/4. But who allowed Jin to surrender sincerely and sincerely when he was not under control now? With a sudden movement in his heart, Wu Chen had some thoughts. But now is not the time to talk about this. Wu Chen moved the group of 5 people together with himself out of the supernatural space. As soon as they returned to the office, the 4 villains suffering from pain immediately stood up, and then bowed their heads respectfully to Wu Chen. Boss. Wu Chen lightly nodded his head, and at the same time said to Jin, let them go down to treat the wound. After the bandage, they will come back. Jin Ping immediately did what Wu Chen said, and when he was ready to go down to treat the wound himself, Wu Chen stopped him. Pop. Wu Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers to unlock Jin Bin's illusion. Jin Bin, I will only say it once, you first listen to me honestly, otherwise you will always lose yourself and become stronger. Jin, who was just about to violently resist, froze in place. After regaining his sanity, he was naturally unwilling to call Wu Chen his master, and the underworld emperor also had his own dignity. But now, Jin didn't suddenly have a hunch that if he really resisted now, then he would lose something extremely important to him. This anxious feeling of loss and gain caused Jin He to put down his clenched fists. Seeing this, the corners of Wu Chen's mouth curled up slightly under his mask, and continued, "Do you know why I can be so strong, and can I still do those magical things?" Kim was silent, like a dull gourd. Wu Chen didn't urge when he saw this. Instead, he attached chakra to his feet. Then he lifted his feet up to the office wall, and finally stood on the ceiling, facing Jin, and face to face. "This is because I have a power called chakra." "Chakra?" Jin He said, "What is this?" Wu Chen did not answer directly. Instead, he came to the computer and pointed to the video above and said, "Now tell you why I laughed before. This man, even I can't beat him with complete confidence. You said he is a worthless little guy. Should I laugh?" Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Jin Bin was silent. He looked at the Bo Feng Shui gate on the screen with a deep disbelief in his eyes. Wu Chen did not explain, but directly clicked on another video, which was the video where Wu Chen hated Hulk at the beginning. "Do you think this is really a movie special effect? Isn't it?" Jin did not subconsciously retorted. Wu Chen shook his head. "This is the strength of Bo Feng Shuman. He has the same power as me chakra. And the ability he uses is ninjutsu, whether it is the flashing thunder god technique, it's the spiral pill braving the blue light, these are ninjutsu. Ninjutsu requires chakra as a driving force. Of course, at the most critical moment, when a person has chakra, he can learn ninjutsu and eventually become a real powerhouse. Jin Bin, you are not worth mentioning in my eyes. The reason is very simple, that is because you are just an ordinary person. In our ninja world, even a slightly more powerful ninja can easily defeat you. Now, I give you a chance. I will give you chakra and teach you some ninjutsu. Are you willing to surrender to me? Give Jin Bin a chance to have his own mind and increase his strength." These are actually not in Wu Chen's plan, but the result of his sudden intention. But if Jin is not willing to surrender sincerely, then it would be good to add a capable peripheral member to Akatsuki's organization. Of course, the most important thing is that in Wu Chen's view, Jin doesn't make any waves anyway, so it doesn't hurt to give him some strength. After all, to conquer a person, just a big stick is not enough, you also need candied dates. After the conversation, Wu Chen sat on the chair that belonged to Jin Bin carelessly, flipping the drawer of Jin Bin casually, waiting for Jin Bin's answer. Jin didn't stop Wu Chen's actions. He lowered his head, thinking very seriously about the gains and losses. But in fact, there is only one way before him. That is the masked man who surrendered in front of him. If you don't surrender, you will lose your self-awareness and you will be forced to surrender at the same time. If you surrender, your consciousness will not be restricted, and you will also have a way to continue to grow stronger, at the cost of losing your freedom and becoming a subordinate of the person in front of you. How long has it been since you became a subordinate of someone? At that time, Jin had just joined the gang, and he still had a boss on his head. Then he relied on his daring fighting style, strong strength, and clever mind, and finally reached where he is today step by step. By now, Jin has not found a way to continue to grow stronger. To be precise, he couldn't find a way to continue to grow stronger without reforming himself. If he was willing to transform himself, Jin did not become a humanoid monster long ago. A few minutes later, Jin Chi knelt on one knee and slowly lowered his head. "Master, I hope you can give me strength." Chapter 34, Bird in a Cage, 1/4. There is a saying that Jin Bin's surrender at this moment is definitely not the kind of sincere surrender under the control of illusion. It is the surrender of the weak to the strong. It should be said that the kind of situation that is like being controlled by illusion and surrendered wholeheartedly, except for the dead men trained since childhood, it is almost impossible to harvest in the hands of other people. Therefore, Wu Chen kept a mindful. He looked at Jin Bin with his head down in front of him, and said faintly, "Hold up your head, don't resist." As soon as Jin Bin looked up, he saw the masked man in front of him with strange handprints. Slap! Wu Chen slapped Jin Bin's head, chakra exploded, and a black curse appeared, wrapping Jin Bin's whole person. The incantation is cumbersome and unrecognizable, and Jin Qi exhausted all his knowledge and failed to recognize one. Wu Chen ignored Jin Bin's actions and continued to concentrate on casting his spells. In the end, all the spells shrank to his forehead, where a strange pattern appeared. The name of this technique is called cage bird. There is no problem at ordinary times. It can even help you improve the chakra when you practice chakra. But once it is triggered, it will make you worse than dead. This insurance measure is also the mark I bestowed on you, so Jin Bin, do you know what to do in the future, right? After Uchiha Dado was rescued by the elderly Uchiha Madara, he learned a lot of knowledge, including sealing. Otherwise, the tail beast seal technique like the magic dragon 9 seals will not be able to use the soil. Therefore, the seal technique with soil is quite good. And in the seal art books that Uchiha Madara handed over with soil, there is a record of a bird in a cage. The caged bird is a method used by the Hyuga clan to control the division of families. It is very powerful and domineering. After I saw it, I learned a little bit, but later I didn't have the opportunity to use it. At this moment, Wu Chen just used it. However, the caged bird he used was different from the original. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. The original caged bird is aimed at the eyes, protecting the white eyes from being stolen by outsiders. The caged bird used by Wu Chen was improved on the spot and set up for the brain. Using gold as a test product, I didn't expect it to succeed. Once someone wants to do something to Jin Bin's brain, his brain will automatically burn out. Or Wu Chen mobilized the bird in the cage to sting and burn Jin Bin's brain. This is also an application. The reason why it is so troublesome and not continue to use illusion to control the Golden Union is that Wu Chen is worried about the limitation of the number of people controlled by illusion at the same time. For those who may surrender like Jin Bin, then use the caged bird to control it. Sure enough, after listening to Wu Chen's explanation, Jin Bin's surrender became more profound. "Master, your will is my will, and I will fight hard for you." Being able to feel the effect of the imprint on his forehead, Jin did not dare to take any other intentions. At the same time, he also sighed in his heart. After all, he was still surrendered to the person in front of him. However, this masked person is strong enough, which is not totally unacceptable. Very good. Wu Chen smiled and nodded. "You don't need to call the master, just call me an adult. From today, you will be a peripheral member of Akatsuki." Akatsuki. Jin Bin was puzzled. Before dawn is the darkness, and the moment when the ink reaches its extreme, is the dawn. Our dawn organization is willing to be the dawn of the world and bring peace and light to the world. Wu Chen spoke earnestly about Xiao organization's theory, but in fact he also recognized this idea. It was only after Yahiko's death that Nagato was bewitched by the soil, which made Akatsuki change its quality and became the big villain of Naruto world. Now that the Xiao organization of this world is newly built, Wu Chen uses this concept. After Jin did not hear this idea, his eyes were in a daze. How long did he have a similar ideal? It was only later that he was oppressed by life that he joined the gang to make a living. Now it seems that the organization I am loyal to does not seem to be a particularly bad villain organization? No, you can tell that Akatsuki is not a serious organization based on the adult style and methods. In a serious organization, who would directly control people at such a disagreement? Later, Wu Chen's behavior also confirmed this. He asked Jinhee to bring him cash from the safe. Jin he slandered, but he still did. Suddenly, piles of US dollars were placed on the desk in the office. To say nothing, there were $5 or $6 million. The money is mine now. Wu Chen glanced at Jin He, and Jin He nodded immediately. As a result, Wu Chen's consciousness sank into the system space and saw the progress of Uchiha's playing with soil 12%. It's increased by 2%. Although it's a bit less, it shows that Wu Chen's idea is not wrong. The role of a ninja is not only about accepting and completing tasks, but also a feasible way to achieve the goal of acting as a character. Nodding satisfied, Wu Chen opened the system mall again, and he looked at the number in the lower right corner, 615 million yuan. Chapter 35, Jinbin's Chakra Control Ability, 2/4. Direct $6 million in cash, gold is quite rich. Wu Chen sighed for a moment, and then put all the banknotes into the Shinwei space. The Shinwei space can also be used as a storage space, which Wu Chen just thought of. Ignoring Jin with a strange look, Wu Chen clicked on the red wish card and used the manual refresh function. 100,000 cash disappeared out of thin air, and the red wish card can be used again. Chakra seeds that can give birth to chakras, Wu Chen entered this instruction. The discount has expired, use the wish card successfully. Chakra seeds, it costs 1 million yuan to obtain chakras for people who did not have chakras. $1 million a chakra seed? It's a bit expensive, but Wu Chen gritted his teeth and exchanged it. Anyway, it's not his own money. The remaining amount is 5.05 million yuan. Wow! A blue ball of light the size of a thumbnail appeared in Wu Chen's hand. When he touched the ball of light, the method of using the ball of light also appeared in front of him. Usage method, swallow directly. At this time, the door of the office was knocked. It was the voice of the 4 villains who had just bandaged their wounds. Boss, we are back. Wu Chen raised his eyebrows, he glanced at Jin Bin, and thought that this was a good opportunity to set an example, and he opened the mouth to let the 4 villains come in. Come in. Click. The Green Devil's bullseye waited for the men to file in, and then they saw the small blue ball of light in Wu Chen's hand. Boss, is this? Already convinced by Wu Chen, the flexible-minded bullseye was the first to ask. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, don't call me boss, call me adult. Wu Chen first corrected the names of the bullseye and others, and then said, this is the seed of power, so that people who take it can gain the same power as me. The same power as you. The bullseye green demon and others looked at each other. They thought of Wu Chen's various methods just now, and ecstasy appeared in their hearts. My lord, who do you intend to give the seed to? The bullseye said immediately. If that kind of spatial ability is paired with his throwing method, it will definitely make him stronger. The Green Devil and the others also had coveted expressions on their faces. Obviously, they all wanted to have the same power as the masked man. However, they misunderstood that the power Wu Chen said was the power to manipulate space. Wu Chen understood this and chuckled lightly, of course it was for my loyal Wilson. After that, Wu Chen gestured to Jin and opened his mouth, and then he threw the small blue ball in. As soon as the ball of light entered the body, Jin didn't just feel the warmth all over his body, just like the embrace of his mother when he was young. Then, some kind of strange energy appeared in his body. My lord, is this chakra? A blue halo appeared on Jin He's hands, and it was obvious that he transferred the chakra in his body to the palm of his hand. Wu Chen was a little bit surprised. Jin Bin's chakra control ability was so good, he was able to attach it to his hand as soon as he obtained the chakra. Jin Bin, go to the ceiling. Jin Ping heard the words, his smart eyes rolled around, and then the chakra on his hand disappeared, and all gathered on the soles of his feet. Then, under the gaze of the bullseye, the Green Devil and others, the huge Jin Bin walked directly onto the wall. He was at a 90-degree angle to the wall and walked straight up. When he reached the ceiling, Jin he stepped on with both feet, and then chakra disappeared suddenly. Slap! Jin he panted violently, twisted his body in the air, and finally fell to his knees on the ground without making any embarrassment. Wu Chen said after seeing this, "Your chakra has just been born, and the quantity is very small. You still need to practice more. I have an article on the chakra extraction method and the two most basic ninjutsu of ninjas. Take it. Practice. There are three basic ninjutsu in a ninja: avatar, transfiguration, and avatar. But Wu Chen only gave two, that is, the avatar technique and the avatar technique. The reason is very simple: the transformation technique is too troublesome and can be transformed into the appearance of other people, which is equivalent to a weakened version of the magical girl's power. And how tricky is the witch? Although there are no mutants in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Wu Chen has seen movies related to the mutant universe. There, the magician girl directly played with a large number of powerful mutants in her hands, relying on her transformation ability that no one can see through. Although the transformation technique is not comparable to the transformation ability of the witch, it can also become other people. There are many ordinary people in the Marvel world, and the ability to transform is like a fish in water. Wu Chen didn't want to give such power to others, but only planned to control it in his own hands. After that, Wu Chen created a new document on Jin Bin's computer and wrote it up. "Oh, by the way, don't tell me about this. There should be, and you can get me 10 million more for cash." Hearing this, Jin he nodded quickly, and immediately picked up the phone and ordered someone to do it. He has no reluctance, because he has just experienced the power of chakra firsthand. Let alone ninjutsu, just chakra is amazing enough. The jumping ability is greatly improved, so is the running speed, and even the strength is increased a lot. Chapter 36, Backbone, 3/4. The most important thing is to have a chakra and directly regard the terrain as nothing. Being able to climb walls and hang upside down on the ceiling like a spider, the only shortcoming is that he can't fly. And the two basic ninjutsu of the chakra extraction method and the ninja just mentioned by the adults are even more important. Chakra is wonderful, but this alone is not enough, it must be increased. Also, chakra alone is amazing enough, so what about ninjutsu using chakra? Jin and took the 10 million to buy chakra's refining method and 2 ninjutsu. Good value for money, how could he be unhappy? Jin Bin happily gave the money, and the bullseye and others finally realized that they had misunderstood what Wu Chen said about giving him the power. It was originally not a spatial ability, but a power named chakra. But even chakra is a power that can make people otherworldly. The four villains looked at each other, and they all saw the desire in each other's eyes. The bullseye was pushed out as a representative by 4 people, and they stepped forward and lowered their heads. "My lord, can you also give us chakra seeds?" Although they are super villains, they are only physical strength and mechanical strength. This kind of progress method is not wrong, but compared to the method of generating energy in the body, and progressing according to the progress of energy, there are some differences. Both methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. It does not mean that the method of energy evolution is invincible, capable of slinging everything and adapting to anyone. Just like Tony Stark, a genius mechanic, is it really appropriate for him to practice chakra? Chakra's practice is not something that can be achieved by 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying the net. It takes hard work day and night to be rewarded. If Iron Man Tony Stark really tried to train chakra, wouldn't his Mark series armor be upgraded? In that case, can Iron Man still be compared to the gods with a mortal body? Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Therefore, chakra is not suitable for mechanical geniuses like Tony Stark. Compared to Tony, the Bullseye Green Goblin and others are much more suitable for chakra. It also understood that they had reached the point where they could not improve in the original aspect, just like Jin Bin's physical combat effectiveness, so they were so excited when they saw a new way to become stronger at this moment. Just, is it suitable for you? Wu Chen glanced at the four villains, and had already sentenced them to the death penalty in his heart. This death sentence does not mean to kill them, but chakra seeds cannot be given to them. At least not now. Some things are easy to get, but they don't matter. Just like the carrots hanging in front of a donkey, if the donkey can easily eat carrots, will it continue to grind it? What Wu Chen wanted to do at the moment was to use chakra seeds as carrots and hang them in front of the four donkeys. However, before that, they have to behave a little bit. Chakra seed, I give it to you, it is your honor, but if you ask me for it, the nature is different. Bang! The exposed kaleidoscope writing wheel of the right eye slowly turned, and a very oppressive momentum rushed toward the four villains. Are you asking me? Puff! The bullseye couldn't hold it at first, and he knelt to the ground. My lord, I didn't mean it, it was them who instructed me. Stabbed back by the bullseye, the green demon and others cursed secretly, and then immediately knelt down. My lord, I didn't mean it either. It was the idea of King Scorpion and Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus immediately called in justice. My lord, I have never thought about it this way. It is the honor of the recipient if you give the seed of strength or who you give it. Subordinates like us should accept it with conviction, so these are all. It was the idea of King Scorpion. King Scorpion, meow meow. My lord, wronged. The Scorpion King's mechanical 8 legs immediately slumped. Even if he had cruel thoughts in his heart, he was suppressed by his survival instinct very firmly at this moment, and he did not relax. Looking at the four spineless people, Wu Chen couldn't help blinking. Although he had planned to subdue the four of them just now, he didn't expect that they would directly surrender, still so spineless. Seeing that the goal has been achieved, Wu Chen no longer means to continue to stand up. I will spare you this time, not another time. As for the chakra power seed, it is not impossible to give it to you, it depends on your performance. The four bullseye green devils were immediately ecstatic. They thought they had screwed up, but they didn't expect there to be a chance. Isn't it about effectiveness? Isn't it just being a dog leg? Who can't? Also, I didn't see that you have big eyebrows and big eyebrows. I had expected this a long time ago. That's why I think the adults are the masters so directly. It's so cunning. Jin also saw that the four of them were overjoyed, and his face was sharp, and he drew in a low voice, "Don't thank your lord." The four villains reacted immediately and quickly thanked them. Wu Chen waved his hand and looked indifferent. Since the faction has been established, then it is time for you to do something. Chapter 37, Rebellion in the Nest, 4/4. The purpose of Wu Chen's trip was to subdue the New York underworld, and then use the underworld intelligence system to detect the location of the seal. Of course, this is not his real goal. His real goal is to come and conquer the underworld, and then perform all of this. He wanted to let the outside world, to be precise, SHIELD and governments of various countries to know that there is a force hidden in the dark that is coveting the tail beast mentioned by Bo Feng Schumann. He wants the whole world to believe that the tail beast is real, and it is also a nearly invincible existence that ordinary people cannot resist. As long as they believed all this, no matter which Naruto world characters progress Wu Chen added in the future, it would be much easier. Don't look at the cumbersome early stage, this is to do better in the later stage. The real climax, that is all foreshadowed. Knowing this well, Wu Chen was spending time here at Jinbing at the moment, and he was not in a hurry at all. Besides, less than half an hour has passed since he arrived at Jinbin, and it was still early. Wu Chen is not in a hurry to leave, he is doing the final preparations for the prologue. That was to arrange for Jinbin and others to search for the seal location of the nine-tailed demon fox. According to Wu Chen's setting, Akatsuki didn't know the specific seal of nine tails. They only knew that nine tails were in New York, but they didn't know where they were in New York. That's why I went to the underworld Emperor Jinbin in New York, and wanted to use the power of the Earth Snake to find the seal of the nine tails. After assigning this task to Jinbing and waiting for others, Wu Chen briefly introduced the power of the lower tail beast. Suddenly, Jinbin and others showed a shocked look. According to the adults, these beasts are nuclear bombs that can be recycled one by one and have thinking. And that beast, there is one seal here in New York. Akatsuki had a plan for the idea of hitting the tail beast. As we all know, human sorrows and joys are not interlinked. Some people laugh happily, but others just feel noisy. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. A simple contradiction will eventually evolve into a war between nations. Desire and greed are the decisive factors that prompted the outbreak of war. Just like why the United States beat Iraqi and lack, the reason is very nonsense: anti-terrorism. But is it really for anti-terrorism? Iraq is located in the Middle East, where the oil resources are very rich, and the United States is also a big oil-consuming country. Coupled with the 9/11 incident, the U.S. military stepped into Iraqi territory under the name of anti-terrorism. So there must be a supervisor to supervise all this. Supervisors have powerful weapons in their hands, which can destroy a large country in an instant. In this way, everyone is afraid of being destroyed, so they can sit at the negotiating table with peace of mind and settle the problem peacefully. The regulator is our Akatsuki organization, and the weapon is the tail beast. The 9 big-tailed beasts are united to achieve the invincible 10 tails, control the 10 tails, master the lifeblood of the world, and bring real peace to the world. That's right. Our Xiao organization does all this for the sake of world peace. The current pain is just a sign of peace. The darkness before dawn, forbearance will pass, and a better future will be created by the Akatsuki organization. I have to say that Wu Chen, who plays the role of Cheng Uchiha, has great potential for speaking. Even if it was flat and straightforward, everything that was said made Jinbing and others excited. If there is a choice, who wants to be a villain? Not all of them are persecuted by the society that suffers thousands of swords. Now, we who joined Akatsuki are no longer villains, we are doing the right thing. Seeing this scene, Wu Chen smiled with satisfaction. Then, he took the 10 million that Jin and sent someone to send up, using the teleporting ability of the Shinwei space, left the Jinhe mansion and returned to his home. Wu Chen just didn't want to leave early, not only for arranging tasks and instilling organizational ideas for Jinbing and others, but also because he hadn't taken his 10 million. After taking the money and returning to a safe place, Wu Chen turned his gaze to the mall and smiled. On the other side of Jinbin building, after the masked man left, Jinbin slowly sat back on his special chair. The bullseye looked at Jinbin's new shape, with some strange black marks on his forehead, and asked, "Jinbin, what's the matter with you? How did you get tattoos on your forehead in a blink of an eye?" Hearing this, Jinbin frowned, but before he could speak, the Green Devils leaned in and said, "Jinbin, let's show you that again." King Scorpion nodded in agreement. "Yes, right, let's perform another chakra, we haven't seen enough yet." Only Dr. Octopus remembered the situation where Jin had just beaten 4 and blasted them, so he didn't talk much, and quietly watched the 3 people die in the bullseye. Sure enough, Jinbin, whose eyes opened perfectly round, his huge body slowly stood up, and his low voice squeezed a word from his throat. "What gives you the courage to speak to me like this? Forgot the pain just now." When Jinbin was reminded by this, the bullseye immediately shook his body, and then took 2 steps back. "Boss, it's nothing to do with me. It's their attention." The Green Devil and King Scorpion looked at each other, but they didn't flinch. Instead, they cast vicious eyes at Jinbin. Chapter 38, Ideas, 1/4. Among the 4 villains, except for the bullseye, the other 3 have brain problems. Dr. Octopus was affected by his mechanical arm and wanted to make a small sun all day. The Green Demon awakened the evil personality in his body, which was a neurosis that he wanted to destroy all day long. The Scorpion King is the most powerful, and his whole person is affected by the part of his mechanical device to develop in the direction of the scorpion. However, at this moment, Dr. Octopus was in a sober state, so he suppressed his impulse at the very beginning, and was not inspired by the evil will in his heart, wanting to do anything to Jin. But the Green Devil and the Scorpion King are different. In front of the masked man with absolute strength, they can restrain themselves, but at this moment in front of Jin Bin, they don't want to restrain their impulse at all. Compared with that adult, Jin is not a ball. Besides, Jin didn't just consume too much power called chakra and fell from the ceiling while panting. This kind of Jin Bin, maybe they are all supporting him now, and the two of them may have the opportunity to overthrow him, become the most favored subordinates of the adults, and gain the power named chakra. It was also driven by such interests that the two of them dared to commit such crimes, and they were still acting after Jin and violently beat them. Under normal circumstances, how dare they do this? After all, it was still neurotic thinking, which made their judgment erroneous, thinking that the current Jin is not as strong as the two of them. But the reality will teach them who is the boss of the forces of the Golden Union. Attaching chakra to his fist, a fist the size of a golden casserole, knocked the King Scorpion to the ground with just one punch, with a nosebleed, and then became unconscious. Seeing this, the Green Devil recalled the fear of being dominated by Jin, but it was too late. Jin he waved a giant fist with a bright blue halo, and directly hit the chest of the green demon armor. Snap click. The crisp sound of cracking sounded, but it was not Jin Bin's fist, but the Green Devil's metal armor. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The direct green demon flew out directly and hit the wall behind. The armor on his chest had been shattered, revealing the green demon inside. Jinping came to the green demon in 2 steps. He looked at the green demon condescendingly, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, but in the end he did not make up for the final blow. The same was true for King Scorpion, and Jin didn't let them go with such kindness. It's not that Jin concurrently showed kindness, but that he thought of the masked man and said that these 4 people are still useful. Not wanting to affect his evaluation in the eyes of the masked man because of these 2 scums, Jin did not show mercy once. Your lord's orders have also been heard. Jin Biao looked at the 4 villains coldly. Green Devil and Dr. Octopus, use your power to find them in the eastern and western districts. Bullseye, Scorpion, you 2 will bring a team from me and look for them in the southern and northern districts, understand? Yes, after being beaten by Jin and reconquered, these 4 people also behaved. The Bullseye suddenly thought, we have searched all 4 areas of New York, so what are you doing? But as soon as he saw the Scorpion King and the Green Devil still lying on the ground, he shut his mouth wisely. If Jin didn't know what the Bullseye was thinking at the moment, he would definitely raise his hand to slap the Bullseye on the ground, and then said disdainfully, as a subordinate, naturally I want to help the leader share his worries, and the leader is to be himself. Thing. The so-called one's own business is to practice chakra. That's what Jin Bin planned. He asked the 4 villains to find what the masked man was looking for, and he became stronger by practicing. However, this is not to say that Jin he did not catch fish just like that. He ignored Wu Chen's orders and only did his own thing. Jin is not that short-sighted. He knows that his hope of becoming stronger next is pinned on the masked man, so of course he will spare no effort to complete the task given by the masked man. Therefore, Jin will send other cronies to replace him to find a place to seal the 9 tails and complete the task of the masked man. Moreover, all the gangsters who brought him were sent out. It can be said that, except for Jinwei who did not personally look for it, Jinwei has done his best. Watching his subordinates move, Jinhei called someone up to mop the floor while he went downstairs to the underground training room. The chakra refining method, avatar technique, and avatar technique given by Wu Chen were all kept in his mind with memory, while the original on the computer was completely deleted, and even the root scum was not left. Keep in mind, this is the safest. Sitting cross-legged, Jin began to extract the chakras according to the explanation of the chakra extraction method. Jin did not have a hunch that after he practiced the chakra extraction method, his strength would be greatly improved. This kind of improvement is much stronger than when he had no chakra to give birth to chakra. Jin Ben got busy here, and Wu Chen was also very lively there. After returning to his home before, Wu Chen directly prepared to use the various functions of the mall. Now his mall balance is displayed as 15.05 million yuan. This completely allows Wu Chen to use all the functions of the mall. Chapter 39, Uchiha Group Fan, 2/4. There are 4 kinds of products in the mall, and the red wish card used before is in them. In addition to wish cards, there are also 10,000 world random treasure chests, blue summon cards, and weapon forging/repair options in the mall. Judging by value alone, the wish card is the most powerful. Even if the wishing degree of the wish card is limited, this does not hinder its strength at all. However, the wish card has been used twice, and Wu Chen has arranged the priority of using it behind. The strongest is the red wish card, and the next 3 strengths are equal. The random treasure box of 10,000 realms is to fight for luck. If you are lucky, you will be invincible if you open an artifact. With bad luck, it is not impossible to draw out a few pieces of waste paper. This cost was not a lot, it was only 100,000 yuan each time, and Wu Chen prioritized the use of this before the wish card. The blue summoning card is very powerful just by looking at the introduction, but I don't know if the character to be summoned has a time limit or a permanent summon. This can only be known after experimenting. Wu Chen arranged it in front of the treasure box of 10,000 worlds. As for the weapon forging/repair options, this one is great. Wu Chen directly raised its priority to the highest. Do this first and then the others. Although when Naruto World reached the later stage, the best weapon was to seek Taoist Jade, but Wu Chen is far from it now. Therefore, the 7 ninja swords, the Uchiha Group Fan, the various ninjas left by the 6 immortals, and the various chakra weapons in Wuyan village are all worthy of Wu Chen's forging. Just like now, he can build a handy weapon for bringing soil. Bofeng water gate is not needed. There are many 3-pointed kunao in his ninja bag, and he will recycle it every time he uses it, so he does not lack weapons. But taking soil is not enough. At this stage, the evasion ability with soil is almost invincible, but the attack power is very lacking. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. He only has some fire escape ninjutsu, shuriken and fist kung fu as attack methods, nothing else. In fact, bringing soil is also the ninjutsu of Huimudun Jutsu. After all, he has also transplanted the flesh and blood of the first generation of Hokage, so he can successfully use all kinds of wooden ninjutsu. The power of Mudun ninjutsu is not small, and the effect is very outstanding. It's just that Wu Chen's progress in Uchiha's performance with the soil is not high, and it is difficult to successfully perform Mudun Kum. This is the conclusion Wu Chen got from Bofeng Shuman. Before playing 50% of the progress, Wu Chen could only use the Water Gate's Flying Thunder God Art, Xianchu, Helix Pill series and some Fenjiun ninjutsu when he played the Water Gate. And when the play progress of Bofeng Shuman reaches 50%, although he has not tried it, Wu Chen has a feeling that he can use more Bofeng Shuman skills. For example, Fei Lei Shen Guide Mine, Fei Lei Shen Second Stage, and Spiral Flashing Flying Wheel Dance Roar 4 styles. This is the case of Heifeng Mizuman, and the same is true of Uchiha Belt Soil. Therefore, it is necessary to enhance the attack ability with soil before being able to use Demudun freely. The best way to enhance his offensive ability is to build a good weapon for him. Bringing soil is not like Bofeng Shuman carrying trigeminal kunao with him. He only has some shurikens on his body, not even kunao. After thinking about it again and again, Wu Chen decided to fan the Uchiha group to bring soil out. The Uchiha group fan is a sacred tool passed down from generation to generation by the Uchiha clan. According to legend, it was made from a part of the sacred tree, and it is no less inferior to the ninjas used by the 6 ways. The special ability of Uchiha's fan is that it can absorb energy and impact and convert it into a wind-based storm to counterattack. This move is called Uchiha Counterattack or Uchiha Rebound. The fan with the wind attribute and the fire attribute with the soil can naturally have the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Therefore, the Uchiha Dan fan is the most suitable weapon for carrying soil. Moreover, according to the Kyuubi rebellion period, Dado seems to be very good at using chains as weapons. When he used the chain to fight against the water gate of the wave, he played a series of very beautiful operations. Although the final result was that Bo Feng Shuman defeated him better, it shows that the chain can also improve the combat effectiveness of the soil. Therefore, Wu Chen decided to build a very strong chain with a length of 3 to 4 meters while building the Uchiha Group Fan. Click the Weapon Forging/Repair option, enter the shape and ability of the Uchiha Group Fan, and then enter the length, shape, and ability of the chain. Then, the price appeared in front of Wu Chen. Uchiha Group Fan plus Saw Chain, this set of weapons costs 10.5 million yuan for forging. Wu Chen? A fan and a chain are so expensive. I just got 10 million, which is gone. It is expensive, but the system products have always been worth the money. Wu Chen is now in need of weapons, and he also has money, so in the end he gritted his teeth and exchanged it. In forging. Reminder, forging takes a certain amount of time. It is estimated that the forging will be completed in half an hour. It is recommended that the host take a rest and eat something before coming back. Looking at the remaining amount 4.55 million yuan, Wu Chen wanted to cry without tears. More than 10 million is gone, who can eat it? Chapter 40, No Harolin, 3/4. You must wait for the fan to be made to be at ease. However, before that, you can try the 10,000 Realms random treasure chest and the blue summoning card. 4.55 million US dollars should be enough. Originally, Wu Chen was very confident and felt that more than 15 million would definitely be enough to use all the 4 things in the mall. But now just a fan and an iron chain have swallowed him more than 10 million, so at this moment, Wu Chen felt that the $400,000 and $500,000 left in his hand did not seem to be a lot. Therefore, he is somewhat lacking in confidence. This is the disadvantage of lack of money. Without money, it is difficult to have enough confidence. But now that he is the only one, Wu Chen is not too embarrassed, and directly clicks on random treasure box of 10,000 worlds. Whether to spend 100,000 yuan to open a random treasure chest of 10,000 realms. Wu Chen naturally clicked yes. 100,000 yuan, the current remaining 4.45 million yuan. Then he heard the sound of the key opening the box. Click. The box opened, and the system prompt popped out. Congratulations on getting 100 chakra test papers. You really made a pile of paper for me. I'm just talking about it casually. Looking at the stack of test papers the size of a palm in his hand, Wu Chen wanted to cry without tears, and quickly clicked on the wish card and typed in chakra test paper. The system gives a prompt, chakra test paper, which can test the holder's chakra attributes, and it costs 10,000 yuan to exchange one. 10,000 yuan is 100 yuan, which means that you can get 100 chakra test papers for only 10,000 yuan. It's cheating. It's 10 times more expensive. Spicy chicken treasure chest, ruining my youth, ruining my money, corrupting my spirit, and damaging my will. Never buy it again. Wu Chen angrily threw the chakra test paper into the drawer of the desk beside him, and then clicked on the blue summoning card. Whether to spend 1 million yuan to exchange the summoning card, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. After system testing, the host currently plays the role of Uchiha, the man behind Akatsuki with the mysterious mask, the black hand behind the scenes. There are only 2 people who are close to him, Rin Nohara and Kakashi Heiji, so the summoning card randomly selects both one, summon it to come to this world and stay for 20 minutes, it will cost money to increase the stay time. How could there be only Kakashi and Lin who have a close relationship with Taito? Isn't there still Baiju or something? When he saw this explanation, Wu Chen's first reaction was that the soil was too miserable. In life, there are only two people who are close to each other, and one has passed away, and the other has become the enemy of the soil because of the choice of bringing the soil. Besides that, he doesn't even have a real close relationship. The system is basically infallible. There is no such thing as Baiju Afei, which means that they have never treated each other sincerely, and they just used each other. Alas, it's so miserable to bring soil. However, it was miserable, Wu Chen said in his heart, don't cry with the soil, mother hug, and so on. He didn't want to do anything else. So, do you want to get a summoning card for the soil? Whether it's Rin no Hara or Kakashi Heiji, they are pretty good. Kakashi Heiji, Konoha technician, has a variety of methods. It is said that he can know thousands of ninjutsu, and he also has a kaleidoscope with soil to write round eyes, and his strength is really not weak. The only drawback is that it is too blue. Therefore, Kakashi, the 1 million fur flag player, will be on the stage for 20 minutes, which is obviously a good deal. After all, one more combat power can sometimes determine the entire victory. As for Nohara Lin, in fact, her strength is not weak, not to mention anything else. From a single point of view, she is a three-tailed person, which can be said that she is quite powerful. Although she has no ability to control the three tails. However, in Wu Chen's view, Rin Nohara's role is not the strength of the three-tailed person, but her own meaning of bringing soil. Exhausting his entire life, bringing the soil is to create a world where Lin exists. So now that Lin is here, will bringing the soil have a direct wish? If he has his wish and is completely relieved, will the progress of the performance be 100% straightforward? Wu Chen thinks it is necessary to experiment. What if the left and right are just 1 million, he can afford it. Therefore, Wu Chen chose to exchange his summoning card. Taking the mask off his face, Wu Chen looked at the blue card in his hand, suddenly feeling a little excited. Reaching out and throwing it to the floor, a blue light burst, filling the entire room. In the next second, a figure walked out of the blue light and came to Wu Chen, who was playing the dirt. He couldn't help but stretched out his hand, taking the dirt. It's really you. The blue light faded, and Wu Chen could see the person in front of him clearly. It is the long-cherished wish of bringing soil Nohara Lin. Short brown hair and big dark brown pupils, no bangs, wearing Konoha forehead, light pink skirt and safety pants, dark red knee-high socks, red bracelets on the hands. The biggest feature is 2 purples on the face pattern. He looks like 13 or 14 years old, with a nice face, and very cute. But this is only 13 or 14 years old. Bringing soil, you are really committing a crime. Odato was also this age back then? That's alright. Chapter 41, Help Bring the Soil to Realize the Dream, 4/4. The girl raised her hand and touched Wu Chen's dirty cheek, her expression a little distressed. Does it still hurt? Wu Chen replied subconsciously, it doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, I'm actually not real. Wu Chen suddenly felt that there was an ethical relationship. He played the role of a soil-carrying person, not a real soil-carrying person, but Yuanlin obviously regarded him as a real soil-carrying person. Isn't this how Wu Chen used the soiled appearance to NTR with soil? Although it feels a little bit cool, Wu Chen feels that this is not good, so he wants to confess. But before he could say it, Nohara Lin shook her head and interrupted him. I know, this is another world, and I died originally. But it doesn't matter. As long as you bring dirt. I am very happy to see you again. With that, she walked forward and gently hugged Wu Chen. Wu Chen didn't know what to do. He wanted to push away, but his body was unwilling. It's not that he is greedy for Nohara Lin's body, but his role as the soil seems to be unwilling to push Lin away. I muttered silently in my heart, bringing soil, it's not that I want to NTR you, it's Lin who took the initiative and you did it yourself, it has nothing to do with me. While enjoying the hug, Wu Chen did not forget his purpose of summoning No Hara Lin. He sank his consciousness into the system space and watched the progress of Dato's performance. 22%. A direct increase of 10%. Although it did not directly increase to 100% as Wu Chen had delusioned, 1 million has increased the performance progress by 10%, which is already a huge benefit. After all, money is easy to get, but it's hard to improve the progress of playing. Alas, if that's the case, will you be able to improve the progress of the role by acting as Dai Tu and falling in love with Lin? Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Wu Chen suddenly thought of this. But in a blink of an eye he suppressed the idea. NTR or something, this time is enough, if you continue, Wu Chen can't pass the hurdle in his heart. A few minutes later, Ye Yuanlin left Wu Chen's arms, her pretty face flushed, as if she was shy. If it was the original Soil, in this situation, he may not be able to let go of a fart, an embarrassing batch. But Wu Chen didn't bring Soil. He didn't have any special feelings for Ye Yuanlin. He immediately said, Ye Yuan, cough cough, I mean, Lin, you just said that you know this is not the shinobi world. You know you already dead? What's going on? Lin Ye Yuan puffed up her mouth and looked very cute. Don't call me classmate Ye Yuan, if you bring the Soil you are so unfamiliar with me, I will be angry. As for your question, I don't know what's going on. It's just that I suddenly had some information in my mind just now, including my situation, the world I live in, and my mission. Well. Wu Chen nodded, so you know that this is the Marvel world, and you also know that you are dead, so what is your mission? Hearing Wu Chen's question, No Hara Lin's face blushed again. My mission, the mission is to listen to you, no matter what you ask me to do, I will do it. Wu Chen. This. Looking at the attractive posture of Lin Qiao's blushing face in front of her, if she changes to Lolacan, Lin may give birth to a cute baby in 10 months. After all, such words, coupled with Lin's appearance, even if Wu Chen is not a Lolacan, he thinks Lin is cute. But having said that, the summoning card is very considerate. Tell the summoning characters of various situations and arrange for them to obey their orders absolutely. This is indeed a very cost-effective project. In the next 10 minutes, Wu Chen chatted with Lin for a while, and increased the progress of the role with Soil by 3 percentage points. Then he watched Lin turn into a blue light, and finally turned into a blue card again. The reason why chatting with Lin can improve the progress of playing the Soil is because during Wu Chen's chat, he held Lin's hand to chat. He also wanted to try the previous guess whether falling in love with Lin would improve the progress of the performance. Unexpectedly, it really can. It's a pity that I can't pass the hurdle in my heart. Wu Chen smacked his lips, but his inner thought was that if the progress of the role playing with Soil is really hard to improve, then let's make the next move. Bring Soil, don't blame me, I also help you realize your dreams. Pinching Lin's card in her hand, the card information emerged. Summon card Ye Hara Lin, effect, after use, summon Ye Yuan Lin to come, lasts 20 minutes, the number of times, 0/1, can be charged, each time costs 900,000 yuan. Yo. You also have a discount of 100,000 yuan. Wu Chen curled his lips, put Lin's card in the drawer, and put it together with the chukar test paper. He didn't worry about these two things being seen by others, because these things were ordinary paper and cards in other people's hands, and only in Wu Chen's hands could they play a real role. At this time, the weapon forging/repair option has been completed. After Wu Chen clicked, his hand suddenly sank, and a half-human metal gourd fan and a chain with the thickness of a thumb appeared in his hand. With a smile on his face, Wu Chen finally felt relieved. Chapter 42, Disadvantages of Shadow Clone. 1/4. The appearance of the Uchiha group fan is simple and unpretentious. The whole body is white, the outer ring is painted with black paint, and it is made of unknown metal. The overall appearance is a flat to almost flat gourd shape. The middle handle runs through the full fan, and the lower half of the gourd has 2 pairs on both sides. The red gojade. A pair of 3, presenting the style arrangement of 3 gojade writing round eyes. In addition, there are circles of white bandages wrapped around the long handles. This is more than 10 million Uchiha fans. And at the end of the handle of the group fan, it is linked to the long chain, and a small hammer for counterweight is hanging from the end of the chain, which should also be used for attack. After weighing the whole thing, Wu Chen was satisfied with the weight. After all, this is not a fan, but more than $10 million. With the new weapon, Wu Chen can eat with peace of mind. After dismissing the acting mode and regaining his own appearance, Wu Chen went downstairs to make a simple dinner for himself. After dinner, he played the role of Uchiha Tato again, and then entered the divine space. He wants to test the power of the new weapon. Everything in the Shinwei space will not be known to the outside world, so you can do it whatever you want. After entering it, Wu Chen immediately made a shadow clone. So 2 mysterious masked men stood opposite each other. The clone knows its mission, and immediately begins Jiyin. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Wow! A fireball with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters roared towards Wu Chen. Without thinking, Wu Chen raised his fan to block the fireball. Then, under Wu Chen's gaze, the fireball with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters suddenly began to shrink. It gets smaller and smaller, and eventually disappears completely, being absorbed by the group fan. Inexplicably, Wu Chen felt that the fan in his hand was full of power, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Uchiha bounced back." Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Bang. In the next second, a violent wind was born from the fan, and then violently invaded the man in the avatar mask. Although the clone broke out and Chakra worked hard to resist, it was eventually blown into the air and disappeared into the divine space with a bang. The power is really great. The strength of Uchiha's belt soil at the moment has reached the shadow level, but just like this, his clone can't resist the hurricane that the Uchiha group fan absorbs the fierce fireball and transformed into it. This situation really shows that there is no white flower in the 10 million people. As for this power, Wu Chen had already expected it. Uchiha Madara, who was reincarnated from the filthy soil, used the Uchiha group fan to block the 9-tailed chakra pattern Naruto's tail beast Jade attack and turned it into a hurricane. Bulletproof went back and knocked down Naruto. The Uchiha's rebound of Uchiha's fan can even rebound with the miniature tail beast Jade, not to mention the mere sea-level ninjutsu fireball technique. In Naruto, fire ninjutsu is known as the beautiful name of the art of benevolence. The reason is that fire ninjutsu in Naruto did not kill anyone. Of course, this is also a coincidence and ridicule. In reality, fire escape ninjutsu is a powerful escape technique with both power and scope. With a rare opportunity, Wu Chen continued to practice in the Shinwei space. All kinds of fire escape ninjutsu with a local society, and then combined with a fan to form a wind and fire with ninjutsu, the power is superb. An ordinary fireball technique, with the blessing of the Uchiha group fan, its size swelled from 3 or 4 meters to 10 meters. The Uchiha group fan is indeed a fire escape artifact. It is precisely because of its characteristics that it can be regarded as a family heirloom by the Uchiha clan and has been passed down to Uchiha Madara. Wu Chen's purpose of spending money this time has been achieved by improving his attack ability with soil. It even found new ways to increase progress with soil. It can be said to be quite rewarding. After checking the time, it was too early to go to bed at night. Wu Chen returned to the room, dismissed the acting mode, changed back to his body, and began to train Chakra's control ability. Only if Chakra's control ability is sufficient, can he learn to use more ninjutsu. Of course, even if it is not for this, Chakra's control ability must be enhanced. Because only then can he separate more shadow clones. The shadow avatar determines the number of characters he can play at the same time. Now there are only 2 characters to play, and it is enough to separate a shadow clone. After that, there will be more characters to play. So the shadow clone must be able to separate more. As for the exhaustion after the shadow clone was lifted, Wu Chen felt that there was a wish stuck, and everything was not a problem. Climbing walls and ceilings in the room, Wu Chen failed again and again, but after each failure, he improved. In this way, he practiced until Bo Feng Shui Men came back. A golden flash of light flashed, and a blonde-haired Bo Feng Watergate appeared in a white imperial robe. "Oh, I'm back," Wu Chen subconsciously greeted him, and then he saw that Bo Feng Shui Men had lifted the acting mode and became Wu Chen's avatar. Then, with a bang, Wu Chen, the clone Wu Chen, freed herself from the shadow clone technique. But Wu Chen had an extra memory in his mind, and his body also felt a little tired. This is the benefit of the shadow clone, being able to share memories and experiences. But it is also a drawback, which makes people more tired. Chapter 43, Anti-Fatigue Potion, 2/4. Seeing this, Wu Chen didn't panic at all. He did not immediately start organizing his memories, but instead opened them all and manually refreshed the number of uses of the wish card. 100,000 yuan. After the wish card can be used, he enters a medicine that can instantly relieve fatigue without any side effects. Anti-fatigue pills, instantly relieve all fatigue of the day after taking it, without any side effects. It costs 1 million yuan to exchange. Wu Chen? Wu Chen, full of confidence, cast a question mark. This is too expensive. No, change another. A medicine that can relieve fatigue without any side effects. Anti-fatigue medicine, within a few hours after drinking, gradually relieve all fatigue on the day. It is recommended to use it before sleep, without any side effects. The exchange needs to consume 1 million yuan, can be redrink 10 times. This is a little cheaper, but it costs $100,000 to remove it once. This is completely burning money. After that, Wu Chen, who was unwilling to give up, tried to import other fatigue-relieving medicines, and finally found that the first 2 were good, and the other ones were cheap, but with many side effects. For example, you may fall asleep directly after drinking, or you may burn your body after drinking. In short, there is no good one. So after thinking twice, Wu Chen decided to buy anti-fatigue drugs. 1 million yuan. After the exchange, a small blue bottle appeared in Wu Chen's palm. The bottle is beautiful, crystal clear, and there are many edges and corners. It shines under the light and is very beautiful. At the same time, an instruction manual appeared in front of Wu Chen when he touched the anti-fatigue medicine. Precautions: every time you drink, you must drink it all at once, otherwise the medicine may fail. After drinking, the medicine will automatically recover for 12 hours. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Is the bottle so small? Wu Chen opened the bottle cap and drank it all in one fell swoop. The medicine is refreshing and sweet, and the mouth flows into the body along the throat, which is very refreshing. Then, Wu Chen felt a refreshing breath all over his body, which made him feel relaxed physically and mentally. After closing the lid and putting it in the drawer, Wu Chen glanced at the time and took a bath, then turned off the light and lay on the bed, preparing to rest while sorting out the memory of Wu Chen's avatar. In fact, there is nothing special about Bo Feng Shui today. It is to do the task with the Black Widow as usual, and then complete the task to get paid and play the progress. The reward for this wave of tasks is $50,000, which is not bad. Wu Chen's balance has been increased from 2.35 million to 2.4 million. However, the play progress of Bo Feng Shui only gave 0.1%. This verified Wu Chen's previous conjecture that after 50%, the difficulty of obtaining the progress of the role has greatly increased. However, don't worry. After all, Wu Chen now knows that playing a ninja is not only about accepting and completing tasks, but also following the ninja's character trajectory and character goals. Bringing soil is a good example. Everything is done, and it's time to go to bed. I don't know if it was because of drinking the anti-fatigue medicine that Wu Chen slept particularly sweetly, and slept until dawn. For the next 2 or 3 days, everything went on as Wu Chen expected. Under Jin Ben and waiting for the villain's orders, there were some strange people on the streets of New York, some were punks, and some were in black suits. The reason why they are strange people is that they always stop and go, and look through the streets from time to time, as if they are looking for something. This abnormal situation immediately attracted the attention of the New York government. They sent police officers to detain several punks and then began interrogation. A policeman stared at the gangster in front of him coldly, and asked in a cold voice, "Why are you walking around in the street?" "Why? Not why. Can't I just stroll around in the street?" The little BD was not afraid, because he was white and had the same skin color as the police officer in front of him. If the BD is black, I'm afraid it has already explained everything now. It's not that black people are timid and fearful, but because white police officers often shoot black people casually. Didn't I see the news a few days ago? The American police strangled an unarmed black man who did not resist any behavior in the street. So generally speaking, black people are extremely cooperative in order to save their lives. The gangsters didn't say anything, and the New York police had nothing to do, so they had to verbally educate them and let them go. However, this abnormal situation continues, and the scale is getting bigger and bigger. Eventually all the citizens of New York are driven, as if they have joined a big treasure hunting boom. Now, SHIELD and even the higher US government can't sit still. If it's just the selfish actions of the little gangsters, that's nothing. Anyway, the neurosis occurs every year, and it can only be said that this year is very much. However, this New York City seems to be looking for something, which can be extraordinary. Obviously, someone is secretly contributing to the flames. It is probably the secret power mentioned by Bo-Feng Schumann. Moreover, maybe the tail beasts mentioned by Bo-Feng Schumann really exist. At this point, Nick Fury barely felt that what Bo-Feng Schumann said seemed to be true. So, after thinking twice, he chose to send an agent to investigate the matter. Chapter 44, Set up a stall to sell burgers, 3/4. At this moment, Bo-Feng Schumann is sitting in a coffee shop with Natasha talking. The reason why he said the Gate of the Wave is naturally because it was played by Wu Chen's shadow clone. He had set the rules before, and if the avatar plays a character, the avatar will always be called by the name of that character. Now, Wu Chen's body is enhancing Chakra's control ability while setting up a stall in front of the Stark building to sell burgers. The reason for doing this is very simple. Wu Chen hasn't held it back in the past 2 days, and opened the 10,000 Realms random treasure box several times with itchy hands. Then, he ordered a few food items this time. A stove that enhances the delicacy of food, a mobile dining car that enhances the color and flavor of food, and of course, the most important secret recipe for SpongeBob SquarePants Limited and delicious Crab Fort series burgers. The delicious stove is a seemingly ordinary gas stove, while the mobile dining car is a hand-pushed dining car, made of all metal, with a simple and clean appearance, which can carry a stove, place ingredients, and make food. As for the secret recipe of SpongeBob SquarePants Limited and delicious Crab Yellow Castle, this one is quite special. As long as you carry the secret recipe close to your body, and then process the ingredients according to the secret recipe, you can make a delicious crab roe fort that anyone can eat. These 3 things cost Wu Chen a total of $500,000. After all, 3 times out of the box requires 2 manual refreshes. Throwing 500,000 yuan away, I gave it to him. If Wu Chen could not cook, these 3 things would be useless. So he stopped immediately, refreshed the wish card with the remaining money, and made a few things that could only be used on specific occasions. So far, Wu Chen has only $50,000 in cash and a check for $500,000. Due to the financial crisis, Wu Chen thought of Iron Man Tony Stark's love of cheeseburgers, so he had the idea and chose to set up a stall in front of the Stark building. This wave is not only to make money, but also to pave the way for future plans. After all, Tony Stark can't come in casually. The vendors selling burgers have a good chance to meet Tony Stark. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. However, we must also understand that Wu Chen is not entirely for making money, so he set the rules. He only sells crab burgers here, and only sells 100 per day. Each customer is limited to 2, and each burger is priced at $50. The top 10 people who buy hamburgers every day can make some small requests to the owner, such as adding some pickled cucumbers to the crab burger. Wu Chen is very confident and does not worry about the price being too expensive to sell. After all, the charm of the delicious crab roll is unstoppable. And the situation is indeed as Wu Chen expected. On the first day, the stall was set up. After a certain customer exclaimed, all 100 delicious crab roll burgers were sold in just one morning. The last one was bought by Tony Stark, his bodyguard, Harpy, who happened to be out for lunch. Tony frowned when he saw this shameful crab waffle fort, because he heard Harpy talk about the various rules of the people selling crab waffle fort. The most important thing is that the guy actually refused the reasonable request to add cheese to his crab rooster. It's too much. I want to see how delicious the delicious crab waffle fort is praised by so many people. Tony looked unbelieving, and then took a bite. Suddenly, he was dumbfounded, only his mouth was chewing. Soon, Tony finished eating a delicious crab rooster, and yelled at Harpy, "Happy, go and buy me 3 more. I want to eat 2 and bring another chili. Too special, it's delicious." However, Happy said silently, "Boss, it was the last one just now, and the owner of the shop has already closed the stall and is going home. Moreover, his rule is that each person is limited to 2. Tony turned his head and looked over, and he saw a Huxia man packing a trolley, and there were still diners standing around who regretted not buying the delicious crab rooster. Only 100 a day? And each person is limited to 2. This person has money and doesn't make money. Tony began to complain, "Let me go over and talk to him." So Tony approached Wu Chen and said casually, "The burger tastes good." Wu Chen looked up at him, nodded, and then continued to pack the dining car. This made Tony's face uncontrollable, but he was pressed for time, so he didn't care. Instead, he said directly, "Hey buddy, if you want, I can hire you to be my personal burger chef with a monthly salary of $100,000. A monthly salary of $100,000 is already high? You know, Wu Chen sells delicious crab rolls like this, with a daily turnover of $5,000, and allocates $500 for raw materials, and only earns $4,500. In 1 month, the total is only $135,000. Ugh. $130,000. Wu Chen directly rejected Tony's offer. "I only need to work 1 morning every day, and I can earn $130,000 in 30 days a month. Why should I be paid off by Tony Stark and be his personal burger chef?" Tony frowned, and apparently calculated that Wu Chen's burger stall earned more money in a month than the price he offered, so he immediately raised the price, $1 million. For Tony, money is nothing. The important thing is whether he can be satisfied. Chapter 45, Sealed Land, 4/4. With a monthly salary of 100,000, Wu Chen refused, but with a monthly salary of 1 million, Wu Chen was a little surprised. However, he refused. After all, he did not set up a stall to make money, but to pave the way for the next step. "I know this in my heart, but on the surface it still behaves more seriously. Wu Chen had a serious face, and rightly refused, "Thank you very much for your kindness, Mr. Stark. However, my original intention of cooking is to let more people eat delicious food, not for a single person. So I'm very sorry, I can't agree to your kindness." As soon as Wu Chen finished speaking, the diners around cheered. After all, if Wu Chen agreed, they wouldn't be able to eat such a delicious crab rooster. Tony watched this scene, but his originally angry heart softened. This is a person who really loves food. Especially, his favorite food is burgers, just like me. Suddenly, Tony's favor with him greatly increased. The next day, Tony, regardless of his identity, lined up with Harpy for the delicious crab roast fort and bought 4 delicious crab roast forts with cheese. On the third day, that is today, after queuing up to buy, Tony finally couldn't stand the noise of the line every day and the sight of the monkey playing being watched by people. He directly found Wu Chen. "Hey buddy, how about a deal?" Under Wu Chen's puzzled expression, Tony revealed his plan. That is, he upgraded Wu Chen's dining car for free, upgraded it into a special drivable mobile dining car, loaded with various high-tech equipment. That set will cost millions less. After all, Tony Stark personally made it, and all kinds of good materials and high-tech technologies are used on it. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz, but what Wu Chen has to pay is very simple, leaving Tony with 4 delicious crab croissants with cheese every day. Wu Chen agreed. Among the 3-piece gourmet food set he made 2 days ago, this dining car was the most hip, because it was just a sturdier ordinary dining car, which was good looking and easy to use at best. Now that he can increase Tony Stark's favorability and upgrade his dining car, Wu Chen has no reason not to agree. In other words, if he didn't agree, Tony Stark should doubt him. The main body Wu Chen has achieved the important goal of the progress of the relationship with Tony Stark, and the clone wave Feng Shuman is not to be outdone, and is trying hard to guide Shield, wanting them to bring him when investigating the situation. Bo Feng Shuman looked at Black Widow Natasha with a serious face, and said, "It is already certain that the forces in the dark have reached New York and have begun operations. They must have regained the gangs in New York, so those gangsters searched like this." Hearing the words of Bo Feng Shuman, Natasha had doubts on her face. "Then why did you prevent us from secretly arranging people to protect Times Square? Also, where is the seal you mentioned in Times Square? Why didn't we find it at all?" Bo Feng Shuman glanced at Natasha, only to think that this guy was framing herself. "Are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? If you arrange for someone to protect Times Square, then the underworld all over New York would know the seal they were looking for? Is it in Times Square? That's why I said the secret arrangement." Natasha blushed. If the secret arrangement was made, they shouldn't find it? Bo Feng Shuman smiled disdainfully. "Secret arrangements? Where are there real secrets in this world? Besides, you all have problems within Shield, and you still keep secrets." These days, when Wu Chen played Bo Feng Shuman, he always hinted that there were problems within S.H.I.E.L.D. either intentionally or unintentionally. Naturally, he wanted to stimulate the Hydra out of it, and then let the soil go over and control the entire nest of Hydra. I just don't know why, until today, no one from Hydra came to contact him. It stands to reason that Hydra will definitely come in contact with him, and things like extinguishing the mouth cannot be achieved by buying it, but nothing has happened until now. Therefore, Bo Feng Shuman directly pointed out this point today, intending to stimulate the Hydra undercover in SHIELD. If the excitement is in place, maybe the entire SHIELD Bureau, except for a few people, will all come. After all, now SHIELD is actually a snake's den. The words implied by Bo Feng Shuimen stopped Natasha, but she returned to normal in an instant. "Where is the seal? Why can't we find it? Can you tell us this?" Hearing such a question, Bo Feng Shuman glanced at Natasha, nodded and replied, the seal needs chakras to activate. You can't find them without chakras. As for where is the seal? The answer is simple, the entire Times Square is a seal. To be precise, Times Square was built on the seal. Ah! Natasha looked at Bo Feng Shui-men in shock. Bo Feng Shui-men curled his lips. How can it be a small seal as big as 9 tails? Don't use your mind to think about it. Chapter 46, Agent Investigation Team, 1/4. Natasha didn't fully believe the words of Bo Feng Shui-men, but she had already used the sound transmission device to completely transmit it back to the inside of SHIELD Bureau. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion in S.H.I.E.L.D. Then Nick Fury found the blind spot. Natasha, asked Bo Feng Shui-men. Natasha immediately followed suit, looking at Bo Feng Watergate and asked, Mr. Bo Feng, you said that only chakras can make the seal appear, but most of the New York gangsters should not have chakras, so how did they find the seal? What? For chakra, listening to the concept, I feel that it is a power that only exists in fantasy novels, and SHIELD has also coveted it. They once sincerely asked Bo Feng Shui-men whether chakra's power could be controlled by them. After listening to Bo Feng Mizuno, he shook his head and firmly refused. Chakra is not accessible to everyone, even from the people in Konoha village. Many people have not been able to master chakra. Furthermore, we can't completely trust you now, so don't even think about chakra. Bo Feng Shui-men refused, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had nothing to do. He didn't want to anger Bo Feng Shui-men, so he could only give up. But at this moment, when he heard the question from S.H.I.E.L.D., Bo Feng Shui-men was taken aback. Obviously he didn't think of this question. After thinking for a while, he said solemnly, I don't know this, maybe they have any special methods. So, you must let me join in this investigation. I'm sure that the forces in the dark must be the strong with chakra. In case they are dormant in the gang, you ordinary people will go up to give food. Also, they seem to have developed some new chakra skills. I think it is necessary for Konoha to investigate. All of the above were pretended by Bo Feng Shui-men. Of course he knew how the New York gang was looking for it. Because that was the main body, Wu Chen personally handed it to Jin Bin, and asked him to distribute the detectors to the bosses who led the team. It was a crystal the size of a white thumb. The small white crystal has only one function, that is, when it reaches a specific area set by Wu Chen, it will turn red. Currently Wu Chen has only set one place, and that is the public seat in the center of Times Square in New York. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. As long as a certain gang member puts the crystal on that seat, the crystal will turn red, and the secret forces lurking in New York will know that the seal of 9 tails is in Times Square, New York. As for where did the probe crystal come from? The answer is simple, that is, Wu Chen used the wish card to make it. He also used the wish card to create a large shining bright array, enough to cover the entire Times Square, but in fact it has no special effect. That's just the seal formation he made in order to meet the identity of Kyuubi. The seal array with only light effects cost Wu Chen $500,000, and 2 manual refreshes of $200,000, so that only 1.1 million were left. Detecting 10,000 crystals, he directly made 110, and then asked Jin to distribute it to the leaders of the gang squad. In this case, maybe the Kyuubi rebellion will begin soon. Wu Chen is looking forward to that scene, because at that time it will definitely add a considerable degree of play progress to Hei Feng Shui-men and Uchiha, which is beyond doubt. Bo Feng Shui-men had said so, and his attitude was firm, so the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. would naturally not refuse. After all, Bo Feng Shui-men moved out of Konoha's name whose true strength is still unclear, and also used the reason of thinking about the agents of SHIELD, and refusing it might annoy him. The humble S.H.I.E.L.D. does not want this to happen. By the way, this is also a task. It is a commission task given to me by SHIELD. If you pay, you can give it to me. Bofeng Schumann reminded him that he still wanted to add some more roles to him by this wave. The progress is to understanding. Although the rewards were given, SHIELD still issued a reward of $500,000, which was paid after the task was completed. Ever since, Bofeng Schumann's goal was also achieved. However, in this case, the agent who arranged the investigation would have to change a little bit. Originally, Nick Fury planned to arrange for 2 agents who are good at lurking to enter the gang area to investigate. But now that the space ability of the Wave Wind Water Gate is there, the agents with strong latent ability are not so important. After all, Bofeng Schumann can reach the destination in just one click, and the agents have to walk with their feet. Therefore, the agents who go with Bofeng Schumann must be positioned to appease Bofeng Schumann and be able to watch him. In this way, who else is more suitable than Natasha, who has been with Bofeng Schumann for several days? So Black Widow Natasha ticked. Nick Fury writes and draws on the task list. After a few seconds of thinking, he added another name, Phil Coulson. Just Natasha is not enough. Nick Fury decides to send his confidant, Agent Phil Coulson, too. Phil Coulson is an 8th level agent of SHIELD, even higher than the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Chapter 47, Plan, 2/4. Agent Coulson is almost a model of American agents. He has strong organizational skills and mobility, and he is also proficient in firearms and fighting. The most important thing is that Agent Coulson was brought out by Nick Fury, and he is an agent who is absolutely trustworthy. This is also an important reason why Halogen Man sent Phil Coulson to join Natasha and Bofeng Watergate's team. After confirming the candidates, Nick Fury notified Natasha and Agent Coulson separately. Agent Coulson responded after hearing the task, and then drove to the place where Natasha and Bofeng Schumann were, and wanted to meet them. And Natasha told Bofeng Schumann about the SHIELD mission list, and only after she nodded her head did she reply to SHIELD Bureau. After a few minutes, the 3 men converged. With a faint smile on his face, Phil Coulson said to Bofeng Schumann, "Thank you very much for saving so many civilians in the previous Hulk incident." Bofeng Schumann also smiled, "This is what it should be, you don't need to thank you for it." Wu Chen also has a good impression of Phil Coulson, a good person in a pure sense, so he has a good attitude at the moment. And seeing Bofeng Schumann's attitude, Agent Coulson was also relieved. The goal is indeed as written in the intelligence, speaks well, treats people kindly, as long as he doesn't make him angry and doesn't do things that touch his bottom line, then he gets along well. A man of great power, Agent Coulson has already seen Iron Man. One thing to say is that Tony Stark's personality is very bad. When he first came into contact with Tony, Coulson wanted to beat Tony if he hadn't benefited from good agent training. Fortunately, after becoming Iron Man, Tony's character is slowly changing, he has more sense of responsibility, and his attitude towards others has become more friendly. I heard that Tony seemed to give a young man selling hamburgers a free upgrade to the dining car today. He really changed a lot. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After each determined that the other party is a person who can communicate and get along with each other, the atmosphere between the 3 people becomes relaxed. Sitting at the same table, Agent Coulson looked at Natasha, and when he saw her gesture towards Bofeng Schumann, he looked at Bofeng Schumann and said, "Mr. Bofeng, when will we act? Do you have a plan? If you act." Bofeng Schumann paused. He was estimating whether the main body had already closed the stall and went home. He raised his head and glanced at the time. It was only 11 o'clock. He felt unsafe, and said, "In no hurry, let's discuss what to plan first, and then have lunch. After all, there is a good old saying, don't sharpen your knife and chop wood by mistake." Coulson and Natasha looked at each other and nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right, let's discuss it first." In fact, Coulson and Natasha were not used to discussing countermeasures or something. Because they used to obey orders and obey orders, they were only able to adapt themselves to special circumstances. But often, there are very few special circumstances, so they rarely have this kind of negotiation. At this moment, they are also following the instructions of Nick Fury: anything that does not violate the principle, try to follow the wave of wind and water. That's why they agree. Of course, this is also a novel experience. I think it's better for us to sneak in first, and then catch a little guy for interrogation. Collison gave a more pertinent suggestion. My suggestion is the same as Agent Coulson. Natasha said, however, I think we shouldn't be stunned after sneaking in. It's better to observe it quietly. Investigating the cause of the gang's abnormal situation is not a difficult task. It is only because there may be some chakra powerhouses of some mysterious organization that SHIELD is willing to entrust the task proposed by the Wave of Wind Watergate. The difficulty is not high, so it is naturally much easier to handle. Bofeng Schumann agreed with Collison and Natasha's suggestions, but he also objected to some of the opinions, that is, the step of sneaking can be omitted. Under the two doubtful eyes, Bofeng Schumann said, I left the mark of the God of Thunder in the Hell's Kitchen. How can I go directly without having to sneak in? By the way, don't you all know this? Why do you want me to bring it up? Natasha and Collison are a little embarrassed. They can't say, I was too nervous to get along with you, so I didn't think of this. Fortunately, Bofeng Schumann did not continue to ask, but just followed the words, alleviating the embarrassment. Then it is decided that, I will take you two directly in. When we get to the gang, we will observe first, and then look for opportunities. Grab a little guy for interrogation. This plan is awesome. Natasha touted extremely clearly. Obviously she and Collison came up with this method. Collison glanced at Natasha, and when he signaled to himself, he quickly said, this method has a high success rate. Mr. Haifeng is worthy of Konoha's fourth-generation Hokage. Haha. Bofeng Schumann showed a hearty smile, which seemed to be very useful for flattering. Chapter 48, Split Action, 3/4. After that, the three of them didn't run far. They chatted for a while in the coffee shop, and then ate something casually, and it was 12 o'clock. Now the body should be able to act no matter how hard it is. Bofeng Schumann thought this way, and then said to the two agents, I'll go to the bathroom, and we will leave when I come back. Naturally, Collison and Natasha had no objections, and watched the Bofeng Shui men disappear into their seats as a golden light. Coulson frowned. Does this need to be done to go to the bathroom? Natasha spread her hands. Perhaps he recognizes the toilet. I remember he did the same before. Of course, Bofeng Schumann did not recognize the toilet. He was returning home to check the condition of the body. After going back, Bofeng Schumann saw the main body pushing the trolley into the restaurant, and the trolley was being placed. Seeing this, Bofeng Schumann immediately dismissed his acting form and reverted to the shadow clone Wu Chen, and then dismissed the shadow clone. Wu Chen stagnated for a while, but then returned to normal. Bofeng Schumann had very little fatigue when going out today, and Wu Chen was able to bear it at this level, and he didn't need an anti-fatigue potion. After clearing the memories of Bofeng Schumann, Wu Chen made a decision in his heart. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang. Two clouds of smoke exploded, and two shadow clones appeared outside Wu Chen's body. This is the result of his serious practice in the past 2 days. Chakra's control ability has improved, and the shadow clones that can be separated will naturally increase. However, for the next release, only Wu Chen's body and a shadow clone are enough, and there is one shadow clone left, and Wu Chen intends to let him continue to practice. Chakra's need for control will never be met. Subsequently, Wu Chen played the role of Haifeng Mizuno, and let a shadow clone play Uchiha Dato. The two actors looked at each other and understood what happened next. Then, one turned into golden light and disappeared in the room, and the other was sucked in by the whirlpool and left the room. There is only one shadow avatar Wu Chen left in the house. He raised his hand and touched his nose, feeling that the main body and the clone were unfair. Obviously everyone is the same. Why do you want me to do boring cultivation, but you two can pretend to be coerced? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Doppelganger has no human rights. When Wu Chen returned to the coffee shop, he saw that their table was surrounded by people. Bo Fengshuman didn't hide his trace during the whole process, and when he left, he didn't care about the eyes of the people around him. Therefore, these melon-eating people have recognized the identity of Bo Fengshuman. Golden glitter. I love you. Golden glitter. I want to give birth to you. Facing this group of enthusiastic fans, Wu Chen frowned. After Natasha saw this scene, she immediately grabbed Wu Chen's hand and said, "Let's go now." Collison on the side also nodded quickly, for fear that Wu Chen would be angry and attack the innocent people. Although Wu Chen probably won't do this, what if Shield does not dare to bet. Seeing the two agents doing this, Wu Chen said helplessly, "Am I the kind of person who kills innocent people in your eyes? Forget it, I don't bother to care about you." He held Natasha's palm with his backhand, then reached out and put his hand on Collison's shoulder, launching the technique of Thunder God. Huh! The table surrounded by enthusiastic fans, only a few bills left at the checkout, were dancing with the wind. On the other side, Uchiha took the soil out of the space vortex and appeared directly to Janami's office. Jinben is now sitting in his office practicing chakra. In the past few days, he has spent all his time practicing chakra, except for a little practice of clone and avatar, and he only sleeps for 3 to 4 hours a day. It can be said to be very hard. Noting the arrival of the soil, Jin immediately stopped practicing, got up and came to the soil, bending over respectfully, "Sir." There is respect in these words, and it is clear that Jinben's state at this moment has changed from forced surrender to true surrender. The reason for his change is simple. The more he practiced chakra, the more Jin could feel his own strength, but this strength did not make him swell to the point of losing his fear, and then betrayed the masked man. On the contrary, this strength made him understand the gap between himself and the masked man. "I have only grown so much after just cultivating for a few days. What about adults? Adults must spend a lot more time practicing chakra than me. What level of strength should such an adult reach?" The more he thinks this way, the more Kim doesn't feel in awe of the masked man. By now, in his eyes, the chakra in the masked man should be hundreds of times stronger than himself. With this alone, you have to be honest. Besides, the mark on my forehead reminds me that my life is in the hands of others. Yetai too nodded slightly, then said to Jinhee, "I came here to see how the progress is." This progress was naturally a search for the sealed land of Kuwabai in New York. Hearing Dai Tu's question, Jin Ping's heart sank, and he quickly lowered his head and said, "I'm very sorry, my lord." No one reacted to the detection of the spar. Looking at the panicked gold coin in front of him, he brought the soil and gently shook his head. "Jin Ben, don't worry, I won't blame you this time." Chapter 49, Lord Kim Nam is angry, 4/4. After all, New York is too big, and it takes some time as it should be. The masked man spoke slowly. Jin also breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could say anything, the soil in front of him spoke again, "So I will give you 3 more days. After 3 days, I want to know where the seal is. Do you understand it?" Although he spoke plainly, Jin didn't feel the monstrous power, and he pressed directly on him, and he did not kneel down with strong support. "Understood, my lord." This answer appeared, and the pressure and power disappeared instantly. The masked man sat on the Jinhee chair casually and said, "Just have time, do you have any questions in your practice? You can talk about it. If I can help you answer it, I will help you answer it." Jin did not let out a long sigh of relief, and then quickly talked about some of the problems he had encountered. Bring the soil to answer them one by one. Then, Wu Chen, the clone under the mask, had a strange expression. According to the questions Jin he just said, his current chakra volume has reached the level of Zhong Ren. This is just over 2 days. Could it be that Kim doesn't have the talent for chakra? After finally cultivating a tool man who will never betray, Wu Chen naturally wants this tool man to be as strong as possible. So Wu Chen, the avatar, waved to Jin and asked him to come over and stretch out his palm. Looking at the big hand like a fan in front of him, he brought the soil and put his hand up, feeling the chakra of the Golden Union. Sure enough, it is at the Zhongnan level. And it is not just reaching the threshold of Zhongnan, but the amount of chakra of senior Zhongnan. He was a little pleased. It seemed that Jinwu was born with a lot of chakras, which is good news. Then, he took the soil and retracted his hand, took out a chakra test paper from the Shinwei space, and handed it to Jinhe. Pinch the paper in your hand, and then enter the chakra in it. The chakra test paper was given to Jin and used, which was decided by Wu Chen last night. Anyway, those chakra test papers are idle as well, so it's better to use them. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. By the way, when he made this decision last night, he also tested his chakra attributes thunder and fire. There are only these two. For this, Wu Chen was very ashamed, and felt that he had lost the face of the traveler. Looking at the traveler in other people's homes, the chakra attributes are generally all attributes, including wind, fire, thunder, water, soil, yin, and yang. I'm embarrassed. Although Jin Rong was a little curious about what the paper was for, he would naturally show obedience as the adults told him to do it. Reached out to take it, and then pinched the chakra test paper to enter the chakra. So, under the gaze of the soil, the chakra test paper in Jin Bin's hand slowly moistened, and finally all was soaked. Jin was very surprised. This kind of thing exceeded his acceptance range. Seeing this with soil, he moved in his heart, and then explained, this is a chakra test paper, made of trees that are extremely sensitive to chakras. It has only one function, and that is to judge the properties of chakras. Chakra has 5 attributes: wind, fire, thunder, water, and soil. Chakra test paper will react differently when encountering chakras with these 5 attributes. The wind will break, the fire will burn, the thunder will fold, the water will soak, and the soil will be eroded into powder. Obviously, your chakra attributes are water attributes. As for the use of chakra attributes, it is naturally the effect of restraint and gain. With the corresponding attribute chakra, cultivating and releasing the corresponding attribute ninjutsu will get twice the result with half the effort, otherwise, the result will be twice the result with half the effort. Probably that's it? Then, with a smile in Dato's eyes, then Kinum, I have a lot of water escape ninjutsu here, do you want it? The reason for giving Jin and testing the properties of chakra, and explaining it in this way, is of course not for charity. He is here to collect the money. Oh no, equivalent exchange, this term is more appropriate. Jinbing gave money, and he gave Jinbing strength, which was in line with Wu Chen's principles of life. To plunder for no reason is not what he wants to do. Before taking so much money from Jinbing, it was also an equivalent exchange, more than 15 million yuan, in exchange for the chakra power and some of the chakra basic training. This is very worthwhile for Jinbing. Just like at this moment, after understanding Wu Chen's intentions, Jinping nodded quickly, and quickly agreed, for fear of repentance. For Jinhe, money is what he wants, but strength is what Jinhe desires. Now I can use money to buy power, and gold is willing to 100 people. That's good, I am here. Before the local words were finished, there was a loud noise from the bottom of the Jinbin building. So, he changed the conversation, and motioned to Jin, I'll talk about it later, let's deal with emergencies first. If I didn't guess wrong, the person who came should have something to do with the government department of the city. He took a deep breath, nodded to the masked man, then turned and went downstairs. His strength in every step is great, with layers of power, scaring the employees in the aisle to run around. At the same time, the employees looked at the menacing Jinbin and thought, Lord Jinbin is angry, and those who provoke Jinbin are dead. Chapter 50, Meet, 1/4. When Wu Chen played Bofeng Shuman, who took Natasha and Collison to the location of the Mark of Thunder God in the Hell's Kitchen, there was no one around. Originally, both Collison and Natasha were ready to fight, but at this moment they had no choice but to stop. After the two of them have moved to the side, they may encounter a battle. After all, the Hell's Kitchen is a gathering place for gangs. As a result, nothing happened. Collison and Natasha thought it was an abnormal situation, but in Wu Chen's view, this was a normal situation. Because the gangsters are looking for the location of the Seal of Nine Tails, naturally they won't stay in Hell's Kitchen. When looking for the Seal of Nine Tails, the Hell's Kitchen where the gangsters are located is naturally the first stop. They inspected every inch of land in Hell's Kitchen one by one with detection crystals. After confirming that the seal was not here, they went to other places. Therefore, the Hell's Kitchen, which was full of scumbags here, is rare to be quiet at this moment. The Hell's Kitchen is quiet, which is convenient for investigation. As a result, under Wu Chen's gaze, Natasha and Collison displayed their abilities as agents, selected a few shops that were suspected of gangs, opened the door without breaking the door lock, and then investigated and collected evidence. However, although the investigation process went smoothly, the progress of the investigation was close to nothing. Because the two of them didn't investigate anything. Repeatedly 3 or 4 were the same, which made Collison and Natasha frowned. Seeing this, Wu Chen couldn't help reminding, if I were a secret force, then I would definitely look for the biggest local snake in New York, not these little gangs. Then, I would like to ask the two agents. The biggest gang in New York is what gangster? Who knows the two of you? Hearing Wu Chen's reminder, Natasha and Collison suddenly realized, Golden Gang's gang. Then go to Jinbin's gang. Wu Chen made a final decision. The reason why I didn't remind me at the beginning was naturally to delay the time to bring the soil. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz, but it can't be delayed for too long, so that I didn't do anything. Maybe after this time the mission is over, I won't increase the progress of the performance. In that case, it would be a loss. So the three of them went directly to the door of Fisk Mansion in Golden Union. Looking at the busy people in the building, Collison and Natasha looked at each other. When they were thinking about how to enter the investigation, Wu Chen said directly, "Get in. Here are all evil gang members, there is no need to have mercy on them." Collison was about to refute and raise an objection, and Nick Fury's voice came from his headset, "Promise, Collison. This is just a gangster." He did have hands and eyes open to the sky, but there were indeed gangsters under his hands. And, in front of the real high-level executives, what can Jin do? As a result, Natasha and Collison directly fired on all firepower. They did not use firearms and directly knocked down all those who were blocking them and opened the way for Wu Chen. Wu Chen stood firmly between the two of them, and from time to time opened the bullets fired from the surroundings for the two of them. Seeing more and more people around, Natasha bit her teeth and shouted to Collison and Wu Chen, "You two come behind me, I will clear the court." After speaking, Natasha took a step forward, took out a grenade-like thing from the waist of the tights, pulled the tab, and threw it in. Boom! The grenade exploded, but there was no burst of film, as if it were a shock bomb. Natasha seemed to be wearing some shielding devices and was not affected, while Collison and Wu Chen were behind her and the influence was weaker. However, looking at Natasha's slender figure, Wu Chen couldn't help turning her head. After all, he is a young man in his 20s, and his energy is still a little vigorous. Well, the clearance is complete. Together with Collison, everybody made up a hand knife and stunned them completely, Natasha said lightly. But before Collison and Wu Chen said anything, the elevator not far away opened slowly. A 2-meter-high, flesh-like figure appeared. Jin Bin. The two agents recognized his identity at once, and then their expressions changed. It was clear that Jin Bin, as the underworld emperor, was not only right, but his own strength should not be underestimated. 3. Agents. Jin Niao glanced over Collison and Natasha to determine their identities, but when he saw Wu Chen's Bofeng Shuman, he couldn't help but jump. Isn't this someone whose strength is comparable to that of an adult? Originally planned to kill the invader directly, but now Jin did not dare to move. Seeing this, Wu Chen raised his hand and waved, "You ordinary people fight on your own, and I won't intervene. The three of you are free, I will go to other places to see." Before Wu Chen finished speaking, he saw a whirlpool appear behind Jin Bin, and then the masked man slowly stood behind Jin Bin. Perceiving the arrival of the masked man, Jin Bingxiang saw the savior, relieved, and hurriedly saluted him, "My lord." The masked man waved his hand, but his eyes only stared at Wu Chen's Bofeng Shui men. "You Konoha are really mangy dogs and shitworms."